My boyfriend can't use any bathroom besides the one in our apartment, and he thinks this is normal. My 25 female, boyfriend 24 male, can't go to the bathroom unless it's the one in our apartment. If he's not home when he has to go and he doesn't make it back in time, he will go in his pants. I wish I was kidding. I figured it out after seeing him have 2 different accidents. The first time it happened, it was after his friend's birthday, and we had both been drinking. My boyfriend was really embarrassed, and I thought it was just because of the alcohol. It had never happened before, at least in front of me, so I let it go. The second time it happened, we were out shopping, and there was no alcohol involved. He went in his pants because we didn't get home in time. That's not normal. I don't give a fuck what your boyfriend say. That's not normal. We met in university during my second year and his first. I lived on campus and he shared an apartment with his brother, 26 male, off campus. I never realized that he would go back to his apartment if he needed to use the bathroom. I went on to the pharmacy program at our university. He went on to do his master's degree. After we graduated, I moved in with him. The apartment is close to the hospital that I'll be working at. My boyfriend found a remote job and the rent was a good price for the area. His family lives 2 hours away. He can use the bathrooms at their house because he grew up there. One set of his grandparents live near his parents. He can also use their bathrooms because they've lived in the same house since he was born. His other grandparents moved to another province when they retired. My boyfriend has never visited them because of the bathroom situation. My boyfriend's brother lived in the apartment for 2 years before my boyfriend moved in. It took him all that time to get used to the idea of using the bathroom there. His parents told me he's been like this his whole life. They laugh about this quirk of his. No quirk. No quirk. You are 24 years old. And if you cannot use the bathroom at your home, you don't even try. You will go in your pants. Sir, it's time for you to talk to a fucking professional. My boyfriend is trying to tell me this is normal and that lots of people can only go at home. I feel like lots of people would rather go at home, but I don't think it's that many people walking around with doo-doo or pee-pee in their pants like you, sir. Don't be trying to normalize this shit. No, baby. This is not normal. Not at all. When he says that, it makes me feel like screaming. I can believe that people prefer to go at home. However, they will also use whatever bathroom is closest instead of going in their pants. One day, y'all. One day. No one else in his family is like this. His brother just joined the Navy. His dad is a conductor for a railroad company. His mom is a postal worker. They couldn't do those jobs if they were like my boyfriend. None of his friends have ever said anything that I know of either. I told him that he needs to see a therapist. He's refusing because he doesn't think anything is wrong. What the fuck do you mean you don't think anything is wrong? You don't think anything is wrong with you at 24 years of age tinkling down your goddamn leg in public because you are not able to get back home to your bathroom? You don't think anything is wrong with that? Okay. I do not want to live in this apartment forever. I want to travel. My parents don't live far from us, but I have a big family and I want to take him to visit them. What if he gets offered a better job that isn't fully remote? I told him that I'm done if he doesn't go to therapy. He says that I'm being selfish, but I don't care if giving the ultimatum makes me selfish. Honestly, I don't. This is fucking crazy. This man knows that he can't use the bathroom anywhere other than his house, but he continues to go places that are not his house, knowing that eventually he's going to have to use the bathroom. And also it's a possibility that he won't make it back in time. And then has the motherfucking audacity to be fucking embarrassed. Sir, you are the cause of all of your goddamn problems and then refuses to go and get help because he doesn't see anything wrong with any of that. Crazy as fuck. Update. If I had known he had this issue, I never would have moved in with him in the first place. I tried suggesting that he go to therapy to address this. He just kept telling me that he's normal and I'm the weird one. After that, I knew our relationship was doomed. No one else in his family is like this. His dad is a conductor. His mom is a postal worker. Both sets of his grandparents love to travel. You can't do those things if you have the same issues as my ex-boyfriend. During one of our arguments about this, my boyfriend admitted that his brother had wanted to go to university in another province, but their parents said they would withdraw financial support and help getting student loans unless he went to the closest university. This was so my ex-boyfriend could get used to his brother's bathroom and come and live there for university as well. That's fucking crazy. They told that man, you can't go to university somewhere else because your brother wants to go to university here and he's going to need you to live here so he can get used to the bathroom. But bro don't think anything about this is abnormal. When his brother was in university with us, I got the sense that he was annoyed with my ex-boyfriend a lot of the time. Yeah, because this man can't even go out and do what the fuck he wants to do. He can't even go to school where he wants to because his brother has potty issues. I would loathe his very fucking existence. You and your issues is stopping me from living my life. But you don't think anything's wrong with that. And our family laughs about it because they think it's a quirk. Yeah, the resentment is fucking resenting. I thought it was just normal sibling dynamics. I have 3 younger brothers, so I get being annoyed with younger siblings. But my ex-boyfriend admitted that his brother joined the Navy to get away from the family because we lived in a landlocked province and it was the only way that he could get away without financial support from their parents. My ex-boyfriend said his brother hasn't spoken to anyone in the family since he left. I'm not surprised. Not at all. I know that his parents and one set of his grandparents enable him. I don't know about his other set of grandparents because they live in a different province and I only met them once. He has no other family. They don't deal with that shit. They don't deal with that shit. They moved the fuck away, not giving 3 damns if he was going to come and visit or not because he couldn't use their bathroom. They do not enable that shit. When I told my ex-boyfriend that I was moving out, he acted surprised. After we paid our rent in May, I told our landlord that I would not be signing a new lease with my ex-boyfriend after ours expired at the end of the month. I'm lucky enough to have a best friend who will let me temporarily move in with her until my new place is ready next Saturday. I just couldn't imagine a life where he declined better jobs because they aren't remote. Right now, he's a payroll clerk, or where we couldn't go see my family together, or travel, or buy a house that he's never lived in before. And no matter what he said, I know that I'm right about this not being normal. You're absolutely right. Nothing about this is fucking normal. Nothing at all. Maybe when he was younger, it was a little bit of a quirk. Oh, he's, 6, 7 years old. He can't use the bathroom unless he's at home. Ha ha, he. But at this point, you are a grown ass man. And not only is it affecting your life negatively, it's affecting other people's life as well. You think it's normal that your big brother has cut contact with the entire fucking family because he wasn't allowed to go to the school he wanted to because his brother needed the 2 years that he was there to get used to his bathroom so he could come and go to school there. You think that's fucking normal. Nah, baby, you're absolutely right. Nothing about this is fucking normal. And I think you dodged a major fucking bullet by deciding to break up with him because of this. You would be stuck in one spot for a very long time, my love. Honestly, it's not even the fact that this man can't use the bathroom other places. It's the fact that he's more comfortable peeing or pooping on himself in public than trying to at least hover over a toilet that's not his own. That is what's really driving me crazy.
Am I overreacting for thinking it wasn't a big deal to accept my friend's boyfriend's Facebook request? So my friend's boyfriend added me on Facebook and I accepted it without really thinking twice. To me, it didn't really seem like a big deal. I just assumed he added me because I'm her friend. But when she found out, she got really upset and said it was weird that I accepted it, even though he was the one who sent me the request. Now there's tension between us, and I'm confused because I didn't think that it was that serious. Am I overreacting by feeling like she's making this a bigger deal than it needs to be? And then there's these messages between them, and I'm gonna read them. So her friend texted her and said, "Hey, random question. Did you add my boyfriend on Facebook? I just noticed you two are friends on there." And OP said, "Hi. No, he actually added me a couple days ago and I just accepted his request." Her friend said, "LOL, okay. But not gonna lie, it's kind of weird that you accepted it when you don't even know him like that, especially since you're supposed to be my friend. You could have at least told me that he added you." And OP said, "I honestly didn't think that it was that deep. I just figured he added me because he knows that I'm your friend, so I accepted it. I wasn't trying to be weird or anything, and I don't think that it's something to get upset over." And the girl said, "Girl, what do you mean? It's giving pick me energy. If it wasn't that deep, you could have at least told me that he added you, but you said nothing. You kept quiet about it." And then OP said, "I really wasn't trying to be weird or go behind your back by accepting his request. I only did it because because he's your boyfriend and we're friends. If you want me, then I can remove him. No problem. Just didn't realize that it would upset you. And the girl responded and said, honestly, it just feels weird to me. If you were really my friend, you would have told me that he added you. LOL, and the fact that you don't really see why it bothers me is kind of what's throwing me off. It's fine though. I'll just have him remove you. Don't worry about it. OP said, wow, I can't believe you're really mad at me because I accepted his friend request. It isn't that deep. And then she said, like I said, peace out emoji. And I just thought that was crazy because, girl, your boyfriend is the one who, if you're mad at someone, which I don't think that this is a reason to be mad in general, like I think it's fine. Like, yeah, your boyfriend wanted to be friends on Facebook with your friends. Like, what's wrong with that? He wants to like integrate into your life.
My boyfriend thinks marriage is nothing but willing to lose me over it. I'm 27 and he's 30. This is probably my last ditch effort to try to understand what my boyfriend is talking about. Basically, we've been together for 5 years now. At the start of our relationship, marriage was brought up on the very first date. I made it clear that I wanted to get married at some point. He said he was open to marriage. Fast forward 3 years, I bring up marriage again. Seems like we're doing good. He even asked me to move in. He tells me that he needs time. I'm not exactly sure what this time he's asking for entails. He tells me that he doesn't understand the concept of marriage. I, at this point, am very frustrated, so I tell him that I can't do this relationship anymore. He asked that we see a premarital therapist. I was very against this because I felt like it was just buying time. I didn't want to be dragged into it. I told him that he needed to get a personal therapist. He refuses personal therapy. He tells me if I don't do this premarital therapy, it's me giving up on the relationship. 12 months of my life taken from me, and he still has no idea what marriage is or why he should get married. So now we're in year 4, and in fights every single day essentially because I'm beyond frustrated with him. He takes me to get sized for a ring. I calm down. It's now been a year since getting sized for a ring. I'm over here thinking he's going to pop the question at any time. It never happens. Instead, he asks to try a different form of couples therapy to figure out why he doesn't like the idea of marriage. I tell him, I'm moving out, he's just playing with my emotions. He's convinced me to do 4 sessions, and he literally just spent 1 hour each time explaining that he doesn't understand. I drop out at the therapy sessions. He continues with the therapist one-on-one. I started packing up my stuff. I'm moving out at the start of next month. I guess I'm here to ask if there's any man out there who can understand what he's talking about. He keeps saying he can see himself being with me forever. He wants to have kids with me someday. He wants to have this farm. We talked about that. He wants all these things, just no marriage. He'll say marriage is meaningless and it's just a piece of paper, but he's willing to let the love of his life walk away over something meaningless. I'm not staying with him, so I'm not trying to get anyone to convince me. I'm just trying to see if his logic makes any sense to anyone else on planet Earth. Looking for closure mostly, especially because I'm stuck in the same house with him for the next 2 weeks. I'd like to hate him a little less.
My brother and mum are pregnant. I'm not gonna lie, for the past maybe like 3 years, I've actually distanced myself from my family. They're just a bit weird, if you can't tell. I've just like gone to less family dinners. I've stopped messaging my mum and dad as much. Yes, they're still married. I've actually been no contact with my brother for maybe 4 years now, like it's been a while. You can connect the dots. I became no contact with my brother because he did something with a girl that was quite young. Anyway, let's get on to the actual show of what is my mum and brother. My mum announced that she is pregnant. If I'm being honest, this didn't surprise me. This woman doesn't have a job. My dad pays for everything. She needed something to do. I was kind of expecting this. Now, what I weren't expecting was my dad to storm out the room. My mum said this. My mum had to explain that it isn't my dad's. A big enough shock as it is, you know. But then to say in the following sentence in the same breath that it is my brother's, you're joking, right? Obviously, me and the rest of my family had a million questions. Like, one, why? Why is this a thing? Who are you keeping it? Because that is really concerning for the child. And I kind of wanted to circle back to the why. As I said, my mum and dad are still married and happily married. My dad earns a lot of money, which means my mum has just always been a stay-at-home mum. That has always been her role. She did amazing at it, to be fair. Just all a little bit odd, you know, and I just needed to distance myself. To be honest, I don't really know where I or my family goes from here. Like, I'm not being involved in this kid's life. Just set up for failure, realistically. My dad obviously isn't happy with this either. That be because my mum cheated on him, or whether that be because my mum cheated on him with my brother. I just have so many questions that I want answers to, but I also don't care. This is such a unique situation.
Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend that her best friend has 2 years to find someone, or we're moving ahead without that condition? So I, 28 male, and my girlfriend, 28 female, have been together for 3 years now. I recently brought up the marriage and kids talk. My reason is pretty simple. I want to be fit and active while my kids are growing up. Like, if we have kids at 30, I'll be 48 when they turn 18, which still feels decent enough to actually be involved and active in their lives. So I wanted to start planning ahead. My girlfriend said that she also wants to get married and have kids, but she has one condition. She wants to get married around the same time as her best friend. Not the same event necessarily, just the same season or time frame. Honestly, I found it cute at first. Here's where it gets complicated. I actually know her best friend personally. She's genuinely terrible at relationships. She's never lasted more than 6 months with anyone, and she's currently single. But the biggest issue is her best friend doesn't even want to get married. So my girlfriend's whole plan is to first convince her that she wants marriage, then find her a guy, then hope that guy proposes, and then coordinate weddings. No, you're absolutely not the asshole, but honestly, sir, I need you to take like several steps back and look at the bigger picture. You are with someone who says they want to marry you and have children with you, but they refuse for this to happen unless they're getting married at the same time as their best friend. They're willing to put their future on hold for someone who doesn't even want the same things that they do. That's strange. That's weird. I told my girlfriend that I don't mind waiting, but I'm not comfortable with our future basically being in someone else's hands. She got upset saying I don't respect the friendship. Not more than my fucking relationship. No, I don't. Your friendship is your friendship, and I absolutely love that for you guys. But your friendship should not hold anything over our relationship. I can't do things in our relationship because of the status of your friendship. That's fucking weird, sir. Like I said, I need you to step all the way fucking back. Walk a mile and then look back and see if this is something that you really want to do with. Your girlfriend is codependent as hell on her best friend. Is this something that you want to marry into? So I said, fine, 2 years. If things fall into place, great. But I can't wait forever with no end in sight. That got her even more riled up. So am I the asshole for putting a time frame on this? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. You are trying to put a plan in motion for you and your family. Your girlfriend's best friend has no fucking place in your plan. And whatever the fuck she's doing in her life should not affect the plan that you were trying to put in effect for you and your family. And if it does, that gives you multiple things that you need to think about. Is the best friend even aware of your girlfriend's plan for her? You said so yourself that you know her personally and you know that she does not want to get married. Does she know that her best friend has this plan for her to find a man, be convinced that she wants to get married, hope that the guy marries her, and then for them to coordinate weddings? If she doesn't, I would tell her. I would tell her because personally, I would find that weird as fuck. And I would go to my best friend like, bitch, calm the fuck down. You and I both know that we do not have the same goals when it comes to relationships. I need you to relax and sail off into the sunset with your man. I think you should tell her. Edit. So after going through all the comments, I decided to reach out to her best friend and I told her everything. Honestly, her best friend found the whole thing just as ridiculous as you guys did and immediately went and talked to my girlfriend, trying to knock some sense into her. Now my girlfriend is mad at the both of us, but hey, at least her friend and I are on the same page. I'll update if anything changes. Your girlfriend needs help. Because how the fuck are you mad at me? Because I don't want to go along with the plan that you have created for my fucking life. I find out that you've got this fucking fantasy up in your head for us to get married together. Even though you know that I don't want to get married. So you have this plan to convince me that I want to get married. And you're angry at me for telling you to drop it. Dude, your girlfriend needs fucking help. The red flags are fucking red flagging. Edit 2. My girlfriend is currently giving me the silent treatment. But the wildest part, her best friend texted me again, apologizing for the collateral damage. She said that she explicitly told my girlfriend to drop the ridiculous condition. Instead of listening, my girlfriend lost it on her and accused her of betraying their friendship, not supporting her dream, and choosing a guy over our friendship. So now the two of them are fighting. After reading all of your comments about codependency and projecting, the red flags are glaring. They are. The red flags are fucking red flaggings. Red sheet, red quilt, red blanket, red curtains, red pennies, red bra, red dress. Fucking red flags. I'm taking a few days of space to seriously reevaluate this relationship. I don't think this is about a wedding anymore. I'll update if anything else changes. Edit 3. So it's been a few hours since the last update. I had a long talk with my girlfriend earlier. She's still very upset and she keeps saying that I don't understand how important her friendship is and that I'm forcing her to choose. No, ma'am, you're doing this to yourself. I'm telling you that what you're doing is not okay. The person that you're supposedly doing it for is telling you what you're doing is not okay. Yet here you are making yourself the victim. You're forcing me to choose. You don't understand how important my friendship is. You are so codependent on this girl that you cannot move forward in your own future without making sure she is standing right fucking next to you. Baby, you need help. You need help. You need to stop blaming this on everyone else. Her best friend also messaged me again, saying that she's done trying to explain and she's taking a step back from my girlfriend for now. Honestly, after everything that's happened in the last 2 days, I think I need more than just a few days of space. This whole situation has made me question a lot of things about our future. I'll give a final update in a day or two after I've cleared my head. Hear me out. Your girlfriend is 28 years old, bro. I don't think she wants to marry you. In fact, I think she just wants to marry her best friend. Cut your losses. You'll be better off without her.
My 28 male girlfriend, 28 female, is pregnant with twins. We had an argument today and she was mad and showed me a video of her sucking off her ex on her phone. Now what? My partner and I are on holiday for the long weekend. It'll be our last chance to go away before the babies come, so we headed off. 2 days in, we're having a fight. I'm upset, she's upset. She's upset that we aren't engaged yet. I have a plan to propose soon, not that I tell her. And saying all kinds of horrible things to me, like how she's unhappy and would leave me if she wasn't pregnant. Whenever we argue, which isn't often, she gets really mean and says awful things like this, which she doesn't mean and soon takes back. Anyway, she was upset, said the above, and also that we're done, and she feels nothing for me, and she loved sucking off her ex, and that she watches a video of it to get herself off, and then she proceeded to shove said video in my face. I left. I've been cheated on in every relationship, so it hurt really bad. She also knows that. I'm literally shaking just writing this, and it happened a solid 8 hours ago. She came and found me an hour after and apologized. Said it is only in her deleted folder. She doesn't really watch it. She just hadn't emptied the folder and we tried to make the most of the rest of the day. I took her out to dinner. We had a good time and a nice meal and it was a good date. The problem is I can't get that brief 3 seconds of the video out of my head. All day, every couple of minutes it pops into my head. I hate it and I keep seeing it. On the way to dinner, at dinner, on the way back, in the elevator, and we get back to the hotel and we're still having a relatively good time. We've both apologized and we're trying to move on. We're sitting on the couch and she tries to make a move. The video pops up into my head, so I disconnect. She tried again a few minutes later. Video pops up into my head, disconnect. Happens a few more times, and then I say that I'm tired. I want to have a shower and go to bed. I'm showering, the video. Brushing my teeth, the video. Laying in bed, the video. I can't sleep. I'm rolled into a ball facing the wall trying to sleep. She comes in, I say goodnight, and she rolls away and says goodnight. I tell her the issue that I'm having, and now she's upset with me again because she shaved and put on a nice dress, all for nothing. That I'm not giving her emotionally or physically what she needs. This is effed. I'm out in the living room because we don't want to share the same bed. I love her and she's pregnant with our first children. Twins, 16 weeks along. We spent the day shopping for prams and other baby items. I really want to spend my life with her, and she does too. At least she says so. I have no clue how to deal with this situation. Okay, that's crazy. Your partner is extremely toxic.
My girlfriend is pregnant with twins. We had an argument today and she was mad and showed me a video on her phone sucking off her ex. Now what? She's 28 and I'm 28. My partner and I are on holiday for a long weekend. It'll be our last chance to go away before the babies come, so we headed off. 2 days in, we're having a fight. I'm upset, she's upset. She's upset that we aren't engaged yet. I have a plan to propose soon, not that I tell her, and saying all kinds of horrible things to me. Like how she's unhappy and would leave me if she wasn't pregnant. Whenever we argue, which isn't often, she gets really mean and says awful things like this, which she doesn't mean and soon takes back. Anyway, she was upset, said the above, and also that we're done and she feels nothing for me and she loves sucking off her ex, and that she watches a video of it to get herself off, then proceeded to shove the video in my face. I left. I've been cheated on in every relationship, so it hurt really bad. She also knows that. I'm literally shaking just writing this, and it happened a solid 8 hours ago. She came and found me an hour after and apologized, said it's only in her deleted folder. She doesn't really watch it. She just hadn't emptied the folder, and we tried to make the most of the rest of the day. I took her out to dinner. We had a good time and a nice meal, and it was a good date. The problem is, I can't get that brief 3 seconds of video out of my head. All day, every couple of minutes, it pops into my head. I hate it, and I keep seeing it. On the way to dinner, at dinner, on the way back, in the elevator, and we get back to the hotel and we're still having a relatively good time. We've both apologized and try to move on. We're sitting on the couch and she tries to make a move. Video pops in my head, so I disconnect. She tried again a few minutes later. Video pops into my head, disconnect. Happens a few times, then I said that I'm tired. I want to have a shower and go to bed. Shower, video, teeth, video, laying in bed, video. I can't sleep. I'm rolled into a ball facing the wall trying to sleep. She comes in. I say goodnight and she rolls away and says goodnight. I tell her the issue that I'm having and now she's upset with me. Again, because she shaved and put on a nice dress all for nothing. That I'm not giving her emotionally or physically what she needs. This is fucked. I'm out in the living room now because we don't want to share the same bed. I love her and she's pregnant with our first children, twins, 16 weeks. We spent the day shopping for prams and other baby items. I really want to spend my life with her and she does too. At least so she says. I have no clue how to deal with this situation. Does anyone have any advice on fixing this?
My bridesmaid ruined my wedding dress the night before my wedding on purpose. And rightfully so, I've never been more livid about something in my entire life. What makes this worse is I actually didn't want this girl to be my bridesmaid. So basically she is my sister-in-law's sister. Kind of forced to know each other, and in any other circumstance, I wouldn't be friends with this girl. I think calling us friends now is like pushing it. Me and this bridesmaid have been bridesmaids together 4 times now. So I kind of just felt obliged to have her as one of mine. Again, looking back, I probably wouldn't make the same decision. And on top of all of this, this girl is the type of person just to be super jealous at everybody else. A bit younger than kind of like our friendship group. She's not quite ready to be getting engaged, getting married, having kids, getting their own house. Like, she's the only person within this remit of bridesmaids that lives at home. And I think she's just very, very jealous of everybody else doing this. The only wedding she wasn't jealous at was her sister's. Anyway, let's talk about this dress. So it was the night before our wedding. I was really nervous. I hadn't been nervous this whole time until the night before the wedding came. I had steamed my dress. My dress was up, hanging up in the room I was going to be staying in. Me and my maid of honor were in there. I knew not to enter this room. We had a few people over at the accommodation. As I said, I'm not super close to this girl. So when she went missing for like half an hour, I actually didn't notice it because she weren't someone I would gravitate or talk to. I go to see my wedding dress just before we go to sleep. I wanted to do it one more time because I weren't going to touch it the wedding morning. I go and look at my wedding dress and it has been defaced. Like Sharpie all over the train, or what I was guessing was Sharpie. This dress was expensive, okay? But what my bridesmaid didn't think about is that there's actually CCTV around the whole of this accommodation, thank God, because it's actually a family member's house. So I literally watched back the video of her entering the room and exiting it. She thought she was slick and could get away with it. You best believe this was like the most insane conversation I've ever had, because what do you mean I literally dumped a bridesmaid the night before my wedding? And what do you mean someone is so vicious enough to do this to someone else? Fuming isn't even a word, because I was stressed out about my wedding day.
I just found out my girlfriend is cheating on me with my brother. I don't really know who else to turn to. I, 26 male, just found out my girlfriend, 25 female, has been cheating on me with my brother, 29 male. I've been with her for about 6 years and we have a 4-year-old son together. I'm now questioning paternity. Excuse me as I'm on mobile crying and drinking a Fireball in my bathroom. It all came out at our son's 4th birthday party a few days ago. I was at my mom's house and everything seemed normal. I was playing with my son and wanted to take a few photos, so I went inside to grab my phone and I heard my girlfriend giggling down the hall behind a closed door. I realized I haven't seen her in maybe 20 to 30 minutes, so I was wondering if she was with someone or just on the phone. I went back to the party to grab a slice of cake to surprise her. When I was near the door, I kept hearing that playful "stop" that girls usually do when they're flirting, and I was really confused. But I still opened the door and I see that she's cuddled up on top of my brother. He was in his boxers and her makeup looked smudged and her shirt was on the floor. I couldn't even say anything. I just stood there like an idiot. They both immediately noticed me and my girlfriend jumped and immediately started explaining herself, but I was so angry I can't even remember what she was saying. I told my uncle I have a work emergency and I had to leave. My mom started calling me, freaking out because she knows this is my week off and I rarely ever have to deal with after work hours. I didn't tell her what happened yet. I haven't told anyone because honestly, my wife is my only friend. She never liked when I hung out with my boys or my childhood friends because I was taking too much attention off of her and our son. The part that's now messing with me the most is our son. I know this might be a huge reach and I might just be angry, but ever since my son was born, there has been a running joke among my family that my son looks like my brother. I kind of saw it but always dismissed it because I trusted my wife and I knew she wouldn't do anything like that to me. My brother has always been the one to start the joke and my girlfriend would always laugh. A lot of things that they used to do is now becoming more clear. Like the fact that once or twice a week they often would go out together and my wife would always come back super happy and giggly. She would tell me how her day was, but when I would try to initiate intimacy later in the day, she would always say that she's too exhausted. She has an insane sex drive. I'm spiraling and I have no one in my life to turn to. My phone has been absolutely blowing up with messages from both my girlfriend, her trash friends, and my brother, but I can't even bring myself to read them. I'm spiraling and I don't know what to do anymore. I feel like the life I've dreamt of as a kid is completely ruined and I feel too old to restart. My life is over. I just found out my girlfriend is cheating on me with my brother. Okay, update 1. It's 12:28 and I've read all comments and working on responding. Before the update, I want to answer a few questions. 1, wife or girlfriend? She was my girlfriend when she gave birth to our son. I gave her a temporary ring and promised her I would marry her when I settle my college debt. I haven't called her my girlfriend in years. I introduced her as my wife. I'm sorry for adding that in the post and causing confusion. I was so broken trying it and kept thinking how she was supposed to be my wife in less than a year. 2, why didn't you confront them and tell everyone? My body completely froze and I shut down. It's easier said than done. Period. That's true. 3, isn't it weird that they would joke about it? Wouldn't they want to keep it a secret? I don't know how to answer this. When my family or my brother would joke about it, I'd always get uncomfortable and shut it off. 4, she didn't let you have friends. It's a little more complicated than that. She would often, now I'm aware it's gaslighting, but I'm still in denial, that I seem like I prioritize my friends over her and our son due to the fact that after work I would quickly come home, shower, play with our son for a little bit before bedtime, and run back out to a bar or an event with my friends. I don't think I've actually hung out with any of my friends in a few months. All I do is talk online with my friends occasionally. My friends all drifted away a little bit when I kept using the word wife or girlfriend doesn't want me outside excuse. 5, she was gone for so long and no one noticed, and how were they so comfortable to be almost completely naked? When my girlfriend left during my son opening gifts, she said she was having bad cramps, so she was going to lay down for a bit. I don't have an excuse for my brother because I don't know, and as far as the naked part, I wish I knew. For the actual update, I have replied to my girlfriend. I told her that we can talk in the morning, and she immediately started spam calling me, but I ignored all of them and kept it short with her. As for my brother, I simply just told him that if he died, nothing in my life would change. My brother and I have never been particularly close, but he was still considered my best friend. He helped us out when my girlfriend was going through postpartum and gave me the bro talk when she was diagnosed with many mental disorders. I feel absolutely disgusted that I let him get that close to us, and I feel even more stupid for not noticing the most blatant, obvious red flags. I'm unable to afford a lawyer. Most of my savings would be wiped. I've never had to deal with legal stuff, so all I've been doing is searching cheap lawyers on Google. A part of me still wants her to be my official wife, and I've been looking at pictures of our son and trying to convince myself that he looks like me, but it's getting so much harder. I'm so broken and I have nothing else. If he's not my son, I don't know what I'll do with myself. I plan on telling my mother and father first before she gets the chance to spin the story, and hopefully I can come back in a few days or a few weeks with an update as I read paternity tests take a long time. Thank you to everyone. Update 2, I don't think anyone will see this, so I made a new post, but long story short, she's not sure my son is mine, and I'm done.
Am I wrong for giving my child the same name as my friend's stillborn baby? I, 26 female, am currently 7 months pregnant, and a few weeks ago we found out that we were having a little girl. My husband, 28 male, and I had already decided on what to name our baby depending on the gender, and upon finding out that she was going to be a girl, we announced that we would name her Adeline. I first heard of this name when I was a kid and thought it was beautiful, and decided that if I ever had a daughter, I would name her Adeline. After hearing this, one of my friends, 27 female, who I had been close with since we were in university, began acting distant towards us. Throughout my pregnancy, I have tried to be sensitive to her feelings, as I knew it was a sore point for her. 2 years ago, she tragically lost her baby girl to a stillbirth. I can't even begin to imagine how heartbreaking this must have been for her, and I made sure I supported her through this devastating loss. Despite her trauma, she has never been anything less than kind and empathetic towards me, up until that day. A couple of weeks later, she confronted us, suggesting we change the name of our baby, to which we rebuffed. She kept on trying to convince us, suggesting different names, or saying Adeline was too old-fashioned or that it wouldn't suit our child. We kept on denying to change her name until eventually my friend started crying and revealed that Adeline was the name she had chosen for her stillborn baby. When she was pregnant, she refused to tell anyone her baby's name, and she wanted it to be a surprise for when she was born. After the stillbirth, she decided she would keep the name to herself because it was personal to her, to which we understood. Until recently, no one knew what her baby was going to be called. She claims that by keeping our name, we are disrespecting the memory of her baby. She said that if I chose the same name then, my daughter would be a living reminder of what could have been. I completely understand her grief, but I believe I should have the right to name my own child without being burdened by someone else's trauma. So, am I the asshole? Conflicted. Okay, 2 things. One, I would say you didn't know. She didn't share the name, so it's not your fault that you picked it, okay? I wouldn't consider you the asshole for that. It comes down to this. What do you value more? Your relationship with your friend or this name? If your friend has come up to you and expressed that, hey, this is going to be very traumatic for me if you name your daughter this, do you not care and will willing to let that friendship go? Or you could be a nice person, pick something else. But I don't think you'd be wrong to not do it. You know what I mean? But like, if you're my friend and my close friend told me that, I would change my name. Or if I was like, I don't want to be friends with you, bye, I'll keep the name. But that's on you.
My boyfriend canceled coming to Christmas 1 week prior for his own family commitment, so I booked to go to Mexico with my daughter instead, and now he's threatening to break up with me. Background. Previously, my husband and stepson died at Christmas, and even though it's been 2 years, it's a very difficult time for my daughter, 15 female, and I. I started dating again this June 2025 and have been with my boyfriend since. We're in a long-distance relationship and live 428 miles apart. We see each other twice monthly for 5 days each time, and I do all the traveling as I need to travel for work, and he has full-time custody of his daughter and now finds the travel overwhelming. He works in the airline industry. I own a marketing company. He has talked marriage, and we have integrated our families. Our daughters are friends, age 15 and 16, and they get along well. The current issue, his schedule for December came out mid-November, and he made a big deal about having a few days of Xmas off and being able to spend Christmas with me. I was ecstatic. I asked him if he was sure that he would leave his mom at Christmas, and he said culturally Christmas wasn't a big deal to them, and he usually worked it anyway, so she wouldn't miss him. I had originally planned to go to Mexico with my daughter to escape the pain and heaviness of the holiday for us, and also because my health condition improves dramatically there. However, spending it with him sounded amazing. I love him with all my heart. 7 days before Christmas, he changed his mind and no longer was coming to my family Christmas as he didn't want to leave his family. Understandable. And weather complications. I let him know that this meant that we wouldn't see each other until December 30th due to his work schedule, and he was fine with this. I was devastated, and although I understood logically, I had deep feelings of hurt and abandonment, possibly projected from old hurts of being widowed at this time. I apologized for these feelings and acknowledged they were not logical. His reaction, even though he was okay with not seeing me at Christmas at my family Christmas, he's furious that I'm going to Mexico with my daughter. He's saying that he no longer sees a future between us, but cannot explain why he's mad other than personal attacks that flip-flop, etc. when he was the one that canceled attending my family Christmas. Not seeing me at family Christmas equals not seeing me in Mexico. I cannot understand any other logic. So, am I in the wrong?
Storytime about my awful stepmother. So a little background information. I was 12 years old and in 7th grade at the time. And my dad was single and he was dating a ton of girls. But I had never met any of them until I met her. My dad must have really liked this woman because he would talk to her 24/7. It was like a teenage relationship. They were on the phone all the time. So much to the point where I knew literally everything about her before I even met her. Finally, we meet in person and we got along really well. Like she was my best friend. But she didn't keep that act up for long because that all changed whenever I met her kids. She has an older son named John, a middle child named Kai, and a younger daughter named Kin. At first they all seemed pretty chill, and Kai and I got along really well. They lived about an hour away from us, so we didn't see them all the time. I ended up finding out that her kids were low-key bad as hell. One of the first incidents with my stepmom was whenever Kai was smoking, and she asked me if I wanted to hit whatever she was smoking. Mind you, I was 9 years old. And of course I said no. Fast forward, the one day Kai gets caught, and her and my stepmom tell my dad that it was me. I got my ass whooped over that shit. I was 9 years old. Like for part 2. Part 2 about my awful stepmother. So yeah, like I was saying, my dad believed them over me, which really upset me because my dad and I used to be super close, but she would get jealous anytime that my dad and I spent any time together. She would insist that he spend all of his time with her and her kids. Like, girl, I was here first. Anyway, so fast forward to the Walmart incident. The one day we're all at Walmart and she called my dad screaming because he didn't take Kai with him, which about that, she would always compare me to Kai. She would say things like, oh, you should dress like Kai, or you should be more like Kai, or if only you were as pretty as Kai. Their family was just weird. Kai was jealous of the fact that I had a relationship with my father and my brother. Like, y'all, it was weird. Anytime that I went to sit next to my brother, she would throw a fit about it. Fast forward to the church incident. At this time, everybody had been getting along pretty well. And then the one day we all go to church and I noticed that people are staring at me and I'm like, okay, what the fuck? After service, my church will always serve food. So I went to the cafeteria area and I was sitting there on my phone. And then a girl comes up to me and she's like, is it true? I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, oh, your stepmom told everybody that you slept with your brother's best friend and got pregnant. Like for part 3. Part 3 about my awful stepmother. So like I said, one of the girls who's my age came up to me while I was in the cafeteria and she's like, is it true? And I'm like, what are you talking about? She goes, your stepmom told everybody that you slept with your brother's best friend, got pregnant, and tried to blame it on your cousin. And I look at her and I'm like, bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? So I go directly to my stepmom and I confront her and she acted clueless saying, what are you talking about? I never said such a thing. But then the girl who told me about it sent me a video of my stepmom telling her mom the whole story. So I show the video to my stepmom and she admits it finally. But then she was like, well, I was just saying it to say it. And I absolutely lost it. I slapped her in the face. My dad got pissed off at me and he kicked me out. He told my mom to come and get me and he said he never wanted to see me again. And you guys won't believe what happened after this. It wasn't like I was saved by my mother. Actually, she took my phone away from me for 10 months and my brother hates me and my dad doesn't talk to me and my stepmom still talks shit about me to all of her coworkers and pretty much everybody in that town.
Am I overreacting about my nanny family having sex during the day? Hi everyone, I'm a full-time nanny for a stay-at-home mom with an 8-month-old baby.
Stay-at-home mom. All right, we'll move on.
The baby is honestly perfect, so sweet and happy, naps great. The mom and dad are both amazing employers. They're super nice to me. The mom gets me Starbucks and acai bowls, even makes me lunch sometimes. I make $32 an hour with great benefits in my medium cost of living area. So overall, this is a dream job.
Sounds like a cream job. I'll let you finish.
Here's my only issue. I'm pretty sure the parents are having sex during the dad's lunch break. Maybe every day or every other day. They go to their room and I never see anything inappropriate, but sometimes I hear what I think might be the bed moving. It's not loud or anything, just enough to make me realize what's going on. Afterwards, her hair is messy, clothes changed, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, at least try to hide it.
I know they're married adults and it's their house, but it still makes me feel a little uncomfortable since I'm taking care of their baby. They're not being disrespectful or obvious, but it just feels weird. Would it be totally out of line to ask them not to do that while I'm working? Or am I overreacting and should I just let it go?
This is tricky because on one hand, it's disgusting and weird and violates everything HR. On the other hand, maybe they're trying to make another baby to keep employing her.
Oh, don't hurt your income stream.
You know?
We do get an update.
Ouija boards and the Appalachian Mountains are two things that I really don't think should ever mix. I'm Nikki and it's Monday, which means it's time for another fan-submitted scary story. If you have one of your own, send it in. You might just hear it on here. So this story, guys, is just filled with bad ideas. I feel like at some point someone was like, this is such a good idea, and they were wrong. Let's just get into it. It was October in the Appalachian Mountains, and I had agreed to chaperone a group of 20 high school students. Your first mistake. No cell service, no neighbors, just endless backwoods. That first night, the fire died out kind of early, and everyone piled into the cabins. The air was thick with that old wood smell, you know the type, and the only light came from a single oil lamp on the table. That's when one of the kids started smiling, and he whips out a Ouija board. I rolled my eyes, but I sat down with the kids, and I decided to play it with them. At first, it moved slow, like it was trying to decide what to say. Then it spelled out L-E-A-V. And I thought someone was playing around, you know, the typical, like, oh, someone's pushing it, you know. Then the lamp flame went straight sideways, even though there was no wind in the cabin. Then, without warning, the planchette shot forward so fast, flew off the board, and before anyone could speak, we hear thud, thud, thud. 3 heavy footsteps coming from upstairs. Dust started raining down. The students were getting riled up, and I'm just thinking, something is not right here. There's yelling and screaming, and the next thing I know, the roof above the table caved in. The lamp went out, and something landed in the dark with us. I don't even really remember getting outside. The adrenaline must have kicked in, but I woke up at dawn outside with everyone else. I don't know what happened that night, but I haven't touched a Ouija board since.
My female 24 boyfriend, male 23, tried to push a religious debate on my sister, female 28, after our dad died. A little background, I'm an atheist and my boyfriend happens to be one too. My family is Christian, but they're the type that loves everyone, accepts people for who they are, thinks gay marriage is fine, and accepts that I'm an atheist. My parents have always had that be Christ-like mentality, which sometimes doesn't mesh well with more conservative Christians. But anyways, they are awesome people and I love them. Our dad died after a rough battle with cancer a week ago. It was pretty bad and my family is mourning right now. We're a pretty tight-knit family, so we are reeling at the moment. We had a funeral at a local church and it was really nice and beautiful. I personally don't hold the same beliefs, but I respect other people to have their own opinions, and I don't take offense or make it a private mission to somehow prove them wrong, which is something my boyfriend has a tendency of doing. He's more judgmental and he's curbed back a lot, but it's still there. Yesterday, I get a phone call from my older sister in tears because my boyfriend started going at her in regards to her faith. She's the same as our parents. He sent her a message on Facebook offering his condolences since they haven't really had a chance to talk after my dad's death. She thanked him and said that our dad wasn't in pain anymore and that he was with God now and at peace. And my boyfriend said, quote, "You're entitled to your opinion. I just don't feel the same way." This kind of pissed off my sister because this isn't the time or place for that kind of stuff, and I agree with her. She told him that it wasn't very appropriate to make comments like this to someone who recently lost a parent. But I guess my boyfriend took that as an opportunity to make a debate out of it, and my sister ignored him. She showed me the messages, and I just feel so angry. It's one thing to not agree with someone. It's another to be an ass and be rude about it, especially at a time like now. My female 24 boyfriend, male 23, tried to push a religious debate on my sister, female 28, after our dad died. My family has never pressured him or made him feel awkward about being an atheist. When I told them I was, they nodded and said that they loved me, etc. It's not even about faith, it's about the quality of the person. In my opinion, if someone tries to push their ideologies on another, whether they are atheist, Christian, Muslim, etc., they have deep-rooted insecurity. I feel really mad at my boyfriend, and feels like a deal breaker for me. We've only dated a few months. We've known each other for a few years, and I realize now how utterly grating he is. It's not a blatant nails on a chalkboard irritating, but more like makes excuses, is lazy, doesn't have a job, stopped going to school because no one will hire him as an intern. He complains constantly about that shit, but does nothing to change his circumstances. He actually got mad at me last Christmas season because he bought me a $5 game as a gift, and I didn't buy him a $60 game. For one, we had just started dating each other a month before. I didn't feel comfortable shelling out that much money on a gift for a new boyfriend. I didn't expect anything at all from him because of how anti-Christmas he was. I did get him a gift, a $10 game, and he tried to guilt me about it because I have a job. Sorry this is turning into an angry rant. What would you do in this situation? I'm ready to cut contact with this person. What is the best way to handle this? Cut contact, girl. Cut contact. I mean, the story obviously is annoying of him 100%, and then at the end you were just ranting about all the terrible things you don't like about him, so I would assume that you should probably break up with him. And the best way to handle it is just to be like, hey, it's not gonna work out and I wish you the best. Like,
Am I wrong for refusing to speak to my wife and cutting all communication with her after she failed to disclose the fact that she had her tubes tied before we met, and then tricked me into thinking that we were trying for a baby when that was obviously never going to happen? I, 34 male, have been married to my wife, 32 female, for a year and a half. We're both financially stable, and for the past few months, I've been proposing the idea of starting a family. My wife has expressed her lack of desire to ever have children before we got married, but I thought she would eventually change her mind and want to start a family. After suggesting the idea for months, she said that she would be willing to give it a try. We've been trying for a while with no results. At some point, I suggested seeing someone to figure out what was going on. My wife refused. The issue continued. A few days ago, I made the suggestion again that we should talk to a doctor. At this point, my wife broke down and told me that she had her tubes tied before we met because she's known that she never wanted to be a mother from a very early age. She said the process was long and difficult as nobody wanted to perform it until she found a doctor who was willing to perform the surgery when she was in her late 20s. She said that she felt awful and didn't know how to tell me when she knew that I've been excited to start a family. I'm honestly shocked and not sure how to process this information. I knew she wasn't too keen on having kids, but I don't get why she didn't tell me about something so major like being sterile earlier before we ever got married. I feel tricked and cheated, and if I knew earlier, I would have honestly had second thoughts about marriage because starting a family is something that I've always wanted and still do. The night she told me, I packed my things and have been staying at a friend's place and avoiding her calls and text. Her sister called to let me know that it's unfair to leave her hanging and that I should talk to her to sort things out and that she's been worried sick about the future of the relationship. I replied saying that I thought it was unfair that this whole marriage was a lie and she didn't like that very much. Am I the asshole? I just want to take a break for a few months until I can wrap my head around this, as I genuinely don't want to talk or interact with her anytime soon.
My boyfriend uninvited me from his sister's wedding so that he could bring his girl best friend, but I'm going anyway. For starters, I love my boyfriend's family. I do not love his girl best friend. My boyfriend's been friends with this girl since childhood, and he admits that for years he was in love with her, but she just kept leading him on. She would flirt with him, say things like, oh, but like, could you ever imagine if we were together? Maybe that would be amazing. Making marriage pacts, things like that. But then she would always get a boyfriend and friend zone him. And this cycle of flirting with him when she was single and acting like they were just friends when she had a boyfriend continued all the way into college, until he met me. Now, I've only met his girl best friend a few times because she lives in a different state than us, but every time has been far less than enjoyable. The girl is awful, and she thinks everything between us is a competition. Who knows him best? Who would be a better wife? Who would be a better wife? Like, why? That's so weird. But for some reason, it always comes back to who's closer with his family. And she always talks about how his mom is like a second mom to her, and she just really feels like she's a part of their family. Okay. Cool flex. Like, don't know what to tell you about that one. About a week ago, my boyfriend's sister's wedding invitation came in the mail. And it was addressed to him, but included a +1. Obviously, that +1 was meant for me. Like, we've been dating for years. It was just assumed. Or so I thought. Now, the first few days after getting the invitation, he was talking to me about plans, plane flights to go to the wedding, things like that. But after a few days, he stopped mentioning the wedding. And if I brought it up, he would change the subject. So 2 days ago, I get home and my boyfriend's in the bedroom on the phone on speaker with somebody. And I would know that nasally, whiny little voice anywhere. It was his girl best friend. And she was talking about what she should wear to the wedding, which I didn't think was weird. She always talks about how close she is to his family, so obviously she'd be invited, right? So I walk into the bedroom and say hi to his girl best friend on the phone, and he looks startled, which is weird because I've said hi to her on speaker before and he didn't seem to have a problem with it. And I tell her that I look forward to seeing her at the wedding, which is a lie, but I'm nice, okay? I'm trying to be nice. Tell me why this girl says, "Oh, I'm so glad you got an individual invitation. I was starting to feel a little bad about taking your +1. Taking my +1? Who's taking my +1? So my boyfriend really quickly tells this girl that he has to go. And I'm like, yeah, you better hang up the phone because you have some explaining to do. And I stand there, my arms crossed, and I'm like, okay, what is she talking about? And he tells me that she didn't receive an invitation to the wedding. Shocking, considering how close she says. Like part of the family, that's what she said. And he said that she called him distraught, saying that it would mean everything to her to go to this wedding and to celebrate with the people that she loved the most. People that you love the most. You didn't get invited to the wedding. So I tell him, I'm like, I think that that's really strange to make your +1 not your girlfriend at your immediate family's wedding. And he was like, you know, they've known her forever. I don't think it'd be that weird. And I was like, well, she didn't get invited. So, and he has the nerve to go, well, neither did you. I'm floored, honestly. The fact that he said that, I was like, yes, I was invited. That +1 was meant for me. I've literally talked to your sister about her wedding multiple times. That +1, just because it didn't have my name on it, did not mean that it wasn't meant for me. And he said, well, you know what? Your name isn't on it. I can choose who I want as my +1, and I'm taking my friend. So I storm out, go to my best friend's place, and proceed to just cry and tell her what happened. Honestly, I was just feeling so embarrassed. I know I shouldn't feel embarrassed, but it's just like, how could he not even want me there? But that is when I got an unexpected call from my boyfriend's sister. She told me that my boyfriend just called her to tell her the situation, and she was livid. She said that clearly the +1 in that invitation was me. She apologized. She was like, you know, I was just trying to save some customization costs, but if I would have known he was going to pull this, I should have just put your name on it. Like, that was clearly intended for you. I'm so sorry if it came across that I didn't want you at my wedding or that you weren't invited. You're 100% invited. I want you there. The best part, though, is she starts talking about my boyfriend's girl best friend. And she says, there's absolutely no way I'm letting that little leech at my wedding. My boyfriend's sister goes on to tell me that his entire family despises this girl because she led on my boyfriend for years. He's rude, selfish, ungrateful. Every time she was over at their house, she would leave a mess, never clean it up. Basically, she said that she was just not a nice girl. And it was intentional that she didn't get an invitation to the wedding. So even though his girl best friend was saying that, you know, she was like family to that was a lie. They don't talk. She tries to reach out apparently, and they all ignore her. Then she tells me that she has revoked her brother's +1 and will be mailing me my individual invitation. She even told me that even if I make the decision to dump my boyfriend over this, she would still love to have me at the wedding because she feels like I've become part of the family at this point. I'm part of the family. Oh my, how the tables have turned. So I know for a fact that I'm going to be at that wedding. Now, will I be attending with my boyfriend or not? That's to be decided.
Am I the asshole for telling my sister she could have dated the guy she liked had she not been such a misogynistic pick-me? My 20 female sister, Kim, and I are identical twins. We are very different growing up and still are. I hate to say it, but Kim is the definition of a pick-me girl. Always spewing misogynistic nonsense on how women are weak and should abide to men. How she's so short and petite and can't do anything on her own without a big, strong man around. How all girls try too hard by wearing makeup while she's pretty naturally. So they all hate her for it. You get the gist. Kim and I attend the same college, but study there in different departments. In one of my classes, there's a guy named Dave. Dave is your typical typical handsome frat boy most girls in our college have a crush on, including Kim. Over the summer, I started working at a small coffee shop near campus to earn some extra cash. During that time there, Dave became a frequent customer and pretty friendly towards me since he recognized me from class. After a while, he admitted he's attracted to me and asked me out so we can get to know each other. Knowing that Kim liked him, I decided to reject Dave. Part 2. Am I the asshole for telling my sister she could have dated the guy she liked had she not been such a misogynistic pick-me, and instead offered to set him up with her? We are identical, so if he asked based on attraction, it really shouldn't matter. Dave agreed and I gave him my sister's number. I knew they met up for a date this weekend, but I didn't have time to ask him how it went since I was sick. Today during my shift, Dave approached me and asked if he could return Kim's lip gloss she left in his car since he knew the brand was expensive. I asked him why he didn't return it to her himself, and he said he didn't want to see her after how the date went. I was confused, so I asked him if the date was really that bad. He explained that when they went to the nice restaurant where my sister didn't stop harassing and criticizing the waitress for wearing too much makeup and looking easy. After that fiasco was over, she proceeded to say some stuff that I can only imagine were usually said on an Andrew Tate podcast. Dave, who apparently was raised by a single mom and has 5 sisters, was horrified, so he excused himself to the bathroom, paid for their meal, Venmoed Kim some cash for an Uber, and left the restaurant. I was embarrassed for Kim, but totally understood why Dave walked out on her, so I apologized on her behalf and took the lip gloss with me. I returned the lip gloss to her 2 hours ago, and she didn't stop complaining on how awful Dave was, how he wasn't a real man, since real men usually like when she brings up how inferior women are to them. At some point, I just cut her off and told her that she had a chance of a nice date with the guy she liked, but she ruined it all because she couldn't stop being such a misogynistic pick-me, even for 1 second. I'm now back in my apartment, and Kim hasn't stopped texting me demanding I apologize, but I don't feel like it. Update. I don't agree or excuse Kim's actions. I do understand they come from a place of insecurity, and although I knew her obsession over male validation was not normal, I didn't understand the severity of it until now. I talked with her parents, and they both agreed that based on what I told them, we'd try to get Kim to attend therapy after the holidays. I'm not sure she'll agree, but it's still worth the shot. I ended up getting Dave's phone number from a classmate of ours, and I sent him a text apologizing. We have a lunch date next week.
Losing feelings waiting for him to come back. My husband and I decided 6 months ago that he would not take a job in a different city, but less than a week after that, he informed me he was taking it. That meant he would be working in another city 4.5 hours away in a different state, 5 days a week, while I worked full-time and would be responsible for taking care of our 6-month-old and 2-year-old by myself during the week. For context, we talked over and over before we got married about how I wanted a partner who would be 50-50 with me if we had kids. So, not only did he disregard our joint conversation, he was also going back on our vows and abandoning me with 2 young children. That's how I see it. Anyway, I went into survival mode. I have lost a noticeable amount of weight due to stress, and I even had suicidal thoughts for a bit because my world crumbled when he left. Everything I thought I knew was changing, and I didn't know how to handle anything. Fast forward 6 months to now, I'm no longer feeling depressed or in complete survival mode. I finally felt comfortable asking my parents for help. They retired and moved down to my city to be closer to the grandkids, but they raised me to not rely on them, so it's been hard to ask instead of waiting for them to volunteer. Yes, more therapy, I know. And I've been able to take a few work trips and 1 personal trip to clear my head and gather my thoughts and actually have time to think things through. Unfortunately, I'm thinking I'm moving on from my husband. I gave him until March 2024 to find a realistic way to get back to our city full-time. But now I feel like I'm in a holding pattern and can't move forward because I'm waiting on yet another decision from him. And I can feel me losing love and attachment to him over time. I don't think I'll want to be his wife by next March, and I don't know what to do about that. I'm so tired by the end of the week and have work I need to catch up on due to focusing on my girls during the week that when my husband is here on weekends, I use that time for him to bond with the kids and I work. I'm so tired that I am in bed by 8:30 while he likes to stay up late. Then I'm up early with the girls while he sleeps. My oldest has been sleeping in bed with me ever since her daddy left. Even when we get her to fall asleep in her own bed, she wakes up crying and comes to find me. So my husband and I don't even sleep together when he is home. I don't know if my feelings will last for him through next year, and I'm scared what that means for me and my family. Couples therapy. My aunt went to her ex-boyfriend's wedding. My youngest aunt from my mom's side is a disappointment from the family. Like, even my parents tell me not to become like her. My maternal grandmother hates her, but she's the kind of woman I want to be when I grow up. My aunt is in her mid-30s now. She has a lot of tattoos and piercings, dyed hair, and played the drums. She is a bartender in a pub, and she loves her job. But the reason no one talks about her in the family is because she's lesbian and she lives with her lover. So, last year, after a bad mental breakdown, I begged my dad to take me to her place. I had dropped out of my final examination and I was in pretty bad condition. That's when she told me the story. So, before she was dating her now girlfriend, she was dating this guy who she dreamt of spending her whole life with, only to find out he slept with his coworker. After a year of their breakup, the homewrecker comes to my aunt and gives her a wedding invitation and rubbing it into her face that she was pregnant. Well, the catch is, my aunt said gleefully that her ex was infertile. Him and my aunt had been trying to have the baby to no avail, and hence they went to a doctor. And the test results were sent to her. So her ex didn't know he was infertile. She said she didn't tell him out of spite, but boy did it play out good for her. Her ex was Christian, so they did not have a typical Hindu wedding, but the ones they show in English movies. My aunt talked to her ex's brother and convinced him to play a part in her revenge. The brother was up for it apparently. So at the reception, there are this walk down the memory lane kind of event where they show pictures of the couple. So after a few cute pictures, a picture of the homewrecker with another man kissing pops up. And then another, and as the bride was in a frenzy, the test result shows up on the screen and the slide stops. A written note saying that the groom was infertile. And boy, the aunties at the party were all in for the drama as the groom looked utterly humiliated and the bride was in tears. This is what you get for messing with the woman's true feelings. Man, I love my aunt. She's a badass.
Am I the asshole for liquidating my daughter's college fund to keep our dream house? I, 50 female, lost my husband 4 years ago. I also have a 16-year-old daughter. My late husband left me everything and told me to trust his lawyer. My husband worked for 20 years as a doctor, so I inherited over 7 figures. A year later, I decided to list our home of 12 years and received an offer too good to refuse. I decided to move my daughter and I to Malibu because we always dreamed of a house next to the beach. But my husband was exceptionally tight-fisted and called homes their money pits. We found a beautiful home, but I never personally handled anything regarding buying a home before, so I didn't anticipate all the extra costs. Am I the asshole for liquidating my daughter's college fund to keep our dream house? My daughter was so excited, so I decided to go for it. My late husband's lawyer was furious at my decision, so I decided to stop taking his calls. I ended up signing with a money manager who said we'd be passively earning 90% of what surgeons earn per year. But he ended up tanking a lot of our investments. I then made my own investments, which just made it worse, and now we only have $35,000 available, not to mention our debt. Basically, I'm out of luck until my business gets clients. My husband did start a college fund for our daughter, and that would keep us afloat for many more months. So I liquidated it, and now she's furious. Am I the asshole for asking my brother to pay $3,000 for my engagement ring? I decided to host a family dinner over the weekend, and my brother brought my nephews 4 and 8 over as well. I used to wear my engagement ring all the time, but lately I keep it in my walk-in closet and wear it for special occasions. While I was cleaning the dinner table, my nephews went to go play while the adults were still in the outdoor patio area. Mind you, my brother was not supervising his kids. So during this time, my nephews went into the master bedroom with no one knowing and started playing with everything, including my engagement ring. When we eventually came to look for them, they panicked because they knew they weren't supposed to be upstairs, so they ran into the master bathroom and flushed my ring. Am I the asshole for asking my brother to pay $3,000 for my engagement ring? You heard me right, my brother's kids flushed my engagement ring. We called a plumber in case it was somehow in the U-trap of the toilet and not actually gone, but nope. Unfortunately, it was gone for good. We still had the original receipt, so I called my brother and emailed him a scanned copy as proof of the cost. I asked him to reimburse me for the ring my nephew flushed, and immediately he started calling me an a-hole because we're family and he was just a child. So he's refused to repay the cost of my ring, and I told him I'll be taking him to court for this, and now my entire family is blowing up my phone. Am I wrong? Am I the asshole for my husband missing his daughter's prom? I, 36 female, have been married to my husband, Josh, 40, for 10 years. We have a 9-year-old daughter, Lauren, together, and my stepdaughter, Riley, is 18. About a year ago, I booked a vacation with my girlfriends for one of their bachelorette parties. It's in Tennessee, and we would leave Thursday and come back Monday. Well, this weekend, Lauren has a cheerleading competition that Josh is taking her to. She's required to have a guardian there the whole time and needs to arrive early Friday and leave Sunday. And if she's not there for check-in in time, she can't compete that weekend. The issue is Riley's prom is on Friday. Am I the asshole for my husband missing his daughter's prom? Riley did not have a junior prom, and her school only has a senior prom. We found out the date of prom after school had started and the trip had already been booked and paid for. My husband is now going to miss Riley's prom to take Lauren to her competition. Riley finds this extremely unfair and thinks we're playing favorites and she'll never get this chance again, and she wants pictures with her dad and sister. But Lauren doesn't want to miss her competition and risk her spot on the team. So my husband asked if I canceled my trip and I told him no. It's been booked, paid for, and I need a break. He takes breaks and trips as well. Am I wrong? Am I the asshole for publicly telling my widowed sister I'll never move on like she did? My sister Jane and I's husband passed away together in an accident 6 years ago. Jane and her first husband have 2 children. Jane remarried around a year after the passing and went on to have 2 more kids with her new husband. I have 3 teenage kids from my late husband and haven't dated since the accident, and I don't plan to. I know it's controversial for many, and I seriously don't need comments overflown with people telling me it's okay to love again. I know, but I have no interest. Both me and the kids have done therapy, and nothing is directly wrong with me. But my family over the years have tried to set me up, give me speeches, and convince me to find a new partner. Am I the asshole for publicly telling my widowed sister I'll never move on like she did? I've tried everything to shut it down, and because of this, I've actually distanced myself quite a lot. I see them mostly for the kids' sake, and I'm also very close to my in-laws and my husband's entire family. Anyway, my parents hosted a birthday dinner for my mom, and during dinner, Jane once again asked when I was gonna start dating. I said that I'm not and to please drop it, to which she responded, "It's been 6 years, you need to move on." I snapped, stood up, and firmly told her I was never going to move on, and just because she wanted to remarry in less than a year doesn't mean I have to. The table went quiet, and Jane started yelling and insulting me, and of course the family is on her side.
Story time about why you just can't bring some friends around your boyfriend. So a little background information, I was 17 and a junior in high school, and I have been best friends with this one girl who we're gonna call Lily for about 2 years. Now Lily and I weren't your ordinary best friends. We were the ones that would party together, but we would never talk about anything serious. And when I mean serious things, I mean like a secret that you don't want anybody to know. Just for a little example, the one time I told her that I thought I was pregnant, and clearly she knew that I was super scared, and I told her I don't want anybody to know, please don't say anything. In about 30 minutes, I had like 20 people asking me if I was pregnant, and then somehow my parents found out. She's also the best friend that you keep away from any guy that you like. Well, I have been dating this guy who we're gonna call Jared for 6 months. And obviously now that I have a boyfriend, I've stopped hanging out with her as much. But my whole thing is she would never give me a heads up on plans. She would literally just text me and be like, "Hey, we're going out tonight." And I would text her back and I would be like, "Sorry, I can't. I already have plans with Jared." So this made her really upset. So like I said, she was getting very upset with the fact that she would ask me to make plans last minute and I would tell her that I'm busy with my boyfriend. And this went on throughout Jared and I's whole relationship. And it wasn't like I would ignore her. I would still hang out with her. I just wouldn't go and party and stuff like that because I respected my relationship. She would also always ask me to not bring my boyfriend to these parties, and that's another reason why I wouldn't go. So the one night she's like, "Listen, come out with me. You can bring your boyfriend. It won't be a problem," which was a shocker. So I was a little bit skeptical, but I said, okay. So we go to this party, and usually whenever I'm with Lily, I get really messed up, but I was trying to pace myself this night. And then she's like, "Come on, you don't mind if she gets drunk, right, Jared?" Of course, him wanting me to have fun, he said no, he doesn't mind. She calls us an Uber, and then she asked for my boyfriend's Snapchat just so that way she could check up on us because I was too drunk. The entire ride home, Lily is blowing up Jared's phone, and we just think that she's trying to check on us. No. Instead, when we got home, he opened his phone, and it was actually Lily sending him a bunch of naked pictures.
Am I the asshole for telling my daughter if she doesn't like living with her sister, she can move out? I have 2 daughters, Chloe, 23 female, and Lorna, 19 female. My husband and I are both fortunate enough to own 2 properties. We own our primary home where we live in our rural hometown and a small 2-bedroom apartment in the city that's around a 3-hour drive away. We purchased the apartment around 5 years ago with the original intention of using it to have spontaneous weekends away. However, 2 years ago, Chloe got accepted into a university that was in that city. We decided to let Chloe stay in the apartment and we'd pay all the utilities. Chloe is still staying in the apartment and has another 2 years left of her degree. This year, Lorna got accepted into the same university and she asked us if she could stay in the apartment with Chloe. We didn't see why not and informed Chloe that her sister was going to be joining her. Chloe was really angry and said that we should have asked her if it was okay. And she said that she needs her own space. We reminded Chloe that they'll be able to have their own bedrooms and that it's only a temporary arrangement until she graduates and finds a job. Chloe told us that that's not the point. She said that she already uses a spare bedroom in her study room and that she doesn't want to live with Lorna. She said that Lorna is annoying and that she likes living on her own. My husband reminded Chloe that she's staying in the apartment for free and that Lorna has just as much right to be there as she does and that they can figure out on their own how to not get on each other's nerves. Am I the asshole for telling my daughter if she doesn't like living with her sister, she can move out? Lorna moved in at the start of the semester around 2 months ago. At first, it seemed to be going well. I regularly checked up on both Chloe and Lorna, and they didn't mention any problems. Last week, Chloe called me and demanded that I kick Lorna out. She said that she can't stand living with Lorna anymore and that she needs to have her own place. I asked Chloe what was going on, and she described very petty problems, such as Lorna's room being messy, not having a study room, and not being able to play the TV loud at nights, etc. I told Chloe that that's the reality of living with other people and that she needs to learn to compromise, and that we weren't kicking Lorna out. Chloe protested and said that she was living there first and implied that Lorna should live in the dorms because she's younger. She kept trying to talk over me and shouting into the phone when I was trying to explain to her that that would be unreasonable. I eventually lost my temper and told Chloe that if she doesn't like it, she can move out and pay rent and bills elsewhere. Chloe started crying and said that I should be more understanding, then hung up the phone. My husband thinks that Chloe is just acting like a brat and that we shouldn't entertain it, and that my response was fine. But Chloe is upset with my texts and calls and is clearly upset by my comment. So I'm wondering, am I the asshole for telling my daughter if she doesn't like living with her sister, she can move out? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Everyone's always like, be the bigger person, be the bigger person. I'm sorry, are we all on fucking drugs? Why would I be the bigger person to somebody who like went out of their way to try and make my life a living hell? What the fuck do I look like being the bigger person to the man that like cheated on me and was like a whack ass motherfucker? So over that narrative of like, oh my god, like be the bigger person, like be the bigger person, like wish them the best. I don't wish you the best. I wish you far away from me and my peace. It's not like I'm holding on to anger or anything like that, but I just don't believe in having to be like, you know what? He did me so wrong. I wish him the world. I wish him moon, the stars, the rainbows. Go fuck yourself in the ass with that. I don't wish you that at all. The thing is, it's like karma will take its time, so like I don't really have to do anything. Like I'm not gonna be out here wishing you the fucking best. Like I'm not Oprah. God, I'm not that good of a person. Like I'm tired of being the bigger person. You weren't the bigger person when you were doing whack ass things. Why the fuck should I be? I'm over the narrative that we have to wish people the best. Like we don't. We genuinely don't. If someone does you wrong and is a whack ass fucking person, you don't need to wish them the best. You really don't. You don't need to wish them the worst. You could just wish that they like literally fuck all the way off. Karma will do what it needs to do.
Am I the asshole for breaking up with my fiance after she told me that she could give me the best smecks of my life, but she doesn't want to? No, I'm breaking up with her too, because what you mean? You mean to tell me you could have me climbing walls, toes curling, and you're not? What are you holding back for? Who are you holding back for? I, 27 male, was together with my ex-fiance, 27 female, for 3 years. We had a good overall relationship, but I would say the problematic part was intimacy. She wasn't into trying out new things and was very selfish in bed. I went above and beyond to pleasure her while she didn't reciprocate. I had many discussions about it with her, but all she said was, "That's how I am." Well, I came to learn that it was just how she was with me. I had a talk with her about it, and I asked her if she was forced to do non-vanilla things in her past relationships. She told me no, and that she actually enjoyed them. I asked her if there was a problem from my side, and if there was anything I could do to make it better for her to be more passionate. She told me there wasn't a problem. I asked her why she doesn't put any effort in bed then. She told me, "I can rock your world, but I just don't want to." Bitch, get out. Get out. Like, bro, you're not the asshole for breaking up with her, because you mean to tell me you can. You don't have any issues, you just don't want to. Okay, well, there's absolutely no reason for us to stay together. There is no reason for us to be together. I don't care what anybody says. The physical part of the relationship is extremely important, because if we're not compatible in that area, this relationship eventually is going to be lacking something, and someone's going to resent somebody because of it. She told me, "I can rock your world, I just don't want to." I understood this issue wouldn't be resolved in the future either, and I don't want to settle for anything like that. I can't force her to do something she doesn't want to do, so we're just incompatible in the end. I told her it's over and she should pack her things and then leave the house. She was surprised for some reason and tried to convince me otherwise. She tried to have family convince me as well, but I was firm in my decision. She left the house today and has been texting me nonstop. Am I the asshole here? Okay, look, so I feel like some people are going to say that it's, you're the asshole for ending your relationship over something like this. But like I said before, physical intimacy is extremely important when it comes to relationships. Like, you have to be compatible in that area. It's like we see how it plays out for people who have a higher sex drive than other people. And sometimes the person with the higher drive ends up cheating because the person with the lower drive just doesn't want to do it as often. We know that you have to be compatible in these areas for your relationship to fucking succeed. This girl is 100% capable of doing this. She has no trauma. She has no issues. Nothing that she's expressed to OP about. She just doesn't want to. And then she brags about, I just don't want to. It's her fucking attitude. Her attitude about the situation is what made him decide, I don't want to be around this shit no more. And he's 100% entitled to that. I don't think you're the asshole at all.
Am I the asshole for telling my father-in-law that it's my turn to have kids? This is a submission from a follower, so I believe that she wants input or advice on it. Am I the asshole for telling my father-in-law that it is my turn to have kids with his son because we are the oldest and he already has 6 kids, youngest being 8 and his oldest being 21? Hi, honey. His girlfriend that he's known for almost a year is 26, which I think is weird in the first place because we could have gone to the same high school together, or she could have been my sister if my mom had gotten pregnant at 15. And he is 40. She doesn't have any kids, and her parents pressure her into having grandkids. And she wants them, which everyone anyways thinks that his kids are hers because they all look alike. Plus they want to get married, so she will, and has been playing stepmom. But the thing is, he's had a vasectomy and wants to get it reversed. I'm not exactly sure how long he has had it, so I told them no, I'm not comfortable with that because it's our turn to have kids. Hence that we are both the eldest kids on both sides. He thinks that it is none of my business when I'm over here thinking that my kids are probably going to go to school with my husband's brother at the same time as my kids. So yeah, it probably is my business. I just don't want people to look at my kid funny when he tells them that the person in class that has the same last name as him is his aunt or uncle. Everyone knows too that I have a hard time conceiving because of PCOS, so it wouldn't be fair to me if they got pregnant first. Everyone is saying that it is also selfish of me to say that to him because I told him that if I have a boy, it would be the first boy on my side of my family, since my brother, who is 19 right now, and the first boy since my husband's cousin, who is 13 right now. So if they have a boy, that would also break the line for that as well. But because we are both the eldest in our family, it would be the first grandchild on both sides. So if we have a boy, that would be even more special. But my father-in-law doesn't really care and will still probably do what he wants in the first place. So, am I the asshole for telling my father-in-law that it's my turn to have kids?
I am having a bit of a late 20s crisis.
So real. That's honestly so real of Tara.
Here's the backstory. Nearly 5 years ago, I went on a working holiday with my sister to a small town in northern WA. I ended up meeting my partner there. He's a local of the town, and we fell in love quite quickly. At the end of the trip, I ended up staying and my sister went home. So I have no family and no proper friends here. The only person I really have is my boyfriend and his friends. We've been dating for 4.5 years. But it's only the last year that we've been in each other's lives 24/7 because he was previously a fly-in, fly-out worker and we had limited pockets of time together. In the early days, there was a handful of things he would do that I didn't like, but I let it slide as I just wanted us to be happy at the time. Now we are together a lot more, I feel like I have the space to bring up the things I am unhappy with as they happen. He's struggling with this, as he can't understand why suddenly I have all these issues that I have never raised before. The more I raise, the more I see. In fact, I'm in a place now where I can see so many issues in our relationship that we almost aren't ever going to change, and I don't know what to do.
Damn.
I am still completely in love with him and love his company when he is being good. We are so obsessed with each other, but I have so many conflicting thoughts. Perhaps some examples might help.
Sure.
He doesn't want kids, but says he could change his mind later. He's 27, I'm 29. So when will later be? He doesn't want to get married, and I do. He drinks an average of 10 beers a night, and I don't like drinking at all.
How does one stomach handle that?
10 beers a night?
He's not into health and fitness, and I very much am. He doesn't have a good family relationship, and my family is everything to me. He wants to try all the drugs, and I'm not against it, but I don't want to be involved in it. He wants sex twice a day, and ideally, I want it a few times a week.
Twice a day? With all those beers in your belly?
He doesn't have good money habits, and I have really quite good money habits.
Slay, Tara.
Yeah, you do.
He is a big talker of ideas, and I'm very literal.
He's like, let's have sex.
Big ideas. It's hard to make big future plans with him because his career and money isn't stable. He hasn't been very respectful of me for a while now.
Oh, That's a big one, Tara.
Yeah, that's kind of really shit.
Yeah.
I seem like a bitch writing this down, but he's also a really great person who works hard, does anything for me and his friends, is very caring and loyal, and honestly, I'm having the best sex of my life.
Fuck, I'd hope so. If it's twice a day.
You got the practice.
So here's my dilemma. I can see that we aren't going to be in each other's lives forever when all of our problems are listed like this. We don't have the same goals, and we don't get along well enough to get through them. But then I think we are so in love. We try our hardest to make it work, and maybe soon it will. I have no family and no close friends who have seen us together, so I can't get an honest opinion on us from anyone I trust. I also don't feel like I have many relationships around me to compare us to. Should I stay, or should I go?
Am I the asshole for going home after my fiance revealed that I had to pay for her birthday dinner with friends and family? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My fiance Rose, 31 female's birthday was a few days ago. Usually she has a big celebration for her birthday every year. This year she wasn't really able to since she's been out of a job for a whole 5 months. She got depressed over the fact that she would have to have a small party at home and lately started talking me into funding her birthday celebration. She offered a number of compromises like picking out a cheaper restaurant and inviting less people. The answer was no, and here's why. I have a 5-year-old son with a chronic condition and I need every penny to be able to afford hospital bills. My fiance kept begging me until I blew up at her and told her it won't happen. She stopped bringing it up after that. But out of the blue, she said she was going to have her birthday party at a restaurant and invite some family and friends. I said, really, that's great, I'm happy for you, but where'd you get the money? She said her parents would be paying for everything and said I should join them. We arrived at the restaurant, had dinner, drinks, and her birthday cake. We had a great time until the bill came. My fiance put it in front of me and smiled nervously. I knew something was off with her behavior. I asked why she did that, and she told me she lied about having her parents pay for the celebration and that she set this whole thing up to get me to pay just this time and she might consider paying me back later. I asked if she was kidding, but she just stared at me. I was pissed but didn't want to make a scene in public after her parents tried to get me to suck it up and pay. I got up and grabbed my phone and turned to leave. She started shouting after me, but I shouted back saying that I was just a guest and I had to go home then. I went home, but she never came home. I found out she went with her parents and later had them send some nasty text to me calling me self-centered, selfish, and unreasonable. They also accused me of prioritizing money over my future wife and pulling this nasty stunt on her birthday. I texted back saying she could have settled for a party at home, but she didn't. She refused to talk to me for now, and her parents keep saying I embarrassed their daughter in front of everyone, including her friends.
Am I the asshole?
Mm-hmm.
I made a minor mess like a cat would, so my fiance would know what he's getting into before we got one. Let me say that again. Hold on, take two. Am I the asshole? I made a minor mess like a cat would, so my fiance would know what he's getting into before we get one. 24 female, so my fiance, 27 male, really wants a cat. And I understand, they're nice pets.
Great.
But I grew up with a cat and he doesn't, and he didn't, so he doesn't.
He doesn't.
But I grew up with a cat and he didn't, so I don't really think he understands how hard it can be to take care of one. He said that it'll be so easy because they'll just use the bathroom and the litter box and it doesn't need much attention. But I know it's not that simple. For background, he knows he would have to take care of it most of the time because he's unemployed and looking for work. Meanwhile, I'm constantly busy because I'm trying to get through nursing school. I'm just afraid I'll end up having to look after the cat a lot more than he will. That's how it was with the fish we used to have. My fiance forgot to feed it multiple times.
That's not good. If you can't even feed a fish, that's not great.
Friday night, before he went over to play poker with some friends, I found this to be the perfect opportunity to have some of my friends come over, as my fiance doesn't like my friends.
Okay, well, that's weird. All right.
Him and I had a little argument about the cat again before he left. He insisted it would be easy and he would clean up after it and everything, but I just can't believe him after the fish. And he tries to say that cleaning up things like vomit really isn't that bad when I know how gross it can be.
It can be gross.
It can be, I get that. So here's where I might be the asshole. My friends and I were drinking and watching movies, and I'll admit, we drank a little mud. I was complaining a bit about my fiance, and so the argument was on my mind. Eventually, I started to feel really sick, and I jokingly suggested that I throw up on the floor and make my fiance clean it so he actually sees how gross it is.
I was so on your side until this. I was really like, you know what? He can't even take care of a fish. He doesn't like your friends. He doesn't sound like a good guy. Why are you gonna marry him? fuck the cat part.
But there was a shift.
But then you were like, I'm gonna throw up on the floor and make my fiance clean it. Is where I'm like, all right, okay. You're gonna leave it? You're gonna leave the throw up on the floor?
My drunk friends actually encouraged me to do it, so
Okay,
I
get why he
didn't
doesn't
go
like
to
'em.
the bathroom and ended up vomiting on the hardwood floor in our apartment. Nobody cleaned it up, anticipating that he would clean it up to understand the struggles of having a pet.
That's just nasty.
I know it sounds a little ridiculous, but it was drunk logic.
A little is doing a lot of legwork. It was a lot ridiculous what you did.
Yeah. The next morning when my fiance came home, he was furious and screamed at me for doing such a nasty thing.
Yes.
I felt a little bad. But at the end of the day, that's the sort of thing that happens when you have a pet. You come home to vomit on the floor. And again, he comes from a place of not really understanding that that's a part of having a pet like a cat. I really did want him to clean it up. He yelled at me, calling me crazy, and honestly, his refusal to clean up, I think, shows he's not ready to take care of a pet. As of now, he's really not talking to me, and I know this sounds weird, but both of us are being so stubborn that none of us have yet to clean the vomit as of today. He's been out with his friends most of the weekend because he's so mad. But I really think he should step up and show he's ready for that sort of responsibility. So Reddit, am I the asshole throwaway account because it's embarrassing? Okay.
You're both crazy.
Okay. Okay. Does this story so far seem plausible?
No.
Okay, good. Because there's an edit. And
Thank God. Oh, this was all fake. Don't worry. The throw up never existed.
The throw up was never there, actually.
What are you talking about? Oh my God.
Here's an edit. And we're gonna have to dwell on this, but we can't dwell on it for too long. Okay,
and
ready?
My name is Michael Jackson. I don't know. And then everybody clapped and I got $100.
Edit. After reading the responses, I see what I did was italicized, probably over the top.
Jesus Christ.
And I should clean it. I told my fiance I would clean up this time and apologize for making the mess and hope we can talk about the cat situation. He said that he would forgive me this time. He said that he would forgive me. I can't read the sentence straight.
So wild,
He
man.
said that he would forgive me this time if I flashed my tits. Parentheses, they are D cups. I flashed him and we are moving on.
Okay, alright, okay. Alright, you're funny.
Would I be the asshole if I refused to give my fiance money ever again? My fiance and I have 2 kids. We agreed that I'd stay home and care for them until they both go off to school. He'd pay all the bills and such, since it would be a lot cheaper for me to stay home versus sending our disabled child to daycare. I received some money for Christmas from my dad, and he told me to spend it on myself and the kids. Fiance found out about this money and asked to borrow it. I told him I didn't really want to, since we have needed diapers and wipes and other stuff for our kids, and I planned on buying those with the money my dad gave me. My mom ended up buying them as a late gift. That seems like a necessity. Fiance decided to write out a contract that stated he legally had to pay me back in 2 weeks. I added in that if he couldn't pay it by his own deadline, then he'd owe me an additional $100, and he agreed to that. He signed the contract and marked it with a thumbprint and everything. The first deadline was on the 13th this month. He paid me back $5 of the $125 he owed me by then. The second deadline is the 31st. Now he's telling me he just can't pay it back and is saying that partners don't do this, that they're supposed to help each other out, etc. I told him it was his idea for the contract and he agreed to both terms. It's even on video of him signing it, by the way. My thing is, I wouldn't be so pressed about being paid back if the day I lent him the money, he didn't decide to buy $60 worth of weed instead of paying his car note like he said he would. Oh no. No. He's saying I should be more than glad to help my partner who is struggling. Buddy, you should be more than happy to pay for your child's diapers and wipes. That seems like slightly more important than weed. Which I would be if he wouldn't spend his bill money on weed and the lottery. Oh, hell no. So I told him either he can pay back the full amount of $225 that he agreed to pay me, or he will absolutely get nothing more from me anymore. I have zero income. The money I get is gifted to me by my family or on the rare occasion from him. I've been trying to find a work from home job, but haven't found one I qualify for yet. And since he doesn't work a regular job, I can't just work on his off hours since he doesn't have a set schedule. Some days he works mornings, some days he works nights, and he doesn't know until the day of or the day before. So am I the asshole here?
My dad just decided he's not going to pay for my wedding anymore. What I'm finding out is if you let your parent pay for your wedding, you kind of have to do it their way. I finally told my parents I'm going to do this my way, and they backed out of paying for it. So let me tell you what happened. I have to give credit where credit is due. My parents raised me to be an independent thinker, and as an independent thinker, I've decided we're not going to do every single wedding tradition at my wedding. And that's where the fight comes in with my dad. It's the year 2023. Women are not property anymore, which is why I decided I will be walking myself down the aisle. My parents do not own me, and I'm not some property to be given away. My dad was not very happy to find out he wouldn't be walking me down the aisle. In his eyes, I'm taking away one of the most important parts of the day. Apparently, a first dance with my father isn't enough. My dad keeps going back to the point of, we've never treated you as property, why would you say that? He's also trying to say I'm discrediting everything him and my mom have done for me, which to me just feels unrelated. Like, I'm just not a fan of that tradition. I feel like he's been talking to his buddies because the other day he came back to me and said, well, if you want to be independent, then you can pay for it yourself. Which to me still feels like if you're not going to do your wedding the way I want, then I'm not going to pay for it. And that just doesn't feel right to me. So anyways, do we agree that my dad's being a complete jerk right now? Really hoping he comes around because there's no way I can afford this wedding if he doesn't help me with it. So I'm just kind of holding out hope that he'll come through.
My secret is 20 years old and is still going to this day. My name is Soraya. I am a beautician from London. I want you to know that this story is extremely personal to me, so please be gentle where you can. Always.
That's actually such a great reminder.
Yeah. Here's the gist of it. For 20 years, I have been in an on-again, off-again relationship with my married best friend, Matthew. He got married 15 years ago. I am convinced he's my soulmate. I'll go back a bit. We met at school here in London when we were teenagers. We were close instantly and have always had an electric chemistry. We tried dating in the early days, but it didn't quite work out. He then met the woman who would become his wife and the mother of his children when we were in our early 20s, and they got married in 2008. He's now an extremely successful businessman who is worth millions. In 2012, Matt and I tried to restart our relationship as lovers. Only on a romantic trip in Rome, we had an explosive argument, a massive disagreement, that ended with me abandoning him in a foreign country and flying home by myself. We then started sleeping together again in 2015, but I wasn't really clear on where it was all heading, so I eventually ended it. Despite the volatility and the breakups, we always kept in touch and spoke all the time, because we're best friends and can't stay away from each other. Fast forward to last August, and we gave it another crack. Secretly, of course. We are still seeing each other to this day. Only, this time, it's different. We are madly, wildly in love with each other this time around. Our emotions have intensified, and Matt has expressed his deep love for me. He even told me he will leave his wife at the end of the year so we can finally be together in the open. Here's the thing. The people in my life know about Matt and me, kind of. My family believes that Matt and his wife separated, and that they now live in different houses, which is obviously not true. My parents, my siblings, and my best friend all believe this version of events. His family, however, does not know we even continued our friendship after high school. They have no idea that we have been in each other's lives like this deeply. Matt has kept me such a secret. His children probably don't even know that I exist, let alone am the love of his life. Here's my dilemma. Now that we are getting closer to the end of the year, Matt has pushed the date for us to be back together for another year.
I fucking knew this would happen. Okay, sorry.
Smell a rat! He says his wife isn't mentally ready for him to leave her and says he's worried about what she might do if he leaves before she's adequately prepared. He's also concerned about his son who's in school. Matt believes this news will affect his academic performance. When he tells me this, I remind him that my parents split when I was in school and my grades got better, not worse, and that their split was one of the best things to ever happen to me. But this has had little impact. Now, the earliest chance of us really building a life together out in the open is the end of 2024. Part of me feels that he will continue to do this until I get tired of it again. But the other part truly believes this time is different. This time around, Matt has told a lot of his friends and has had me meet some of his employees. I often meet him back at his office, so his colleagues absolutely know about us, which was never the case back in 2012 or 2015. I know that Matthew is my soulmate. In fact, I've been told he was my twin flame, which was a term I wasn't actually familiar with. When I googled it, everything clicked and made total sense. How long should I wait for him when I know he's the love of my life?
Am I the asshole for backing out of giving my sister away at her wedding after she changed the wedding to no kids under 12? My 48 male, sister 38 female is getting married for the first time on Christmas Eve this year. Since our father passed away in 2015, she asked me to give her away. I live in New York and she lives in LA. So the plan was to fly out with my wife and 2 kids, 2 and 6, go to the wedding and spend Christmas Day with my sister, her husband, and our other brother and his kids, 14 and 16, at Disneyland. Last week, she told me plans had changed and no children under 12 would be allowed into the wedding venue so that her wedding wouldn't be marred by yelling or misbehaving infants, that we should look into babysitters in the area so we could attend as planned. I don't think I would go for that. I'm literally across the country. How the hell am I supposed to look into babysitters and find someone that I would trust with my kids when I'm across the country? I don't know these people. I'm not leaving my kids with some fucking randoms. Since she asked me over a year ago, we already have hotel and plane tickets booked. I told her we would skip the wedding since I don't go anywhere my children aren't welcome, but I would be glad to still meet up on Christmas for Disneyland. As for giving her away, our younger brother could do the honors. She started crying, saying that I was ruining her dream wedding and being manipulative by refusing to attend unless she allowed children in. Am I the asshole for refusing to go to the wedding without my children? What I don't understand is how people seem to have lost along the way that you are able to decline a wedding invitation for whatever fucking reason you deem worthy. Regardless of how important you coming to the wedding is to the people that have invited you, you have every right to fucking say no. If you feel so strongly about your kids not being able to go to the wedding that you decide you don't want to go, that's well within your fucking right. That is well within your fucking right. When your sister decided that people that she deemed were really important to be at the wedding, when she decided that their children could not go, she needed to understand that there is a possibility that this may cause people to pull out of coming to your wedding. Are you fucking kidding me? No, you're not the asshole. You can fucking say no. But my thing is, who the fuck would get married on Christmas Eve and then expect me to just leave my kids with some fucking random halfway across the country from home? Like, not even halfway, all the way across the fucking country. Like, are you kidding me? It's Christmas Eve. No, absolutely not. I don't think you're the asshole at all. I just can't get over the fact that she wants you to look into babysitters in the area so you can still attend as planned. Okay, fam, when you decided that you were no longer going to have kids in your wedding, the least you could do is give us a list of some people, have some type of childcare set up, but no. The kids aren't allowed. You need to do something about it. And if you don't do what I want you to do about it, you're being manipulative and you're ruining my wedding. That's not how that works. That is not how that works. If you think my presence in your wedding is that fucking important, help me find trusted childcare where we're going to be. In your city, where you live. Help me, someone who lives across the country from this city, find trusted childcare. Don't just tell me to look into it so that everything can go along as planned. No, ma'am. That's not how it works. You could actually fucking help me.
Am I the asshole for telling my sister I love my cats more than my niece? I, 28 female, live about 4 hours away from my sister, 26 female. She gave birth to my niece 4 weeks ago. I haven't been able to visit yet due to my work schedule. She really wanted me to meet the babies, so she offered to come stay the weekend at my place so I could spend time with them. I was very excited and asked if I needed to baby-proof anything or buy things she would need while she stayed. She then told me that for the weekend, I would have to find somewhere else for my 2 cats to stay since she didn't want them around her baby and was afraid they would try to climb into her crib and hurt her. I don't want to do this since my cats are seniors, 18 years old, and wouldn't take well to the change no matter how short. I told her that since they are old, they would have no energy and interest in a newborn, plus they sleep with me every night and I can just keep the door closed. She didn't respond well to this and told me that if I really loved my niece, I would do anything I could to protect her. It's a bit manipulative. I was getting frustrated at this point and I told her that I love my cats more and I'm not going to stress them out so I can meet my niece for a weekend. That's not a great thing to say. She hung up on me and is not responding to my calls. She got our mother involved and she's taken my sister's side and said I went too far and how could I love my cats more than my own niece? I admit that I could have responded better or kinder. I just was frustrated that she wasn't even trying to find a middle ground where we could both be happy. So, am I that asshole?
Well, a year ago I added this boy on Snapchat, and he said, "Do you want a boyfriend?" Well, I said no, but he ended up making a group, and that boy would talk to me, and he asked me to date him. But I said no, and after that, the boy that added me told me that he liked me, but I blocked him, and now the boy who asked me to be his girlfriend is my best friend's cousin, and we're all friends.
Let me just tell you, I have not been in the mood recently. Like, everything is pissing me off. Throwback to the old days. It's genuinely because I'm PMSing, so I'm just really not in the mood. Obviously, by the forest of pimples growing on my chin. This all starts a couple days ago when I got one of the weirdest hate comments. I don't need sympathy from this. Like, this is my job. I signed up for hate comments kind of thing. This one was just really fucking weird. This literal dumb fuck named Richard comments on my YouTube video. Mind you, it's an old YouTube video. Like, it's an old one. He comments, "Blonde has a massive forehead." It's a video of Nicole and I'm the fucking blonde. Kid you not though, at first I thought he was gonna, all I read was "the blonde has massive," and I was like, tits. He thinks I have massive tits. No, this weird fucker violates me and goes for my forehead. I'm gonna post the screenshot on my Instagram story. The girlies already saw it that are on Instagram, but like, go and look. First of all, to call my forehead massive, those are fighting. Massive? Massive is crazy. I want to know why this is a trigger point for me? Because my entire life, Sissy has always been like, you have the fattest fucking forehead in the world. Like, your forehead is just ginormous. I never really cared because I'd always be like, okay, whatever, I'm still fucking gorgeous. But then just like, Richard just set me off by being like, you have a massive forehead. It's like, Richard, you probably have a small fucking dick. I didn't comment that on your YouTube video because I'm not a bitch. But no, I am a bitch. But I have class, Richard. This was just the start of my little spiral of rage that then came out the next couple days. Yesterday, I couldn't sleep. For some reason, I woke up at 3 a.m. and I couldn't go back to bed. During the time I'm up at 3 a.m., I get an alert from my bank that like someone's trying to rob me. However, it's 3 in the fucking morning. The bank's closed. I'm like, what is there for me to do? Didn't get in because my bank protected it, but like genuinely, like, what the fuck am I gonna do? So I do what I normally do. I text my mom and I text Sissy because I'm like, someone's trying to rob me. Like, what do I do? My mother calls me at 7 in the fucking morning. Goes, oh my God, you're getting your identity stolen. Like, this is horrible. This couldn't be fucking worse. This is terrible. Like, this is so horrible. I got so angry. Mind you, I'm running off of no sleep. And I'm like, okay, even if that's the case, like, don't freak out because then I'm gonna panic. Like, if you panic, I'm going to panic. I was like, Mom, like, that is so, I just, like, can't deal with that right now. That's like, I'm gonna call the fucking bank and handle it right now. But you saying that is making me 30 times more stressed. And voice memo Sissy, and I'm like, Mom really just set me off. It's like, that's why you don't tell Mom things. Like, because Mom's always gonna act very anxious. And I was like, you're right. She was like, you should have just called me. I was like, it was 7 in the morning, bitch. It was 7 in the morning. And I decided to go get coffee from Dunkin'. Something about me, when I don't sleep well, my intrusive thoughts get really bad. This car like turns, like kind of cuts us off as we're walking, us as me and the other pedestrian. My brain is like, throw your fucking iced coffee at his window. I said, intrusive thoughts, you need to take it back a fucking notch because that is crazy. Like, I genuinely, for a quick second, my intrusive thoughts were like, what if you just throw your iced coffee at his fucking window? I was like, no, intrusive thoughts, you're really out of pocket for that. Like, you're really out of pocket for that. That's crazy. Intrusive thoughts throughout the day get worse. I kid you not, I was in yoga and the bitch in front, this is my color. We'll see. Bitch in front of me, I'm like, what if I just yanked her hair? What if I just yanked that shit? That intrusive thoughts, you need to calm down. You need to calm down. That's crazy. Never gonna do my intrusive thoughts, but that does not stop them from just popping the fuck up whenever. Really trying to leave my disrespectful era and just like rude era because I don't want to live like this. But I'm PMSing and I can't fucking help it.
Hypothetically speaking, what do you do if you start having feelings and like a little crush on your sister's fiance? Let's talk about it. So imagine you find out that this whole time you've been in a relationship with this guy who you thought you were in love with, he was cheating on you. So in order to get away from all of that, you decide to break your lease, move out, and go move in with your sister who lives in Chicago, and you are coming from New York. So this is like a big move for you. You didn't even know that your sister had a boyfriend, much less a fiance who I guess proposed to her not too long ago. She assures you it'll be fine. He's totally chill about you coming to live with them, and so you go and live with them in their guest room. You meet him. He's really nice. He's funny. He helps you get a glass from on top because you're so short and he's so tall, and you notice that your sister is going to have to be working late a lot because she is a lawyer, and he works at the same firm as your sister, but he's not a lawyer, so they don't have the same hours. So you realize that you guys are spending a lot of time alone together. You find yourself having dinner together a lot because he loves to cook, and because your sister's not home a lot to eat dinner, you guys eat dinner together, and you just really start to get to know each other and learn a lot about each other. He actually helps get you this job at a bar to be a bartender, and because you've never bartended before, he helps you learn how to make these drinks because apparently he's good at basically everything. He's very patient with you, and he teaches you everything, and you just have become to really like him, and you are so glad that your sister has found such a nice guy. He's actually so nice that you end up giving him this camera that you originally bought for your ex, but that he no longer wanted because he never appreciated anything you did for him. And apparently it's like a super nice camera, so he was very happy with it, and he's like, let's go take some pictures. He takes you to this really beautiful lake, and he's like, let's take some pictures. I want to take some pictures of you. And you think that's a little weird, but you know, you really like him, so he starts taking pictures. And you come to find out like this place is very special to him and his family because it's a place that he shared with his dad who passed away. And you also find out that you're the only person he's ever told that to. So it's starting to make you feel some type of way about him. You guys both get in the lake, and there's some splashing and some teasing, and there's like a kind of almost moment that doesn't happen, and you guys both realize that you need to like spend some time apart from each other. Because at the end of the day, this is not just a random guy you can have a crush on. This is your sister's fiance. So this just absolutely cannot happen. One of his friends and him come up to the bar that you work at, and the friend of his ends up asking you on a date, and this guy is really nice, so you decide to go on a date with him. The date goes really good. The guy is super sweet, but when you get back from the date, your sister's fiance is there, and he is very intoxicated, and he is asking you a lot of questions about your date. How did it go? All these like very personal questions, and you can tell that he is very upset that you went on this date. Then he admits to you, it's not like that you went on this date, and basically admits to having feelings for you, and you both almost have a moment again, and then you go back to your room, he goes back to your room, you go to sleep. The next day after work, you get home and you realize he has just gotten up because he had an awful hangover. And when you get in there, you say hello to him, and it's kind of awkward, and then he asks you how your date was. And you're like, what do you mean? You don't remember our conversation from last night? He just goes, oh my gosh, I didn't like show up to your date, did I? And so at this point, you don't know if he's faking not remembering or if he actually doesn't remember. So you have to make a decision. Do you bring up the almost kiss, or do you just let it go? If you like that story and you want to know the name of the book and find out what happens next, check the caption. Bye!
Am I the asshole for moving out instead of sharing my living space, which is causing a problem for my mom and her boyfriend? My dad passed away when I, 16 female, was like 3. We lived in a house that my grandparents owned, and they agreed to let my mom and I live there rent-free. Over the years, whenever my mom dated, I tried to spend nights that she had guests over at my grandparents' house. When I was 10, my grandfather renovated the basement to make me my own kind of apartment. I have my own bedroom, kitchen, and living room to go with my bedroom. My mom met a guy last year, and it got serious. He moved in with his 2 kids, which was fine by me. My mom deserves to be happy and to have someone in her life. There's 3 bedrooms upstairs, so it's perfect. 1 for them and 1 for each of his kids. Everything was going great and according to plan until the kids asked where I was staying. I said that I lived in the basement. They made a joke about me living in my mom's basement. I invited them down to play Mario Kart, to be sociable, and to show off, if I'm going to be completely honest. I have a couch that my uncle gave me and my dad's old lazy boy in the living room. The recliner is only for me, and all of my friends know that. The kids started complaining about how it wasn't fair that I got all of this space to myself. One tried sitting in my chair even after I told her that it was only for me. I settled that immediately. It's mine. As you fucking should have. This is your home. Y'all don't get to just come in here and take over shit because it's not fair. Oh, fucking well, Life isn't fucking fair. Just because you see somebody with something doesn't automatically mean that you're entitled to have it as well. Like, this could have been a great fucking learning experience for these goddamn kids. It really fucking could have. After a few races where I demolished them, I said that it was time for them to go back upstairs. They said no, so I called my mom and I told her to come and get them. Over the course of the next week, my mom started hinting that maybe my living room should be a common area. What about the fucking living room that's upstairs that's a part of the goddamn house? Why the kids can't be common in there? I said no. She started insisting, but I said no. My mom has a key to my door. I never locked my door unless she had guests over. I started locking it when Dan and his kids moved in. I came home from school and I found the kids in my living room. They had gone into my room. They were eating my snacks that I pay for myself. I yelled and told them to get the fuck out. I called for my mom to explain why they were there. She said she decided it wasn't fair that I got almost a third of the house to myself and that my TV and gaming systems should be shared. I said, fuck that. She got really upset with me and said it was a done deal and I had to deal with it. Absolutely the fuck not. You're not the asshole. You're not the asshole because I 100% would have moved the fuck out too. What the fuck you mean all of a sudden at me having this area, my area, is not fair and that my TV and gaming systems need to be shared with motherfuckers who clearly do not respect boundaries. You said that the living room should be a common area. That does not mean they get to go in my motherfucking kitchen and eat my goddamn snacks. That don't mean they get to go inside my motherfucking bedroom. So no, you're not the asshole at all, babe. I would have shut this shit the fuck down and moved out too. My grandfather and my uncles came and got me and all the things that mattered to me, including my recliner. He told my mom that she needed to start paying rent if I wasn't going to be living there. I have a bedroom at my grandparents' house, but I miss my area. My mom is trying to get me to come back so they can save money to get their own place. Yeah, right. I'm not that dumb. She said that I need to stop being a brat and behave like an adult. She's fucking 16. She's not an adult. That's this bitch's problem. That is this bitch's problem. They want the 16-year-old to always have fucking eyes on the younger kids. So we're going to allow them to constantly be down there in your fucking area. Your 16-year-old is not a goddamn adult. That's dumb as... Ooh. Tell your mama to come outside. I just want to talk for a little bit. I told my mom that I was living like an adult until you let those kids into my area without my permission. She tried to say she could do whatever she wanted to in her house. Sometimes I think she forgets it wasn't my dad's house and she didn't inherit it. I feel a little guilty about this because my mom is actually pretty cool. And I hate that this is causing strain on her relationship. Am I the asshole? Absolutely not, babe. You are not the asshole because your mom nor those kids have a right to your fucking space, to your food, to your gaming system and TV. None of that shit is open for every fucking body. This was your area. There was a lock and a key installed on the fucking door for a reason because you had privacy. Just because all of a sudden these spoiled ass kids want to come around doesn't automatically mean this is communal property. No. Absolutely not, baby. You are not the asshole in this situation. It does suck that this is causing a strain on their relationship, but honestly, what two grown motherfuckers expect to go about life living fucking rent-free? No, she had to have known that this was not going to work out. She had to have known that she was not going to be able to bully you into doing what the fuck she wanted to do and still be able to live rent-free. This, I know. Maybe you did, because, some of these people, they don't always be there. They be a color short of a fucking rainbow. But I truly feel like she had to have known that this was not going to work out in her favor. But, oh fucking well, they better get some jobs and start collecting cans, look in the couch cushions for some quarters or something. They better figure it the fuck out, because they got rent to pay or they got to get out.
Am I wrong for refusing to let my in-laws meet my newborn? Okay, so backstory. I've been with my partner for almost 6 years. We've just had our first baby together. By just, I literally mean at 3 a.m. this morning. My partner is Greek, his whole family is Greek Orthodox, and they follow all traditions and religion very closely. Anyway, for the past 5 years, I have joined them at church for their Orthodox traditions on Orthodox Easter, and I would like my child to continue in this tradition. But last night, we were at my in-laws for dinner before we headed to church, and I started to feel this agonizing pain and my water had broken. I was 34 weeks, so a bit early, but labor was still a viable answer. My mother-in-law told my partner's whole family that I was faking it to avoid church and that I just want her religion. I'm atheist. Anyway, my father-in-law then refused to drive my partner and I to the hospital because we were making his wife upset. My partner's sister then told them to stop being ridiculous and making it all about them, and she then drove us. I felt bad she was missing church, so I asked her if she'd like to stay to be part of the birth of her nephew. She stayed and was the biggest support for my partner and I. Anyway, this morning my sister-in-law told me about all of the abusive texts she was receiving from her parents and all of the horrible things they were saying about me. I have always been close with the in-laws, so this is very out of the blue and hard for me to take. My parents came in to meet our baby girl just before lunch today, and I've been receiving texts and calls from my in-laws asking to come meet her tonight, after they celebrate their Easter. I haven't replied yet, and they asked to come at 7, and it's getting closer to the time, and I'm wondering if I'd be an asshole for telling them no and setting a boundary.
Am I the asshole for wanting to expose my lying, cheating mother? A month ago, I borrowed my mom's phone and she had no idea, but I looked at all of her apps and found that she was cheating with multiple men. I'm 26 years old and my parents have now been married for 30 years. I actually got separated when I graduated from high school, but then they got back together a few years later. My mom has always been the one that wants to separate my dad, but he keeps wanting to get back together with her. My dad is actually in love with this woman. He adores her. He does everything for her. He's super affectionate with her, loves to take her out on dates, gives her so much of his time, and she still doesn't appreciate it. I've always been closer to my dad than my mom. My mom's always trying to find an excuse to go party with her friends, but now I know why. Like I said, I ended up borrowing her phone and she probably didn't expect me to go snooping. And honestly, it wasn't even my intention. I'm scrolling on her phone and I see the app Tinder. I nearly fell out of my seat. So I quickly scrolled through everything and started taking pictures. My mom was sending nudes to random men. Part 2 is up. Am I the asshole for wanting to expose my lying, cheating mother? That's when I saw that she was sending nudes to men on different apps. Not only was she on Tinder, she was also on Bumble and an app for older people. Mind you, my father is still in love with this woman. I managed to take pictures of everything on the apps. Here's the worst part. Start going through her messages and that's when I found that she has a boyfriend. At that point, I didn't know how long they'd been together. Now I know that she's been with him for 6 months. So every single time she goes on her weekend trips with her friends, she's actually with her boyfriend. And get this, she uses my dad's money to pay for everything. An entire week passed before I confronted her. First, I didn't know how to confront her, but I had to just do it. Every time I saw my dad, I would start to cry and he was worried about me. I didn't have the heart to tell my dad until I confronted my mom. I went up to her and I showed her all the receipts I had. So she got pissed at me for looking through her phone. By the way, at this point, I'm still living with my parents. That's when she threatened to kick me out of the house if I told my dad anything. My own mother threatening me. Then she tried to smack me across the face, so I smacked her. Part 3 is up. Am I the asshole for wanting to expose my lying, cheating mother? After she slapped me, I slapped her back. And I slapped her so hard she actually fell on the floor. I instantly felt bad and tried to apologize. That's when she started to cry and I started to cry. I asked her to just be honest with me and tell me the truth. She told me that she wasn't in love with my dad anymore, but that she felt bad for him because he was still in love with her. And that she'd been dating this new guy for 6 months. She even confessed that she was addicted to going on dating apps and flirting with men. That's when I told her she needed to tell my dad. That she needed to stop using his money to take her boyfriend out. Then another confession. She had spent over $25,000 on hotels that she would book for her and her new boyfriend. And apparently this guy was broke. He couldn't pay for himself. She tried to negotiate with me. If I don't tell my dad, she'd break up with her boyfriend and stop using the apps. I mean, she's my mother and I don't want to cause her pain, but it's my dad. I ended up telling her that I wouldn't tell my dad. But 2 nights ago, my dad went on a work trip. My mom is so stupid she actually snuck in her boyfriend through her window. I heard them doing the dirty all night. Now she's begging me again not to tell my dad. I'm planning on telling my dad tonight. I'll have to keep you guys updated. Give me advice.
Story time. I broke up with my boyfriend because I found out he was Indian. This is not my story, it was sent to me on my email. I am currently 28 years old and I am Mexican. I grew up in Calexico, California. A few of my family members and I would go to the rancho up in Temecula and party. We would dance to the banda and the cumbias. I would fall head over heels over the tall rancheros. Not only were they so handsome, but all of them would act like gentlemen. They smelled so good and they just knew how to dance. I was head over heels in love over this guy who was 6 feet. Strong shoulders, brown skin, and he was Mexican. But he was a hoe. He talked to numerous of girls including me. He led me on for a year, but after a year I got tired of it. I didn't take him serious after that. After that disappointment, I decided to join different dating sites. And I didn't go to the parties anymore, just so I wouldn't see him. Tell me why I joined Tinder and then 3 weeks later I see this guy that looks like the guy I had a crush on. Extremely tall and almost an identical face. Go to part 2. Story time. I broke up with my boyfriend because I found out he was Indian. Part 2. This is not my story, it was sent to me on my Gmail. 3 weeks into Tinder and I find this guy who looks exactly like my crush. He was 6'3", a little bit lighter, with similar face features. He had long black hair and it was slicked back. Nowhere on his bio did it show that he was Indian. He didn't have pictures, he didn't have the flag, he didn't have pictures of his friends or his family. So I straight up thought this guy was Mexican. So he ended up liking me on Tinder and we matched. We were messaging back and forth and we hit it off quick. After 3 weeks, we ended up hanging out. He picked me up and he was the man of my dreams. He was such a gentleman, spoiled me with gifts, attention. He would listen to me. He was not love bombing me at all. He did not have an Indian accent, and I just straight up thought that he didn't speak Spanish. Because my Spanish kinda sucks too. I'm not very fluent. So the topic of meeting family comes up, and he says that he prefers to meet my family first. I was totally okay with this since I only live with my dad and a sister who was in high school. So I thought this was gonna be easy since he was completely nice to me, and that's all my father wants.
It was my daughter Rachel's 11F birthday yesterday. I have another child, Ethan, 10M, who's adopted. Rachel insists that he's not a proper member of the family, as he's not related to us. My wife and I attempted to convince her, mostly me, but it didn't work, so we gave up. We had planned to have lunch at a restaurant and we took the car. Ethan wanted to sit in front, but Rachel told him, sorry, but only proper members of the family get to sit in front, and you're not really their child. He was shocked, and I asked her to take back what she had said. But my wife asked me to not start an argument since it was her birthday. We went to the restaurant and she wanted an expensive dish. I ordered it and Ethan said he wanted the same thing. But Rachel did not like that. She said, you want an expensive dish when he's not even your dad in reality? I'd have thought you'd be more grateful as your parents are dead and you're adopted now. I asked her to apologize immediately as I could see that had really hurt him. But she just shrugged and said, well, if you want to have it, go ahead. I don't care anyway. But I told her, you're going to care because your birthday's canceled. We're going home. I asked them to head back to the car and she yelled at me and said she was just joking, that I cannot do that, etc. My wife says that although what she had said was distasteful, canceling her birthday was extremely uncalled for and she's mad at me for having ruined her day completely. AIDA.
Why hasn't this been stopped earlier?
They've confronted it and now they're kind of bringing
gave
it up.
This isn't something you give up on.
There you go.
This is a human being, a child who no longer has his parents and is like basically entering into a nightmare situation where he's still not wanted.
It sounds like she's not coping with some kind of major transition in the family and acting out. They need to both enforce respectful behavior and get to the root cause.
I don't know why everyone in the comments though was assuming like this was a new thing. He never once does he say anywhere where it's like he's newly adopted. I can give Rachel and the parents, I guess, a pass if this just happened. Like he's brand new adopted. She's been an only child.
Yeah, they're figuring it out.
And so like she's upset because it's like, who is this stranger in my house essentially that I have to now treat like my brother? Like I do understand that.
Tough.
Like holy shit. If this was someone that was adopted at a young age, I can give 0 passes to her behavior.
You know, I got no problem with the punishment being applied. I think the punishment is fair. I'm not ready to call Rachel an so I've got to lay my charges
right
where I think they hit most squarely is mom. She classifying Rachel's statement as distasteful is straight up frightening. No, ma'am. Farting is distasteful.
My brother-in-law is the reason why my husband left me. I don't know what to do now. I, 38 female, met my brother-in-law, 38 male at uni. He asked me out our first year and I refused. He called me the C word and said that I'm shallow. My best friend told me that it was a harmless comment from a drunken guy who got rejected. I never thought myself shallow. It was his demeanor and awkwardness that was off-putting to me. Anyway, he proved my friend right, and other than these comments, I never felt uncomfortable during my uni years because he never bothered me again. Not even looked my way. Next time I met him was when my baby's sister, 28 female, introduced him as her boyfriend. I didn't even recognize him at first. It was 9 or 10 years since that day he talked to me. He was visibly annoyed that I didn't recognize him and called me a liar. The family was skeptical at first about him, but he seemed to treat my sister right and she seemed happy. He is very rich, taking her all over the world, and he seemed kind with this too. They got married after a year of dating. They have 3 children. I met my now ex, 40 male, 5 years ago. And the only odd comment from my brother-in-law was that I was still shallow and superficial as I was in uni. At the time, I took it as a joke, but in hindsight, when I found out the truth and started thinking back, looking for red flags, this was probably a big one. He never showed any signs that he disliked my husband, and he was always decent enough, and his indifference to have a close relationship with my husband. It didn't seem odd because he was always a recluse. A year ago, my husband came home and accused me of cheating, and he had evidence. The guy contacted him and said he had compromising photos of me on his phone. The guy told my husband that he didn't know at first that I was married, but as soon as he found out, he contacted my now ex. He even apologized to my husband. I have never met this guy in my life. Nothing I said or did made my husband believe me. He left me and our divorce is pending. Then yesterday, that guy contacted me. He apologized for what he did and told me that he was friends with my brother-in-law. He sent me their conversations, endless conversations my brother-in-law had about me for years. He has never forgotten that I, in his words, didn't even give him a chance and only judged him by his looks. He called me a C in that chat. Both group chats with his friends, but mostly with this guy. They planned this attack and my brother-in-law somehow got access to my photos. The reason this guy contacted me now is that he felt guilty. Because even when my marriage is over, my brother-in-law is still angry and hateful, especially when he heard that I was on a date last weekend. So the friend felt that he didn't help his friend, but ruined innocent people's lives. Not sure what to do. My brother-in-law has actually been happier and more sociable than usual since my divorce, and now I know why. Although, first, I thought he felt sorry and wanted to support me. His jokes about me ending up an old maid with cats as companions don't sound like jokes anymore. He meant them. I don't want to ruin my sister's life. She's very happy with her husband. I'm not sure if I should tell my ex or not. I am very heartbroken that he didn't believe me. I love him very much. He is the love of my life, but I'm not sure if I can forgive him for not believing me. But he is a victim in this too. So maybe he needs to know for closure. I am so terribly sad and hurt. I'm sorry this post got very long. Update. My brother-in-law is the reason why my husband left me. My soon-to-be ex-husband knows everything now. Apparently the guy who contacted me contacted my husband at the same time and confessed to him. My soon-to-be ex is coming to town this weekend and he wants to talk. Afterwards, I will probably need to look into taking legal action if that is possible and tell my family. I think now that exposing him is best and the more safe approach should anything more serious happen. At least people would be aware of who is to blame. I want to at least make sure that my sister and her children are in safety before I tell them everything, like meeting at my parents' house after I tell my parents. The pictures were real and probably stolen from my phone or my husband's because he was the only one that I took pictures for. I don't know if I can get any justice since the pictures were not of my face. At least I was smart enough not to have my face shown in them. My brother-in-law has been following me throughout my uni years and even afterwards. He found my sister and managed to charm her. When they got married, I was single and apparently he was telling his friends how he was glad I was old, single, and miserable. Not my experience of my single life. Then, when I met my husband, he was angry because he didn't think I would find someone at my age. I was 33. Now, when we are getting divorced, he was very pleased again, saying that I would definitely never find someone at 38, that I would regret turning him down. But I was on a date last weekend and he spiraled down again and was angry and wrote horrible things about me to his friends. So his friend chose to come forward because he thought that my divorce wasn't enough for this guy. I am very hurt and angry that my husband didn't believe it. But let's face it, I would probably have done the same. I met with my husband and it didn't go well at all. We talked and he apologized and asked me to forgive him. He said that he never truly believed that I would cheat, but the evidence was so overwhelming and he thought that he just believed me because he was blinded by his love for me. He then wanted to head over to my sister and her husband to confront him, but I asked him not to until I was comfortable that my sister is at least at my parents'. I wanted my parents to ask her to go visit them and tell her then. That way she is not with her husband when she finds out and he finds out that he is exposed. This morning I got many calls and texts from everyone because my husband went and did it anyways. He had a huge fight with my brother-in-law. He denied everything, of course, so my husband blasted him on social media and made an apology for believing the rumors about me. My sister was angry and shocked, and my parents were very confused and shocked. I have talked to my parents and told them everything now, and they believe me, but they agree that I should have given them a chance to talk to my sister before hell broke loose. Now she is not speaking to me because my husband tried to beat up her husband. I told my husband everything going back to uni, and he seems to believe me this time. I have tried to contact his friend and ask him to talk to my sister, but he said he didn't want to be a part of this anymore.
Am I the asshole for being scared of my wife driving?
Is she
thoughts? Any thoughts already?
Is she like scream the whole time or?
Yeah. She jump scares you in your own. Yeah. She has a Freddy Fazbear's mask in the background. Okay.
What happens?
For context, my wife got back to driving 1 year ago after not driving for 20 years or so. She is doing okay. She made a few long trips, 800, 300 miles, and lots of short ones weekly. Never had an accident, and I think she got a little cocky. We had an accident last summer because I fell asleep briefly.
Wait. She should be scared of you, my dog. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna reread that again. Catch the funny word here.
Yeah.
We had an accident.
You had an accident
because I fell asleep briefly. The car was in bad shape, but no one got hurt. On the way home, my wife asked me to keep my hands on the wheel because she was a little scared. I told her it was ridiculous because our accident had nothing to do with where my hands were. Dumbass. She got pissed because after she asked, I got chocolate on my hands and had to remove them a few times from the wheel to clean them. I kept it short and it was no big deal. This point will be relevant later.
You're the most distracted driver. You're eating and falling asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, you're
doing everything other than fucking paying attention to the road.
Driving around with the sleeping cap and a hot cocoa in your hand, yeah.
I'm terrified of my wife driving because she's a woman. And here I am with chocolate all over my fingers.
Yeah.
Like, you're so crazy, dude.
Now, on to the current issue. She drove me to the airport so I wouldn't pay for a taxi. She was a little reckless during the trip. For example, she was too close to the car in front of us, she went above the speed limit, used the brakes too late, etc.
Oh my god.
I tried to communicate this gently during the drive. I told her to be careful when driving back home from the airport.
She didn't even have chocolate on her fingers.
Yeah, it's like, come on.
It's like, are you even a real driver?
She looked puzzled and asked why she should be more careful driving back compared to right now, and my request made no sense. I let it go, but I got a few scares and jumped a few times in my seat after that. I was visibly tense and she got very annoyed, asking me what my problem was. I was truthful and told her that I was scared, and she flipped it on me, saying that it was how she felt when I removed my hands from the wheel after my accident, and it was okay for me to ignore her at the time, but now I want to manage her driving. I find her attitude very childish because I am a more experienced driver, and it was one accident, but at least she ended up driving more slowly and carefully. However, I feel bad that we ended up being mad at each other while I would be away for a few days, and I wonder if I should have kept my mouth shut. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for being rude to my boyfriend after he withheld the salt from me? My female 27, boyfriend, male 30, are currently on vacation with his family. I have volunteered to cook most nights because I love to cook and I am the best at it out of the entire group. This evening, I was making a dish for everyone and asked my boyfriend to please get me an array of seasonings for this specific dish: MSG, soy sauce, pepper, and salt. He then said, if you're using MSG, do you really need salt? To which I explained that MSG is not salty, has 1/3 of sodium content to regular salt, and that dishes, if they're using MSG, will still typically require salt. I was cooking outside on a griddle and the dish comes together quickly, so I was not able to go back to grab any additional seasonings. I realized shortly afterwards that he did not include salt, just 3 out of the 4 things I requested. When asked, he said we didn't need it. I tried the food, it was bland, so he then proceeded to put an additional soy sauce, which it did not need. It needed fucking salt. Either way, I was defeated and needed to take it off, so I served it as is without salt. Everyone, upon being served, said it needed salt and proceeded to salt their own dishes. My boyfriend stood by his decision and doubled down on his argument that you can't remove salt, but you can add it, and that he preferred how it tasted as is. I was fuming because he has done this in the past and says I occasionally overseason/oversalt food. However, it does not happen regularly enough to be an issue. Occasionally accidental. I do 90% of the cooking at home and he loves my food. We argued about it and he stood his ground that he prefers his food less salty and that if I salted it, that he would have been shit out of luck and not been able to eat any of it. However, the amount of salt it required was not enough to be overly salted, and that I know for a fact the amount of salt I would have used, he would have happily eaten it. I told him his behavior felt controlling, and he hit me with I could have grabbed more salt myself. But again, this dish, if I stepped away, would would have burned very quickly. Am I the asshole for being angry and calling my boyfriend controlling for not just getting me the salt when I asked for it initially?
Either this guy has his taste buds that are just like out of control, where he tastes everything just more than the rest of us do, or he has villainized salt. Like, I don't know what's going on here.
This is just so weird to me.
It is weird.
Like, are you serious? Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, could he have grabbed it after you asked him? Yes. Like, you're doing a huge favor and cooking. But at the same time, it's not that difficult for people to just salt their food. And then they get to pick what they want. But I do know that cooking with the salt changes the flavor a little bit versus just sprinkling.
Yeah, people who are chefs and bakers are probably listening to this just screaming.
Am I the asshole for keeping all of my roommates' belongings after they moved out, despite them wanting them back? I, 21 female, used to live with 2 roommates, both 21 female, in an off-campus student housing apartment. We used to be friends prior to moving in, but ultimately we didn't get along as they were disrespectful of my property and of our shared space. They both found housing for next year, while I've decided to stay in the same apartment unit. The apartment staff clearly stated they were required to clean every apartment before the next tenant arrived, thus everything had to be empty before leaving. However, since I renewed my lease, I could keep everything in my room, but I had to leave the living room and kitchen completely empty. The day before my roommates moved out, they asked me if they could keep some of their boxes with me. I said no. I was going home for the summer that day, and I thought I made it clear they had to find other arrangements. I received an email a week ago stating I was fined $900 for failure to clean my space. I drove to my student housing apartment the same day to check on my apartment and to speak to the housing staff. When I got to my place, I noticed several things still in my living room. These were my roommates, their TV, vacuum, water purifier, dish rack, rice cooker, toaster, rug, couch pillows, ottoman, and boxes. Damn, so they didn't move shit out. They didn't leave anything. I mean, they left everything. They didn't take anything. No, you're not the asshole. I spoke to the apartment staff and I explained that none of these things were mine and instead were my roommates. Thus, I shouldn't have been fined. However, they explained that my roommates were no longer on the lease as of late May. Thus, any belongings in there would be my responsibility. In the end, they basically said there was nothing they can do and I had to pay the fine, which was a lot of money. So basically, my summer savings were gone in an instant. Hell nah. I wouldn't have given them shit back either because they asked you, you told them, no, you cannot leave that shit here. They knew that all that shit needed to be cleared the fuck out. They knew exactly what the fuck was going to happen. And if they're not willing to pay it back, then I'm keeping your shit because clearly you didn't fucking want it, because if you did, you would have taken it with you when you left after I told you it couldn't stay here. When I got home, I messaged my roommates and I told them about the situation. They gave me half-ass apologies and said they assumed it wouldn't be an issue since I had the lease and we all collectively used some of the stuff they left behind. Thus, it was technically my responsibility too. I asked them both to pay me $450 each to cover the fine. They said no. To that I said, yeah, we all used all those things, but now they're all mine. I had to pay the fine, so I'm going to keep everything you guys left, period. Because if you wanted it, you would have taken it with you. They began to freak out and spam message me about how I'm being an asshole for keeping their personal belongings. I ignored the messages. After that, they got on social media and blasted me for being a thief. I had many of their friends harass me. Now they're getting their parents involved, but so am I. I know whatever they left was probably more than the fine, but I'm not going to pay for someone else's carelessness. They assumed they could just come over after the summer and retrieve their stuff while bypassing the need to buy a storage unit or find other arrangements to store their things. Am I the asshole for keeping all of my roommates' belongings after they moved out, even though they want them back? Nope. You're not the asshole because all 3 of you guys were on the lease. All 3 of you guys were aware that everything in the house had to be cleared out except for your bedroom because you were the one that was staying. All 3 of you guys had access to this information. All 3 of you guys knew what the fuck was going to happen in this unit once you guys left for the summertime. Your roommates truly fucked around and found out. They assumed, well, we're just going to leave this stuff here because if anything happens, it's not going to come back on us. They fucked around and forgot that all of their belongings are there. All of their stuff is there. And if you guys want it back so bad, it's going to cost you a hot $4.50 a piece. if you want it. And getting their fucking parents involved, you should have asked your parents to get you a goddamn storage unit. Ask your parents to pay $450 for the shit that you guys left in my apartment after I made it clear that you could not leave your shit here when you asked me. I told you you couldn't leave that shit here. The rules are that it must be cleared out. Y'all knew this. This ain't nothing fucking new. You're bad. You're fucking bad.
Am I wrong for ruining my mom's engagement party after she abandoned me when I was 11? I, 17 male, have a strange relationship with my mom, 35 female, after an incident that happened about 6 years ago. My mom was super strict and a helicopter parent, so we fought a lot over my grades and the trouble I got into at school. She had essentially abandoned me, signing over custody to my dad after I had told her something along the lines of, I hate you and I wish I lived with my dad. Typical things an angsty preteen says to the parent, but that fight seemed to have broke her and she cried before dropping me off to my dad's apartment. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal and I would just see her the next day after she proved her point, but she left me there. After that, things got essentially worse for me. My grades dropped and I kept getting into trouble at school, almost to the point where I was kicked out. My dad never had job security, so money was tight. His girlfriend also wasn't fond of me, saying I was dumped on them. I wanted to go back to living with my mom. I thought to apologize, but my mom had essentially moved on with her life. She went back to college to get her degree and was always studying, and later on was focused on her new work. On the weekends, I would get to see her. Things were tense between us. She tried so hard to be the fun parent, eating takeout and leaving me to do what I wanted, but it was so unlike her and we became more estranged. 3 years ago, she started dating Paul, 39 male, a widower with 2 daughters, 9 and 13. She started treating his daughters like they were her own, and they even started calling her mom, which irritated me. Eventually, they moved into my mom's house and changed my childhood bedroom into one of the daughters' rooms. I was livid when I found out, saying some mean things about the girls, and refused to go back there for my mom's weekends, but she was confused on why I was acting this way. Because of this fight, she thought I wouldn't be attending the engagement party when she announced her and Paul would be getting married. Besides, she didn't want me there to ruin the perfect picture of her new family. So I made it a point to go for the party and called her out for her behavior. I wanted to confront her and tell her she wouldn't have to bother with me after I go off for college, but I may have taken it a tad too far. Everyone kept talking about how Paul's daughters were like her children and how it would be when she had more kids, and it snapped something in me. I called her a horrible parent and told her that she was trying to replace me with the little brats after she had abandoned me, along with some other insults I don't really remember. Paul kicked me and my dad out, saying I was an asshole for making his fiancé and girls cry and ruining the engagement party. He said I won't be allowed to the wedding unless I called and apologized. I may have taken it a bit too far, but my dad agrees she had it coming after abandoning a young child at an age when he needed his mother the most. So, am I the asshole? Should I apologize? You don't drop your kid at 11? At 11 for saying I hate you and I wish I lived with my dad. They're a literal child. So he feels her. Like, I understand, like, he's wrong. Of course he's wrong. But he's acting out. He's hurt. Like, she doesn't understand, like, how hard that is for him to picture that. Ugh.
Am I overreacting for crying that my boyfriend pushed me off the bed? I'm not faking any injuries or being physically hurt. I'm just upset that I fell off the bed onto the ground next to the litter box and knocked over the air purifier. I was genuinely scared that I was gonna break my neck, and mid-landing, I told him that I was scared about that. The main reason why he pushed me off the bed was because I was bugging him to get out of bed because I had just ordered food for him and it had arrived and I wanted him to come eat it. So he ended up pushing me off the bed with his feet as a joke or a punishment for annoying him or something. I don't know. He said, that's it. All right, I'm gonna push you off the bed onto your cat's litter box. This happened a few minutes ago and I just can't seem to calm down. I was previously living with roommates, but that arrangement just didn't work out, so I agreed to leave the lease and then I accepted my boyfriend's offer for me to come move in with him. Just a little context, we have been dating for 4 years. And this isn't the first time that he's done this to me. He used to do this a little bit more often before. He would shove me or push me off the bed as a joke. Am I overreacting for crying that my boyfriend pushed me off the bed? And this isn't the first time that he's done this to me. He used to do this a little bit more often before. He would shove me or push me off the bed as a joke. He knows that I don't like it, but he keeps doing it, and sometimes I end up crying because I just don't like it. I mean, who would like being pushed off the bed? He gets so upset about my reaction. He thinks that I'm overreacting and that he's just being playful, But I just don't like it, and I feel like he hates me because why would he find it amusing to torture me like this? He would say, "You're fine, Jesus, why are you crying over this? You're overreacting," and just so many things along those lines. And then usually I cry even harder when he says those things because I just hate that he has that reaction to me being hurt, and then he makes me even more sad by saying those things. He just comes off so heartless to me because he never tries to comfort me and he never apologizes. He always says it's an accident, but why does he act so cold afterwards? I'm not really sure what to do, but I kind of just wanted to come on here to get some opinions about what I should do and if I should even approach him about this, because I've already talked to him about it before, obviously, and he just doesn't take it well and always says I'm overreacting.
Story time. About the time that I got locked out of my house in my PJs, so I had to break into my own house because I had a final to do at school, and if I didn't break into my house, I wouldn't be able to do my final. So, it was last week of school, and it was finals week, and my roommates were all already at school during their finals, and I still had time because my final wasn't until like 11 in the morning. So I was at home, I was chilling, and my roommates' parents were in the area, so they decided to stop by and say hi. So I come out of the house in my PJs, I'm like, "Oh my god, hi, so good to see you, hope you guys are well." And as I'm doing this, one of our roommates had a boyfriend, and he was staying at ours, and he decided to leave while I was saying bye to the parents. So he leaves and he closes the door behind him. So I say bye to the parents, I turn around to go inside, and the door was locked. My roommate's parents had already left by this time. The boyfriend was already gone, and I was locked out in my PJs, slippers, hair was unbrushed, and I had a final to do. So I started panicking because I was like, how am I gonna get back into my house and do this final when I have no phone, I have nothing on me. But I saw these two people walking down the street, and this was a really residential area. Like, it was Orange County, it was very suburban, it was very safe. So I go up to these people, I'm like, "Hi, do you mind if I use your phone? Because I just got locked out." And they're like, "Sorry, no." And they kept walking. And I was like, okay. So then I saw another person walking, and I run up to them and "Hi, I just got locked out, can I use your phone, please?" And they kind of just looked at me up and down and kept walking. And I was like, oh my god, no one's gonna lend me their phone because I look insane. My hair was, I just did not look right. Yeah. So I was like, this is it. I'm screwed. I'm gonna miss my final. I'm gonna fail. This is the end of my college career. I did well in school. I could not afford. Anyway, I saw this guy who was in a pickup truck. He was just sitting in his car. So I went up to him and I was like, "Sir, do you mind if I please use your phone?" And he was actually really nice, so he gave me his phone. But it was an Android. I don't know how to use Androids. I feel so stupid when someone gives me their Android. I literally do not know what to do. But he gave me his phone, and I had to figure out how to text someone. So I somehow make my way to messages, and then it was all predictive text, and it wasn't predicting what I wanted to say. So I literally physically could not write a message because it wasn't doing what I wanted to do. But I felt too stupid and embarrassed to tell him that I didn't know how to use his phone. So I just pretended to do something, and I was like, "Thank you so much, here you go." And he was like, "Hope you make it in." And I was like, "Oh my god, me too, bye." So I went back to my house, and I was like, I actually need to break in because there's no other option. So we had a garage that was detached from our house. So I was like, maybe there's something in the garage that I can use to break into our house. So I go through our garden and I go into our garage because that door was always unlocked. And I found a hanger, and I was like, oh my god, this hanger is gonna get me into our house. So I go back to our front door, and we had a little mail slot on the door, and I was like, maybe if I put my hand through and I can use the hanger to turn the doorknob or turn the lock or something. So I'm like that, my face smushed against the door, and I'm trying to do it, and the door unlocks. And I actually broke into our house, and I actually made it to my final. Which also made me realize how dangerous mail slots are, because someone can just unlock your door.
Am I the asshole for leaving a vacation that I planned for my girlfriend after her friends came along? My girlfriend Sarah, 29 male, and I, male 28, have been dating for 5 years. I wanted to go on a vacation with her to celebrate, so I planned the trip for several months. I decided on skiing, snowboarding, and other winter activities, and the activities seemed perfect. I was looking forward to it because I wanted to propose to her at the end of the trip, but 5 days before the trip, she dropped the ball that she invited 2 of her friends to meet her there. I was upset because I wanted to spend one-on-one time with Sarah for our anniversary. And it was clear it was just for us, but she still insisted they come. Am I the asshole for leaving a vacation that I planned for my girlfriend after her friends came along? I figured we could make changes to our plans and I would still be able to propose to her privately. She essentially blew me off for her friends and we didn't get any private time. After 3 days of being in second place, I decided to leave the trip and I headed home. I told Sarah why I was leaving and she was upset. Her and her friends ganged up on me and said we were all having a great time, and she thinks I'm being a jerk for making her pick between her friends and me. I've never had issues with her friends prior to the trip, and I never made her pick between us. Now I'm at home and thinking about everything, and Sarah said that I ruined the trip.
Am I the asshole for leaving my sister's wedding early after her maid of honor humiliated me in her speech? I was a bridesmaid at my sister's wedding last week, and the wedding was beautiful. Everything seemed perfect until the reception. During the reception, the maid of honor, who has been my sister's best friend since childhood, gave her speech. It was emotional and all, but then she made a joke about how I was the family screw up and how I finally managed to do something right by not messing up my bridesmaid duties. Everyone laughed, but I didn't find it funny whatsoever. For context, I've had a rough few years. I struggled with mental health and dropped out of college for a while. I've since gotten my life back on track, but it's still a pretty sensitive topic for me. My sister's best friend and I never really got along that well, but especially because the day wasn't even about me, so why was she bringing me up in the speech? I still just never really expected this from her, even though we didn't really ever get along. I tried to stay composed, but I felt the tears coming, so I just quietly left the reception and went outside to collect myself. Am I the asshole for leaving my sister's wedding early after her maid of honor humiliated me in her speech? I tried to stay composed, but I felt the tears coming, so I just quietly left the reception and went outside to collect myself. My sister followed me out and asked me what was wrong, and when I told her, she said it was just a joke and she meant nothing bad by it. I tried to go back inside, but I just couldn't, so I ended up leaving the wedding early. My parents totally understand why I was upset, but my sister is angry with me, and while I do feel terrible for leaving, I still feel like I had the right to be upset and humiliated. I didn't say anything in the moment because I just didn't want to cause a scene on my sister's special day. And I can't reason with her right now because she'll just ask me if I haven't been taking my meds lately, because that's usually what she does when she's angry with me. So I'm just gonna give her some space and time to realize that what her best friend said was really messed up. So am I the asshole for leaving my sister's wedding early?
I found this on my husband's desk. He's either so romantic or having an affair. And it's a note, handwritten note. And it says, being with you and around you is a gift. You light up my life and others. You make life so much easier. You inspire. You conquer and master. Highlighted comments that people pulled from best of Redditor updates. Plot twist, he wrote that about himself as a positive affirmation to lift his own spirits. Next person, who's gonna tell her? Between the pen at the very top indicating the testing of the pen, the hole punched, spiral bound, not letter paper, and the bullet point format, this really looks like a rough draft of some kind. Whether it's for a card, him writing stuff down so we can better formulate strongly worded compliments for you, or even self-affirmation. I think there's almost no way this could be anything other than very sweet and wholesome. Update, I found a love note on my husband's desk, and it was either romantic or bad news bears. Okay, first of all, this got way more attention than I expected. It made my day so much fun, so thanks for all your comments. Lots of people wanted update, so I thought I would share. This afternoon, the note was in the trash. I asked my husband why there was a love letter in the trash. He was so confused. So I really love St. Patrick's Day, and I was really depressed around that time this year. He wanted to do something special for me, so he bought me 6 gifts to make me feel better, like a ball of yarn, a pepperoni stick, slippers, craft supplies, and I forgot the rest. I think brie. But each gift came with a mini card that had one thing he loves about me. That note was his brainstorm of things he loves about me.
Oh. I love that. I thought this was gonna be the one that like flips around since she was tempted, like, you know, dangling that in front of you. That was great.
He said he wrote a totally different list for his mistress.
What? Oh, you're fucking with me.
I love it.
No, that's on here.
What? You're fucking with me.
No, it's a joke.
Oh, okay.
OP goes, he said he wrote a totally different list for his mistress. So there's that.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
he must have been kidding.
Yeah.
So you need to be able to have that.
Dude.
No, but if
Lauren straight panics.
Well,
you
I was
need to
in
have
the
that.
zone.
I know,
Yeah.
but you need to be able to have that kind of response in a relationship. I mean, that's just perfect.
No,
if you have that sense of humor, I mean,
Cheeky, yeah.
100%. And I love sarcasm. I just did not pick up on that one.
I mean,
Morgan has a good poker face.
yeah. Yeah, but if you saw a note like that, the last thing my mind would go to is it's for someone else.
I don't know. know. I had a nightmare last night that you were cheating and having other people in your bed.
Oh, let's get into that.
You know those nightmares that you have about your partner and you're just like, you wake up just mad?
Having other people, in my
100%.
bed that we were sleeping in.
Yeah, I was like, it was a dream where you literally had like another girl in your bed. I was like, what the fuck?
And you just like happened to pop by.
I don't even know. I was raging. Dude, I will have a dream like that. I've had that before where the person that I'm with, they're with somebody else and I see that. I catch them and I'm like, what are you doing? And they look at me with like a stone cold face and they're like, what? And like not being able to get through to them, like how painful it is so hard. And I'll like hit them and they're like a brick wall. I'm like, why don't you understand? Why don't you get it? Like, and it's just is like,
oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's happened a couple of times and it's just the worst thing because they're just like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, what do you mean?
Story of the time I lost my little sister at the boardwalk. So this past summer, me and my sister went to the boardwalk a lot, like just the two of us. We would walk around, we would try to find like a little boyfriend for her, whatever. I'm just kidding. Like I was trying to find a boyfriend for her because like she was depressed over some loser from school that like played her and stuff. So I was like, you know what, you need to find a new boy to talk to. Like, come on. Like, she doesn't need a boy. Don't get me wrong. Now I'm about to go into a rant how she doesn't need no man and she's an independent woman. But, like, well, independent 14-year-old girl. She's not a woman, but, you know. So, anyway, we've already walked up and down the boardwalk a few times. We got food. We got ice cream. You know, we were there for a minute already. And every so often, we would walk past this boy that she thought was really cute. I was like, come on, just go up to him, you know, be bold, ask him for his Snapchat or whatever. What's the worst that can happen? He says no, and then you walk away depressed, and we go get more ice cream. Like, well, she didn't want to do that. And, oh, before I forget to mention, I don't know if you guys seen my story time about the creepy old man from the mall that I used to work at that would just sit there all day and just stare at children. So, guess who was at the boardwalk that day? Yeah, him, creepy dude. So I literally, the whole time, I'm like, Naomi, you need to be next to me, attached to my hip, because this man is here today. What is he? He has no business being at a boardwalk by himself full of children. Like, what is he doing? But anyway, so she's like, can you ask him, the guy that's cute, because I'm too nervous. And I'm like, okay, you know what? That's fine. So she gives me her phone. She's like, tell him to put his snap in my phone if he says yes. And I'm like, okay, you stay at this store. Because the kid was sitting on a bench right next to this store. So I'm like, you stay at this store, right? And she's like, okay. So I go up to the kid. I'm like, hey, this is my cousin. I show him a picture. I'm like, she thinks you're really cute. She was wondering if she can get your Snapchat. And he was like, yeah, of course. Like, she's really pretty. And I was like, perfect. So put your snap in her phone. So he does. And I turn around to go celebrate the good news with her. And poof, she's gone. Vanished. Goodbye. Where did she go? Beats me. And I'm literally standing here like, I have her phone right now. There is a creepy schmuck walking around this boardwalk just looking to kidnap a kid. By the way, this is her. This right here, this is her. This is her little Harry Houdini, vanish, poof, in midair looking self. So anyway, I asked this guy from the games thing to start announcing her name because I'm like, okay, I don't care. He had a microphone, maybe she'll hear it. And then her little self comes out of bush, all giggly, smiley, happy, like I wasn't about to call the SWAT team on her.
The day after the funeral, those of us who missed the wedding were sent requests for $125 by Tara as a refund for meals and favor bags. Oh my gosh. Am I the asshole for telling my stepdaughter she isn't owed refunds from guests that missed her wedding for a funeral? Oh my goodness. My stepdaughter Tara, 27, recently got married. I've been with her mother for 10 years total, so she didn't grow up with me around. She has her father and his family in her life. She is not extremely close with my side of the family, and that's fine. 6 days before her wedding, my father died unexpectedly. The people invited to her wedding from my family was myself, my 2 kids, my brother, and one of my sisters. I flew out to see my mother immediately and was gone for 2 days. My wife wanted to stay behind to help Tara with the wedding prep, and my mom and aunt handled the funeral arrangements. They were aware of Tara's wedding and tried to be mindful of it and also give our family time to get in town for the funeral. One funeral home serves the area my parents live in, and the dates available for service were day before the wedding, day of the wedding, or day after the wedding. They went with a date after. My siblings skipped the wedding since they live in different states and would only be able to get time off to afford to travel for one ceremony, so they went with our father's funeral. Duh. Like, that's the obvious choice. My kids and I stayed for Tara's wedding, took photos, and left right after the ceremony since it was a 6-hour drive, and airline prices were insanely high, and I'd already dropped a good bit of money on the first flight after my dad died. Wow, honestly, good for you for still making it out to the wedding. Like, there shouldn't be no shame in you not going, but that's really strong of you to be able to go. So, oh my god, she's gonna be butthurt that people missed her wedding for a funeral. Ugh, let me see what happens. The day after the funeral, those of us who missed the wedding were sent requests for $125 by Tara as a refund for meals and favor bags. Oh my gosh. My kids and siblings asked if she was serious, and I told them I'd call her to find out. When I called, she said she was serious and we had cost her money and owed her for missing her wedding. Yo, their dad died. Oh my, what insensitive piece of shit. Oh my gosh. Tara and my wife think we all should have stayed for the wedding and reception and left afterward. I told them both before the wedding that wouldn't be doable and why. My brother and sister couldn't afford 2 plane tickets or get that many days off, and they had sent their apologies and wedding gifts to her. I also pointed out that we couldn't all fit in one car to drive there. My wife insists that I should pay all the refunds and my mother shouldn't have scheduled a funeral the day after the wedding, and worse for me to leave on Tara's wedding day. Oh my god, this isn't Am I the Asshole, but I think this should be under entitled Ass Piece of Shits. I might be an asshole because I told Tara that we gave her and her husband a few days heads up we wouldn't be attending the reception, so it's not like they got blindsided, and to demand refunds over a funeral was beyond unreasonable.
Am I the asshole for telling my neighbor to F off after she demanded I clean her house? I'm a Latina woman married to an American man, and we live in a small community in Florida where most people are nice to me. I love cleaning, trying new products for fun, and a couple of times I've offered to clean other people's houses free of charge. One is a widower, one just had a baby, and another one just got into a car accident. A few days ago, I was sitting on my couch and I heard someone knocking on my door. A lady around 40 who I've never seen said it took you a while to open the door. I mumbled, huh? And she asked me in the most entitled tone, I want to know when you're going to clean my house for free. Am I the asshole for telling my neighbor to F off after she demanded I clean her house? She asked me in the most entitled tone when I was going to clean her house for free. I was trying not to laugh and asked why would I do that, and she proceeded to mention all the houses I've cleaned. And she wanted to know why I didn't make it to her house yet. She then yelled at me loud enough to make my next door neighbor come outside and see what was going on, simply because I wasn't replying to her. I was still trying to process her audacity to come to my house and demand I clean. I said I'm never gonna clean your house and I've only helped a few people. She then demanded and I told her to F off.
Am I the asshole for wanting to put my husband on spousal/child support? My husband and I got into a big argument over how unhappy I am in the marriage, and I've decided to end the marriage. 10 years together, 3 years married, we live in separate homes at the moment because I was apartment hunting for a bigger space since we have a child now. He's walked out and went to stay back at his parents' home. It's been over 2 days since I've heard from him. This is not the first time he's walked out and not communicated with me. This is his typical actions when you have a big argument. I'm left to care for our child like I'm a single parent. He hasn't reached out to check to see about his child and missed his 12-month pediatrician appointment that he knew about and had saved in his phone calendar. I've been contemplating on applying for spousal support and child support now that I'm officially ending things. Am I the asshole for planning on blindsiding him with this court order? He's always acted like a 50-50 man, but he doesn't do anything financially to contribute to the home unless I ask him for half the rent or constantly explain how he doesn't financially help out. I've always been a stay-at-home mom, part-time career worker. I'm going to need his financial support to still find a place for our child and myself since we live in a major city that has extremely expensive housing costs. Am I the asshole for not reaching out and telling him I'm going to file for child support? Am I the asshole for wanting my husband to hold my hand during birth? I'm currently 7 months pregnant and I'm married to a family medicine doctor and we've been together for 10 years. I'm really needing some advice on a fight that me and my husband are having about our birth plan. My husband really wants to deliver our baby, which I understand because it's pretty common for doctors to deliver their own kids. I guess my husband has always dreamed of being the one to pull the baby out, but I guess I just was picturing it a lot differently for myself. I thought that he would be up by my head and holding my hand and just helping me through the whole process. He says that he will do that, but the easiest part is the very end where I won't need him anyway. He said if I really want someone there, his mom can step in and be there for me, but I've been on my own since I was a kid. I just really don't even think I want anyone else in the room except for him. I really don't even want his mom in there. She's really cool and I love her, but he's my person. I know it would be cool for him to deliver the baby. Am I the asshole for wanting my husband to hold my hand during birth? I know it would be cool for him to deliver the baby, but I just feel like I really need him there to support me. I personally didn't even want our doctors to know that my husband was a doctor, because as soon as they find out that he's a doctor, the doctors and the vets and like any medical person, they just start exclusively talking to him and they just shut me out. I don't even want him to come to our prenatal appointments anymore because they all just talk to him and they ignore me, and then I can't even ask my questions to them. I have to ask my husband at home. But he's already told everyone that he'll be delivering his first baby. And I guess I just don't want this because I really want him to be there as a husband and a father and not as a doctor. I wanted him to be there for me because this is my first birth and I'm terrified, but he just keeps saying that I'll be fine. He pulled in his family and friends about this too, who also don't understand my point of view. They said it's also his first child and I should just let him have this since I had the honor of being pregnant. Am I being selfish for wanting it to be this way?
Am I the asshole for sabotaging my husband's tournament after he refused to help with our newborn? My husband Jake, 30 male, and I, 27 female, recently welcomed our first baby, Emma. She's now 3 months old. As most new parents know, it's been a challenging time, filled with sleepless nights and endless diaper changes. I'm on maternity leave, so I'm home with Emma all day, but I still need help from Jake, especially during the night. Jake works from home and is a gamer. He spends most of his free time playing online games with his friends. I've tried to be understanding and give him his space, but it's been hard when he refuses to help with Emma at night. I've asked him multiple times to take turns getting up with her, but he always says that he's too tired or that he has an important game. You choose to have babies with people who spend all of their free time playing games online, and you think that's going to change when you have a baby, and then you're shocked when they refuse to help you. Like this, this is not the first time. This isn't the first time you've asked him for help for something and he chose the excuse, I'm too tired, when bro literally doesn't leave the house. Bro, no, absolutely not. I said I need help with the child that you helped make. Breastfeeding has been particularly difficult. Emma often struggles to latch properly, leading to painful and sometimes cracked nipples. I've had mastitis twice already. It leaves me feeling feverish and in intense pain. Despite seeing me in pain, Jake just laughs it off. He finds it amusing. He never offers to help during these moments, even though I'm struggling and in need of support. One night after I'd been up with Emma for the third time, Jake was still glued to his computer. I'd had enough. I went to his office and I asked him to take over so that I could get some sleep. He waved me off, saying that he was in the middle of a game and that I should just handle it. He added, "You're on maternity leave and free all day while I have to work, so I need some time to relax. You're just sitting around doing nothing all day anyway." I was exhausted and on the verge of tears. I needed his help, but he was completely dismissive. In a moment of frustration and desperation, I walked over to the router and turned off the Wi-Fi. That's when Jake completely lost it. He stormed out of his office, screaming at me. Apparently, he and his friends were in some sort of online tournament. They were about to win when I unplugged the Wi-Fi. He called me selfish, irresponsible, and accused me of sabotaging his one form of relaxation. You're relaxing, yet ignoring all of your responsibilities at home. Just because you have a job, sir, that does not mean when you clock off of work, you are done adulting for the day. You chose to have a goddamn baby. Jake went on to say that I had no right to interfere with his me time and that I should have just waited until he was done. I calmly explained that I needed his help and that our baby was more important than his game. He refused to listen and continued to berate me. Added that I haven't even been sleeping with him and that we've only been intimate 4 times since Emma was born. I wonder why. Sir, you are literally a man-child. You're throwing a tantrum over playing a game while simultaneously ignoring your wife and child. Your baby got up 3 times in one night. Your wife is exhausted and in tears, but you completely dismiss her. Now you're upset that she's not willingly opening her legs for you. That's okay. Jake accused me of wanting to take away everything from him while doing nothing all day and sitting home on my ass. So what is he doing all day? He goes to work, clocks off work, and then gets on the game all goddamn day. Okay, well, if I'm sitting on my ass, bro, so are you. So are you. When you have a child that I need help raising, maternity leave does not mean I need to be the only person that takes care of this child. Girl, you are not the asshole. Jake never helps during the day either, even after he finishes work at 5. I don't expect him to help during work hours, but once he's off, he should be stepping up as a parent. Instead, he goes straight to his games and leaves me to handle everything alone. Since then, he's been sulking around the house, barely speaking to me. To make matters worse, his friends have been sending me nasty messages, calling me a crazy wife and saying I'm unreasonable. One of them even suggested that Jake should leave me because I'm too demanding. Okay. I feel like I'm losing my mind here. I'm just trying to get a bit of support. I'm exhausted. All I wanted was for Jake to step up and be a parent too. Instead, I'm being painted as the villain for wanting help with our newborn. Am I the asshole? OP then goes on to make an edit about how much she appreciates her husband and that he works really hard and that she's been going, through these feelings of ups and downs because she feels like she's guilty, but then she feels, justified in doing what she's doing. And people that are calling her the asshole, telling her that she's selfish in the comment section aren't really helping. I wasn't in the mood to read all that. You guys are more than welcome to go back and read it. I don't think OP is the asshole. 3 months. 3 months of dealing with this baby by herself. She has had mastitis twice. That shit is extremely painful. He laughed at her. He was amused by her pain. He thought it was funny. He's continuously waving her off. He accuses her of sitting on her ass all day long doing nothing while he's at work. Just for him to clock out at 5 o'clock and immediately jump online and then get mad at his wife, who again has been in the house with him all day, that is asking him to help her. Never once has he lifted a finger to help her, but she's the asshole for reaching her wit's end and demanding that he stand up, get them game down, and take care of his goddamn child. Girl, nah, you're not the asshole. Not at all. Not at all. Not for unplugging the Wi-Fi router, because I would have threw that bitch in the bathtub. OP did make another edit saying, for those saying why I married him and didn't I know this before, Jake was completely different before Emma was born. He was supportive and understanding. This behavior is new and shocking to me. She says that he was supportive and understanding. He wasn't helpful. He wasn't helpful. She still did everything by herself. That man still clocked out of work and went and sat on a game all goddamn day. Of course he did. Yeah, he did. You were hoping that he would put some of this shit to the side and step up for his responsibilities when you got pregnant. And now you realize it's not going to, this is not, the circumstances have changed, absolutely. But the behavior isn't new. I'm calling bullshit on that. It's not. You married a man-child. You married a man-child that has more energy to crawl up in it and make a baby. Do you want to continue to be married to this man-child, or do you want to move on and take care of your baby by yourself? You're already doing it alone. That's a decision that you need to make, because this shit is not okay. And complaining about it to random strangers on the internet is not going to make it any better.
I cut my mum off because she's been paying my husband off. Story time. So my mum is very, very well off. I grew up very, very privileged. She's actually quite well known. I don't know. I do kind of realise how privileged my life has been. However, it did not stop me cutting her off after I found out what I found out a few weeks ago. Now, my mum was like super overprotective, and I always kind of thought maybe this stemmed from her wanting to protect me the way she kind of wasn't. However, it was very like overboard. Like even my friends were like, how'd you do anything on your own, basically? However, I kind of thought this would end when I started to get a bit older. She started to trust me a bit more. I gained a bit of responsibility. Like I really kind of didn't mind it. Anyway, the time came for me to kind of head off to college. I decided to not go to uni. Uni would definitely would not be for me. And I ended up meeting my now husband Mark in college. And then me and Mark kind of grew closer, and we introduced each other to our families. Like my and Mark's relationship side of this thing was like very, very normal. And I do count myself as really, really lucky to like find Mark so early on in my life. My mum really, really liked Mark up until the point that we started to get serious, like, you know, buying a house, he proposed to me, like that sort of stuff, that's when she started to, like, no, act a bit weird towards him. I never really suspected anything, but when me and Mark were buying a house, Mark suddenly got like this bunch of money. Looking back now, obviously I can be like, oh yeah, obviously he was taking the money, because he suddenly got all this money to put a house deposit down for us. So I like refused to go and see my mum. He unfollowed them all on Facebook. Like, no, like looking back now it's obvious. However, at the time I just didn't, because I didn't know what was happening. I didn't think of anything. So leading up to the house, we were working really, really hard to save and obviously put money aside. We were like cutting stuff out of our daily expenditures. And all of a sudden, we were just on Rightmove and his house, and I thought, I can't afford that. He was like, oh, we can. Have been saving money. Like, I've got way enough. And I was like, during this time, Mark we did have this conversation saying how my mum doesn't really like him. I was like, let's just not tell your mum I'm involved, basically. I thought this was weird. I thought he was like cheating on me, or I thought something was weird about this, but okay, whatever. Told my mum I've bought a house and that I'm moving up north because we currently live in London. Like, oh my god, I'm so happy for you. Like, she then gave me a bunch of money. Mark then proposed to me. This was the night of us moving in. So obviously I said to Mark, like, I have to tell my mum, like, I can't keep this from her. This is absolutely huge. She was so hesitant and I was so confused. So I still tell my mum, I called her because I was just so happy. It's like I've been dreaming of forever. Like, the proposal was like a fairy tale. My mum's face, oh my god, I wish I took a screenshot. No, you're protective, but why are you reacting like that? So my mum ends the phone call as soon as I tell her this, and then Mark's phone starts ringing and he answers it, and obviously we're in the same room. Basically, my mum just plain out says, she doesn't say hi or anything. She's just like, I thought I've been paying you for a reason. Then Mark immediately hangs the phone up and like walks out the room and then clearly calls her back. Oh, but I want to know what's being said at this point, so I don't like tell him I've clocked on. It turns out that my mum has been paying Mark basically since it got serious, 30k a week, see me anymore. Obviously, I asked Mark why the hell he took this money. He basically said that nothing was going to stop him seeing me, and he just thought he could like cheat the system basically and still see me and have this money for us together. When he said that, I was kind of like, okay, I like your thinking. Obviously, I just immediately cut my mum off after this. Like, why the hell she was trying to stop me from being with the love of my life, I will never know.
Today I fucked up by slapping the beef in front of my 6-year-old. This happened last night. Let me set the scene. Yesterday, my wife, 36, and daughter, 13, tested positive for COVID and are banished to one or both of their bedrooms. My oldest son, 18, never leaves his room because video games equal life, but has also been feeling pretty shitty despite a negative test result, though he has already had COVID once. This leaves my youngest son, 6, and me, 35 male, being the only ones in the house to feel fine, test negative, and have never contracted the virus, and thusly have free reign of the rest of the house. As any decent father or husband would do, I sent them all a group text explaining that if this was a zombie virus, they would all be dead and the 6-year-old and I would be our family's sole survivors and have to find a way to carry on without them. They laughed, called me an asshole, and asked when dinner would be done, and so I began preparing the meal. The scene is set. The 6-year-old is in the kitchen with me as I gather the onion, garlic, butter, potatoes, etc. He is quite helpful and especially loves helping in the kitchen. As we finish up our dicing and the prep work, I go in the fridge and grab the corned beef that was prepared the night before. I place it on the counter and ask 6-year-old if he was excited for dinner. He asks, "What are we having again?" Forgetting what it's called. To which I replied excitedly, "Corned beef hash," and smack the rat meat with my hand. It's not smack this chunk of protein with my dominant hand, but as luck would have had it, I did smack it with the hand that had my Fitbit secured around the wrist. At the exact moment I salted the roast, my Fitbit begins violently vibrating to alert me that I have reached my step goal for the day. I remark, "Cool. Apparently that got me my final steps for the day." 6-year-old asks, "What did? Slapping the beef?" I suppress a chuckle and reply with a simple yes, thinking that would be the end of it. Nope, wrong. 6-year-old proceeds to tell me I need to slap the beef every day to make sure I meet my step goal. Then he tells me he wants a Fitbit so he can slap the beef and meet his step goals. After this, he runs at a full sprint down the back hall towards, but not into, my room, currently housing my wife and daughter, and tells the two of them that Dad got a step count by slapping the beef, and he's going to get a Fitbit so he can slap the beef and broth of us, and going to slap the beef every day to make sure that we get our steps in and meet our goals. I head down the hall towards him. I hear my wife and daughter laughing hysterically. I kneel down, look him in the eye, and tell him in as normal of a tone as I can manage, "That's a secret men have kept from women for thousands of years. You're not supposed to tell them that. It's for men only." And I wink. His face lights up. He loves secrets. Who doesn't? He proceeds to tell his mom and sister to forget what they heard.
He tells them that they know nothing. Lastly, he informs them that we will stop the beef when they aren't around. Then I took off my Fitbit and made a delicious meal.
Am I the asshole for telling my husband's girl best friend that she can't host my baby shower? Me and my husband got married young. I was 18 and he was 19. Both of us knew that we wanted to get married and start a family young. I just started college 2 years ago and he just graduated. My husband has a girl best friend who I'll call Sam. Met in college and they had a very similar childhood, so they bonded and got really close pretty quickly. Despite what you may be thinking, her and I actually get along really well. Since I found out that I was pregnant though, some issues have started to arise. We announced our pregnancy on social media after we told our parents, and Sam texted my husband saying congrats and then telling him to pass the well wishes on to me. She's been texting him non-stop with baby advice and what she likes to call advice for mama, which includes a lot of passive-aggressive jabs at what I eat. Honestly, I kind of just brushed all of the text messages off, but then the conversation started to get less about the baby and more about me, which I started to get uncomfortable with because she wasn't texting me any of this. She was just texting my husband. My husband acknowledged that and he kind of just started showing me the text messages and then asked me what I want him to do, but I just told him to ignore them. When I announced that I was having a baby shower and I sent out the shower invites, I got a text from Sam. She texted me something along the lines of wanting to host my baby shower and set it all up. Am I the asshole for telling my husband's girl best friend that she can't host my baby shower? I politely declined and told her that my mom and my sister would be planning the whole thing for me. I told her that it was a super special moment for all of us and I really didn't want to take that away from them. Well, Sam ignored that message because the next day she came over and insisted that we start working out plans for the venue. I told her once again that my mom and my sister were planning it, and she told me that she should just take her advice because the baby shower would be much better if she was planning it. I don't know if it was pregnancy hormones or bottled up rage. I kind of went off on her and told her that the jabs that she was making about me towards my husband, about my diet while I've been pregnant, were extremely annoying, and that no, she cannot host this baby shower, and from now on her unsolicited advice about my pregnancy is extremely unwelcomed, especially if she can't say it to my face. That night my husband's phone was blowing up with messages from Sam. It was pretty much just Sam saying that he had no right to show me those messages that she was sending him. She said they were just supposed to be health tips because Sam was studying nutritional science, and that she only wanted to help her best friend and ensure a happy baby in life. Honestly, I don't know. I know she had some good intentions behind this all, and she's been a good friend to me and my husband. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for not wanting to marry my boyfriend anymore? Story time. So me and my boyfriend met 2 years ago. We met at my Saturday job. I bartend on the weekends just to earn a little bit of extra money whilst I'm saving up to buy a house as I want to move into the city. So me and Mark really hit it off. I generally had never had a connection like this with anyone else before, so I kind of knew he was the one from the beginning. And I'm not gonna lie, we did move pretty quickly. So he asked me out literally 4 days after he started working. And my parents a week after that, like my friends that exact same week, and vice versa. I don't know, things moved really quickly. However, worked. None of us cheated. We were happy. At the time I did already have an apartment. He moved into my apartment. He did already have one. I knew he weren't using me. However, we just decided mine was a lot nicer. Anyway, irrelevant. We were super happy. Anyway, time started getting on and me and Mark were getting so much closer, and you know, I was falling more and more in love. We were with each other. Anyway, the time comes and Mark pops the question to me. Dreamt of this moment. Like ever since I met him, I was so excited for him to pop this question to me. This was not my dream proposal. He gave me the ick, okay? And now I'm gonna cut it off because, oh, let me explain it. So me and him got back from a dog walk. We dropped our dog off together. We got a dog. We decided to go get a McDonald's breakfast. So we were waiting for our order. He drops the tray on the table and I'm about to start unpacking everything, giving his meal to him, my meal to me. And this man gets down on one knee. I thought he was tying a shoelace. Then this man reaches in his pocket and pulls out a ring, asks me the question. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I love Mark so much that I was thinking, I can get over this, like maybe I can ask him to redo it. Then I told him to get up. I was like, get up off that ground, and he slipped. His knee moved in and his foot like slipped. Oh my god, it gave me the ick so bad. I was like, you're on the floor in McDonald's proposing to me and then you slip. Now I've got like the huge ick. I cannot look at him the same. Like, I've not touched him, I've not kissed him since. Didn't accept this proposal as well because I deserve better.
Am I the asshole for searching my husband's pants without asking him first? Context, my husband, 33, used to be unemployed for a year. He recently started a job at a warehouse. Yesterday, and while I was about to do the laundry, I grabbed his work pants and digged my hand into his pockets to empty them before putting it in the washing machine like I always do. My husband just happened to walk by, and when he saw me searching his pant pockets, he rushed in, yelling at me to put his pants down. I already had a folded piece of paper out, but he snatched it, then started screaming at me how I have no respect for his privacy and I shouldn't be getting my hands on his things. I was genuinely dumbfounded. I told him to take it easy. I always do this before laundry. He lashed out saying I had no right and should have come to him and asked him first because he was worried about important documents getting lost like the one I pulled out. I said important documents shouldn't be inside his pockets and asked to see the paper, but he said he won't show me. I asked why, and he said I don't get to ask him jack shit after I disrespected his privacy. I almost laughed because what privacy does he have in his pockets? It wasn't like a stranger was digging into them. He refused to speak to me and later brought a new closet with a lock and moved his clothes inside of it. I asked if he was serious, and he said that this will teach me to respect his privacy and deter my snooping. Then he went back to not speaking to me. I'm genuinely confused. Am I the asshole?
My boyfriend slept in the same bed as his female friend, and I'm devastated. And then he told me that his girlfriend asked him to sleep over because he had never slept there before. And that's when I literally freaked out on him. I told him our boundaries are not the same, and we broke up. But then I kind of thought that I had reacted badly and explosively, and I thought that we needed to talk. So I went after him, and he said that he felt relief when we broke up. I asked for a chance and said that I would compromise on my boundaries, and he said that he would think about it and call me on the weekend. Over the weekend, he told me that the girl stayed over at his apartment that week, and he said that she would sleep there that day, and I was fine with it because I really wanted the relationship back. However, he said that she slept in his room. I asked him if they were sleeping in the same bed. He got extremely defensive and said that he couldn't trust me and that I was trying to limit his freedom again. That made it pretty obvious that she was definitely sleeping in the bed with him. We ended it for good and we argued like crazy over the phone, and he basically said that I should trust him so much that he could do anything and I wouldn't be mad about it. He basically said that the girl was his safe place, and when I was there, I was also his safe place. I don't know. And he said that he was basically comparing the intensity of our relationship to their friendship and said it was super important for him that his friend feels safe around him and at his apartment. And then weeks later, he messaged me saying that I didn't suffocate him and it wasn't my fault and it was all in his head. He said that during the breakup, he found something genuinely missing in himself that he really needed to work on. And now I just can't stop but blame myself, and I just feel like it was all my fault that we broke up.
Am I in trouble for refusing to cooperate with the hospital as ex's emergency contact? 3 years ago, I was in a relationship. He was abusive, did some really deplorable things I found out about later. I made a report, got a restraining order, and haven't spoken to him or anyone that knows him in 3 years. A week ago, he was in an accident. His phone was destroyed and could not be accessed, but he had some information in his wallet. He still had me as his emergency contact. I was not aware he had added me as his emergency contact at any point. I got a call Monday from an unknown number. It was someone from a hospital. They started telling me my ex was in a serious accident. I immediately cut them off and said, I don't care who this is, do not contact me again. They called back and asked if I could help them get in contact with someone else. At least I think that's what they wanted. I didn't let them finish. I cut them off pretty fast and said, I don't care, I hope he dies, do not contact me again, and hung up again. His sister, we were friendly, but I cut contact after the breakup, messaged me yesterday only letting me know that their family hired a lawyer to sue me for refusing to take the hospital's call, causing a delay in his treatment. He also had some allergies and medical details that they didn't know about, which caused complications and skyrocketed his medical bills. I had no idea about either. Am I in any kind of trouble here?
Boyfriend just bought his girl best friend a car 2 weeks before we were supposed to move in together. Story time. Now, over the past year, me and my boyfriend have been saving so hard to get a new house together. And we finally got to a place where we were both ready to put our half of the deposit down and found our dream home. We were doing a home visit. For this deposit, we did exactly half and half. We basically earned the same amount. One thing that's never sat right with me is my boyfriend Mark's girl best friend. They've apparently been best friends since nursery. However, she's the type of girl that kind of says like, I'm one of the guys. Like one of them. I was giving it the big, oh my god, I could never date Mark, he's like a brother to me. However, I've seen her multiple times flirting with him. Anyway, his girl best friend, let's call her Natalie. He stupidly crashed her car a month ago. He's done nothing but whine about it to Mark. I've had enough of hearing about this crash. The reason she talks to Mark so much about it is because she was actually on her way to come and see Mark. Obviously, Mark felt really bad because she was on her way to see him. So I've been telling him you have no reason to feel bad. Nothing to do with you at all. Okay, a few weeks ago, I got a notification through email saying that our house deposit funds have been withdrawn from our bank account. I didn't think too much into this because our house offer just got accepted, so we were kind of like waiting for it to get taken out of our bank, and that's what I thought it was for. Anyway, I then got a call to let us know that the mortgage money is going to get pulled from our account tomorrow and to kind of like expect it coming out of our account. And obviously I was quite confused at this point because I had already seen deposit money exit the bank. I immediately call Mark, obviously really scared in case we've got hacked or whatever. We have worked so hard to earn that money together. He's like, oh yeah, I was meaning to talk to you about this. Basically, Natalie really needed this car and I decided to pull the money from our account and buy her a car with it. I literally looked at him dead in the eyes and was just like, you're joking. So of course I am no longer moving in with him. However, I have just lost half of my house deposit and I have no idea how to get it back.
My husband is actively cheating on me because I couldn't lose the baby weight. But today, I finally got my answer. He's cheating, and who knows for how long this has been going on. I saw him get in his coworker's car and kiss her right before they drove out of the driveway. I let him call me crazy for months and drove myself insane because I was trying to figure out if he was cheating on me or not. It was just a stupid question. You're being dramatic was his favorite thing to say to me. I let it go stupidly every single time because postpartum was hard and I just wanted to focus on being a good wife and mom to our baby. So congratulations to me to being the world's biggest idiot and dating the best catch. I just can't wait for him to come home and lie to my face once again. It's really great to know that I'm married to a man who lied to me every single day about loving me no matter what. Clearly to him, I'm unlovable now because I've gained weight, even if it was from birthing our son and picking up after him all the time and not having time for myself. But I really hope that his work wife is worth the divorce costs.
I let my husband entertain other women, and here's why. Story time. Okay, so me and my husband have been married for about 3 years now, and I just came to the conclusion I just don't fancy him. Like, 1 ounce of me kind of likes him. Like, I almost despise the man. Oh, I'm gonna sound like the asshole here, but he has changed a lot since we first got together, physically and mentally. It's just not the man I fell in love with, and I just don't really want to entertain it anymore. So my husband Mark has cheated on me multiple times in the past, and this was before we even got married. And I know what you're thinking, just get a divorce. Like, come on girl, why are you sticking by this? However, in my religion, it's completely, basically you will never get divorced. Like, there needs to be strong reasons for you to get a divorce for it to be accepted. And unfortunately, a husband cheating on you is not seen a good enough reason to be given grace to get a divorce. And it got to the point where I just completely checked out of this relationship. Like, girl, I physically, mentally, in my head, I was not in this relationship anymore because I just weren't gonna put up with it. But me and my husband had this argument a little while ago, and I basically just told him, like, I'm not coming near you. Like, I want to be furthest away from you as possible. Go entertain other women because you're not going to be entertaining me anytime soon. And for some reason, he just didn't want to. Like, I literally said to him, like, you did this no problem at the beginning of our relationship. Go and do it again. That's basically why I let him entertain other people, because I'm just so checked out of this relationship. And my friends think it's crazy whenever we talk about it. And they're like, don't feel jealous in any other way. And I'm like, no. So bring on the day where I can finally get a little bit of freedom.
Get ready with me to go work out with a personal trainer for the first time ever. It's not ever, actually. I've worked out with plenty of personal trainers, but I've never like paid a personal trainer to work me out. And every personal trainer I've ever worked out with has been a man, and I'm just like not really in the mood for that right now. I'm trying to figure out like potentially a girl trainer, and I was recommended to this one girl in my area by another friend of mine, and honestly she seems like she knows what the hell she's talking about. I just kind of hate when I like try to do something fitnessy and then people act like you need to do it exactly one way. Like there's so many ways to work out and be healthy, and I've definitely gone down the rabbit hole of like being, ignore how disgusting my room is. I've definitely gone down the rabbit hole of like being obsessed with the gym and obsessed with how many calories I'm taking in, and it just wasn't my lifestyle. So yeah, I'm trying to look for like new ways to like be healthy and like work out and like be so good and sexy and gorgeous, because basically I've just always been like an all or nothing type of person. I'll either like literally be obsessed or I won't be going at all, and I need to find a way to be like healthy with it, you know, not addicted and also not be just sitting doing nothing with my life. So if you're like, why are you wearing makeup to the gym? Babe, are you new here? Are you new here? It's because if my life depends on one thing, it's wearing makeup everywhere I go. I don't care. I'll go to CVS with makeup on. Like, I just don't care. Look good, feel good, do good. That's how I say, baby. That's what I say. I did message a few other personal trainers, and I was just trying to like see like how everyone in my area is, because I know how all the personal trainers in my area are. They're like, yeah, fucking gym, let's fucking deadlift 4 times a week. Yeah, I fucking love my life. Like, they're obsessed, and they don't know how to like be normal about it. Anyways, I'm excited. I'm gonna be healthy. You know what I mean? I hope I'm just not sore for 15 days straight though, because last time I walked on the treadmill for 30 minutes, I literally left feeling like I was gonna die. So anyways, yeah, this is my dog Shigo. Love her so much. Look how cutesy pootsy she is. Okay, I'm ready to go. Love you so much. Bye.
Yesterday, I got back into one of my hobbies that I haven't done in so fucking long. Robbing old men. Not robbing, that sounds dark, but like finessing the fuck out of old men. I used to love to do it. Mind you, it's not like they're paying for my whole entire life. It's just the thrill of getting them to just like pay for your dinner and you don't even know these fuckers. It's just one of the best perks about being a woman. Like, it's so easy. They're so dumb. So yesterday, I go to this bar to watch the game with my friends. Everyone's like, LA's gonna change you. LA has changed me into now I fucking like football, I guess. Like, I'm at the fucking bar watching football. I was genuinely just there to like see Taylor Swift and also guacamole and shit. Like, I'm there for the vibes. Like, it's a fun thing. However, we're at this cute little bar all day, and towards the end of the games, these old fucking men come up and they're like, oh my god, like they're talking to us obviously, like, let us buy you a drink, all these things. My ass is dead sober, but I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, like buy me a drink, grandpa. It's like 8 p.m. at this point. We've been at the bar since 1 p.m. so we've racked up a tab. We're talking with these men. I honestly, the one guy who was like actually so cool, like he really was such a vibe. The other one was like highly fucking annoying. No, he was like, we were playing guess my age, which you should never do. You guys are like, yeah, guess my age, guess my age. In my absolute heart of hearts, I was like, this fucker's 60. Giving a 60 vibe. This man, like, I know, I'm like, my intuition's telling me he's 60, but I was like, be respectful, go for 55. I'm like, 55. This man looks at me and is like, I'm 43. Oh my god, I'm kidding. Like, I'm kidding. Like, I would genuinely never think you were 55. Dead ass thought the man was 60. His vibe was just giving grandpa. The other guy's vibe, like, genuinely was giving 32, like, not old whatsoever. God, I didn't go with my gut and be like, 60. Whatever. He's like, let us buy you girls a drink. Like, let us buy you girls a drink. I'm like, whatever. I'm like downing like diet fucking Coke. So I'm like, buy me a drink. Then the server brings our bill that we have collectively gathered. Why did I say collectively gathered? Bill that we've had for the entire day. He brings our bill. He's like, here you go. And the guy just takes it thinking it's the bill for the drink. I don't say a fucking word because I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what it is in me. Maybe it's the fucking daddy issues. Maybe it's something. I'm independent bad bitch the day I die. Don't get me wrong. But a man who's twice my age paying my bill and like low-key finessing it, he doesn't even realize it's my bill. Something about that really makes me excited. It's literally a high. I'm like, fuck yeah. Like, I'm not gonna say anything. He's like, no, like, I got it. We're like, oh, no, like, let us put our cards down. And he thinks we're trying to pay for these drinks. Like, fuck no. You're paying our bill, grandpa. Literally lying if you don't think that is, like, a good ass time. Like, you're lying if you're like, I would literally, Livy, like, I would literally never let him do that. I'm never gonna see these fucks again. They don't even have my number. They do have my social media, though. Hey, boys. Love you. I actually did get in deep conversation with the one, like, we were talking about traveling, talking about Italy, New York. He also lived in New York. We were really just deep diving on everything. My poor friend has to talk to the old fuck, and a very unpleasant one. She has to like talk to him, and I'm like, whatever. She's wasted. I'm like,
go at it. Go at it. I'm actually enjoying the conversation I'm having with the one I'm speaking to. Like, overall, it was an even trade. They got to have amazing conversations with moi, and then they just paid my bill. Like, and there's just something about it. I was like, I miss that feeling. I miss the feeling of just like middle-aged men picking up that tab, and they're not even like, oh, I just missed that feeling. I'm like really getting a little too passionate about it. I'm officially back doing my favorite hobby. Crazy. That's like fucking insane. But I don't care.
My best friend ended up being the woman that my husband was having an affair with. Let's talk about it. This is the tale as old as time. Everybody thought we were like the perfect couple. We did everything that we were supposed to do. Mind you, I am a pastor's kid. So it's in my blood to try to want to do everything right and everything the right way. Went to college. We got married. We got our own place. Those things that you're supposed to do, you know? So the next step was to have a baby. So we decided to start trying to have a baby. Fortunately, and not to get too deep into it, that ends up not being able to happen after we try and try and try. And this puts me in a dark, very dark place. Kind of when our fights start happening where he feels like I'm pushing him away. I feel like I'm trying to talk to him and he's just not really there to listen. He's just checking out just as much as I am, but blaming it all on me. And this is around the point that he tells me that he did have an affair. He won't tell me who it was with, and he claims that it only happened one time. And we try to get over it, but I just can't let it go. You know, it's just, I'm not going to be able to move fast. It's the point where he calls off the marriage. Like, he wants to be the one to get a divorce, which is crazy to me because I was the one that, like, basically everything happened to, and I was the one still trying to fight, and he, I guess, was just over it. So we both end up having to move back to our hometown, our very small hometown where everybody knows everybody, and you cannot make a move in the grocery store walking down the street without somebody telling somebody. And because my dad is the pastor there and my mom is the pastor's wife, everybody knows everything and everybody tells my mom everything, and she doesn't really know anything about this. Back home means like it's really real. Like, I have to really face the music, and my apartment that I'm going to be renting isn't going to be ready for a while, so I still haven't found out who I'm going to be staying with. My best friend knows that it's been bad between us, but she doesn't know like how bad, and so that's like the first place that I want to go just so I can have somebody to talk to. I went into town and my best friend's house, my car starts like sputtering, it's not working, and I end up literally crashing into town. Mechanic ends up being there right when I crash, and he helps me get it into the mechanic shop, and he does not like me or my family, and he is known around town as like being bad news, but he's like dumb hot. Anyway, obviously I'm not really having the best day. My husband's divorcing me, my car is going out on me, and I'm like, okay, I need to get to my best friend's house. I'll stay with her. She'll know what to do to make me feel better. She's like my person. There, I'm in tears. I'm trying to talk to her, but then I see that like there are 2 glasses sitting at the table, and I'm like, oh my gosh, am I interrupting? Like, do you have a guy here? Oh, I'm so sorry. Then I see this ugly yellow shirt hanging on the chair at the table. I know that ugly yellow shirt. I hate that ugly yellow shirt. That ugly yellow shirt belongs to my soon-to-be ex-husband. At this point, I've completely lost the plot. I'm throwing things around. I'm like, where is he? I know she's here. I know he's here. She's crying. She's trying to say something, but like she just can't stop crying. And I'm like, why? Absolutely, why are you crying? Like, why are you crying right now? I find him in the pantry. I'm like, are you serious? My best friend, this is the person, like this is her. Find out that it is an ongoing affair that has happened more than once, and that she's not even the only person that he's been sleeping with. And I wish I could say that's the worst thing that happened, but it's not. If you want to know what happens next and the name of the book, check the caption. Bye!
I hid under my boyfriend's bed for 2 days and tried to poison him. Disclaimer, not my story time, I'm sending me on Instagram. My boyfriend and I have been dating for 3 months. And when we started dating, I got really jealous. He was my first boyfriend and I just didn't know how to control my feelings. You can say I'm pretty toxic. Part of the reason why I'm so insecure is because my boyfriend is probably one of the most popular guys in school. He's a basketball player and he's about to be drafted. So all the girls are constantly trying to hook up with him. And this drives me insane. Whenever we go out, girls are falling over trying to get to him. A few weeks ago, I heard a rumor that my boyfriend had hooked up with a girl. When I asked him about it, he got really defensive. He got so angry he punched a hole in my wall. And well, this made me start thinking, maybe he was cheating on me. So I basically started stalking him. And that's what I've been doing for the past 2 weeks. I'm even skipping class just to go wherever he's going. That's when I decided that I I would hide in his room. I even put on a diaper. Part 2 is up. I put on the diaper so that I could hide under my boyfriend's bed without having to get out. Disclaimer is not my story time, was sending me on Instagram. I even took soft food with me so that he wouldn't hear me chewing. I knew he wouldn't be home, so I snuck into his dorm room. That's when I checked his entire room. I went through all of his clothes, even went through all of his dirty laundry just to smell them and make sure he didn't have anything in his pockets. Searched in between the mattresses and I found nothing. At this point, I was just looking for a sign of him having hooked up with somebody. I knew he was going to be coming home soon, so I snuck under the bed. It was pretty hidden underneath there because it's a huge bed. He came in by himself and started changing and went to take a shower. But he took his phone with him into the bathroom, so I didn't have a chance to check it. By the way, he thought that I had gone home to my parents' house, so he wasn't going to be hanging out with me at all. As he was getting ready, he put on cologne, and that's when I knew he was going to go look for another girl. A few hours later, he comes back and I'm still underneath the bed. And guess what? He's with a girl. The same girl I heard the rumor about. They come in there laughing and I can tell that they're clearly drunk. This girl goes to the bathroom and changes into lingerie. And then they started making out on the bed while I'm hiding underneath it. Part 3 is up. As my boyfriend is making out with this girl on his bed, I'm hiding underneath it. Suddenly, she starts talking about how she's so happy they're finally a couple. How she's so happy he got away from me since I was such a crazy ex. Clearly, my boyfriend had been poisoning me against her. That's when I realized I really couldn't blame the girl. My boyfriend had clearly told her that he had broken up with me and that now he was with her. My plan was to initially get out of the bed and surprise them, but instead I decided to wait. I managed to set up my phone while they were doing it on the bed, and I recorded the entire thing. After they finally finish, she leaves. Boyfriend goes to take a shower and I finally come out underneath the bed. And I sit on his bed. And the look on this man's face when he comes out of the bathroom, priceless. But the best part is that I was filming the entire thing. At this point, I was still wearing the diapers because I had been under his bed for 2 days. I'm obviously looking rough. Then I tell him that I've been under his bed for the entire 2 days. He started calling me crazy and he tried to kick me out. Then I told him that he needs to break up with the girl and come back with me. If he didn't, I would send the video around to the entire school, including his coach, who is the girl's dad. I got him pretty good. So now he's still my boyfriend, although it's forced, to get back at him somehow. I'll keep you guys updated. Bye!
Am I the asshole for telling my bio mom's family that I don't visit because I don't have a bed there? I've lived with my dad my entire life. He married my mom when I was 2, and she's all but adopted me, 15 female. My bio mom lives about 5 miles away with her husband and their kids, 12 female and 8 male. I don't live with her, never have, and probably never will. I visit her sometimes, maybe once a month, but we both know she's not my mom. I've called her by her first name since I was 5. I don't have a room or a bed at her house, and there's no pictures of me in there. My bio mom talked me into going to some family party with her and her family. I didn't know anyone there, so I was mostly just hanging out with her while there. She started talking about how I never come see her and how it took an act of God to get me to go to this party. No, you're not the asshole. You're not the asshole at all. I told her to show them my room. She tried to show them her daughter's room, and I said, no, that's Amanda's room. See the A by her bed? And when she was out of rooms after that, because they only have a 2-bedroom house, she pulled me aside and said to stop and that I was making her look bad. So we went back and I told her siblings that I wasn't allowed to talk about not having a bed at her house anymore because it makes her look bad. No, you're not the asshole at all. Because that is 100% something I would have done. Sorry, y'all, we can't talk about it no more because she says that it makes her look bad. Immediately no, you're not the asshole, because if she didn't want to be made to look bad, she didn't have to open her fucking mouth and start lying. She did not have to bring it up and say anything. She could have just introduced you to the family, reintroduced you to people you hadn't seen in a long time, and left it at that. But no, she decided to go the extra mile and lie, and you shut that shit down. I'm not about to sit here and support these lies. Baby, no, you are absolutely not the asshole. Apparently, that wasn't good enough for her because she tried to tell me to give her my phone. I reminded her that she's not my mom and then called my mom and asked her to come and pick me up. My mom picked me up and she's really mad at my bio mom for all of this. But my dad says it sucks, yeah, but I should have just taken it since I'm probably never going to see these people again. I know I'm not in trouble, but they can't agree whether I was right or wrong. So I wanted to know if I was the ass. I already said it, but no, baby, you are absolutely not the asshole. I think it's funny that she was absolutely okay with making you look bad. She never comes to see me. It was an act of God to get her over here. But the moment that the script has been flipped, all of a sudden you need to stop that because I'm being made to look bad. Absolutely not. You're not the asshole. But what I can tell you is that those family members at this party, they know. They know there is no bond. They don't see you. If she only sees you maybe once or twice a month, they don't see you at all. So they know they're not feeding into her bullshit. They're not. You call her by her name. Baby, they know. They know. No, you are not the asshole, my love. You are not the asshole. You did everything right. Do not allow someone to lie on you. Never allow someone to lie and throw dirt on your name. Absolutely not. Call them the hell out right in front of people and shut that shit down. You did a great job standing up for yourself. I've already come to my conclusion that OP is not the asshole, but I went down to the comments and OP responded to a comment saying that her bio mom doesn't want her to visit. She just wants to complain that she never does to her family. So it just solidifies it. Like, this bitch could have kept her mouth shut. She could have shut the fuck up and none of this would have ever happened. She brought this on herself 100%.
Am I the asshole for calling my housemates selfish because they keep food in their rooms instead of our kitchen? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I'm a first-year university student and just last week moved into my halls. I live with 7 other people, all freshmen, in a sort of a flat. Our halls are divided into flats, so it's a big flat with 8 rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a huge kitchen. Unfortunately, I was quite unlucky with my housemates. We are already having issues. Our kitchen has 2 big fridges, so everyone has a shelf and we all have our own cabinet. I've been trying to eat healthy, so I've only been buying myself healthy food and no sweets or snacks. I'm fine during the day, but I get cravings at night when I'm watching stuff. One night I decided to raid the kitchen and found some chocolate on someone's shelf, so I took it. The next night I was hungry and saw yogurts in the fridge. I wanted to take one, but ended up eating all of them. I wanted to buy more to replace them, but they were so expensive. I got something else too, and that's when a note appeared in the kitchen to not take stuff that isn't ours. I thought it was so rude. At least be an adult and speak directly. Am I the asshole for calling my housemates selfish because they keep food in their rooms instead of our kitchen? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I thought it was so rude. At least be an adult and speak directly and not leave passive-aggressive notes. I've taken a few more things after that, but noticed that my housemates stopped buying the good stuff and there was nothing on their shelves. Then we had a housemate meeting and turns out they've been keeping it in their rooms, which I thought was selfish, so I told them that and they called me an inconsiderate asshole. Last night, one of my housemates had her friend over and she told us we could all join. I was in the kitchen making dinner while they were having drinks and they asked me to join. I asked my housemate if she had any liquor because I didn't buy any and joked that she keeps it stashed in her room. Her friend whispered to her, "Is that her?" and she nodded. I called her a bullying bitch and left the kitchen. I spoke to my family and they agreed that there was nothing wrong with what I did. But my housemates reported me to the housing department and I have a meeting tomorrow, which means that maybe I was in the wrong. So am I the asshole for taking some snacks and calling them selfish?
Am I the asshole for being embarrassed of my girlfriend's cosplay?
Yeah, you're an asshole for being embarrassed because, cosplaying is a form of expression.
My 25 male girlfriend, 24, had a double mastectomy 5 years ago. She had breast cancer and thankfully made a full recovery. Unlike a lot of women, she didn't have any reconstructive surgery. This was before I met her. Now, I'm a big anime nerd, and last weekend I invited her to a small anime convention with me. She'd seen a couple episodes of my favorite shows, but she's not into anime. She does like cosplay though, and she works seasonally as a special effects artist at a haunted house near us. When I asked her to go to the con with me, she asked if she could cosplay, and I said sure. She got very excited and said I was going to love her costume. So I'll admit, I thought she was going to do something sexy for me. Well, not exactly. The day the convention comes and she shows up at my house cosplaying as Dabby from MHA, specifically a look he has later in the manga. It's a long white coat over white pants, no shirt. Her entire chest was exposed as she'd obviously spent hours applying burn makeup, and she has short hair that she dyes constantly, and this time she bleached it white and dyed a few red streaks. I wasn't expecting her to show up without a shirt. Her burn scar makeup only covers half her chest, so you could clearly see her mastectomy scars. It wasn't very attractive costume.
Fuck you. Oh, absolutely fuck you.
Especially since she's gone all out with the scars and made them look raised and kind of realistic. We went to the con, and while a lot of
fucking dope, you idiot.
Yeah, it's super cool. And while a lot of people came up to take photos with her, I noticed several others looking at her chest. That evening, she said I'd been quiet all day, and I honestly told her I was a little embarrassed that she was flaunting her mastectomy scars like that. She got mad and said that she was making the best of her situation and said I was being insensitive, and she's been distant ever since. So now I'm starting to feel guilty. Am I the asshole?
Yes, absolutely. First off, that could be like a spot of insecurity for a lot of people. And for her to like open up and have that out on display and be like, look, this is me. And then you fucking shut her down along with everybody else and you don't hype her up. Fuck you, man. You fucking suck, dude.
She made a whole ass costume. She went to a convention to make your ass happy because that's what you like. She went all out for your ass and you're embarrassed of her? You are a douchebag, dude.
Story time about how I hooked up with the police officer who arrested me and now I think he's stalking me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. I'm just a little bit of a party girl. I'm always getting myself into trouble and somehow I've never gotten arrested until last week. My friends and I constantly go out and get super drunk. Fortunately, when I get drunk, I tend to get a little bit aggressive. So if you're like me, do not drink. My friend group consists of 5 girls including me. 3 of them are super chill and funny when they get drunk. The other 2 turn into raging bitches when we get drunk. So half of the group is always trying to fight somebody and the other half is trying to calm the situation. So I'm the one that's always trying to start a fight. All of this went down last week. My friends and I are all standing at the bar and this one girl behind me starts pushing her way through. She is literally pushing me and my 2 other friends out of the way. Of course, I instantly flew into a rage because I'm already drunk. Without saying anything, I push the girl and she falls on her ass. Her friends come at me, start punching me and pulling my hair. So I started kicking them with my boots. Before I knew it, it was a huge fight between 5 people. Long story short, the police comes and they try to arrest us. Well, the cop that arrested me was really hot. So I flirted with him the whole time. Part 2 is up. Story time about how I hooked up with a police officer who arrested me and now he's stalking me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. That's when the super hot officer starts arresting me. So I decided to start flirting with him. I mean, why not? He put me in his police car and he started driving me to the station. On the way, I started asking him if he was single. And he actually flirted back. We actually had a pretty good conversation even though I was drunk. Spent 4 hours in the police station and they ended up calling my brother to get me out. Guess what I did? I told my brother to leave me at the police station because I was going to try to hook up with the police officer. My brother got so mad at me. He called me stupid and he left. That's when I went back into the police station and I started flirting with the police officer again. At this point, it was 5 in the morning and I was really hungry. So I asked him to take me out to breakfast and he did. We went to a cute diner. It was like a freaking movie. And then afterwards, we hooked up in his car. He did everything you could possibly imagine in his car. Here's the thing. My plan was to never see this man again. He took me home and he asked me for my number. I politely declined. Later that day, I go to class because, by the way, I'm in college. I actually saw this man driving by. So I wasn't sure, but then I realized it was him. Later on that night, I'm home and I'm about to take a shower. There's a knock on my door and I go open it. Guess who it is? Part 3 is story time about how I hooked up with the police officer who arrested me and now he's stalking me. Claim it's not my story time. I sent me on Instagram. Hear the knock on the door and I go to open it. And it's the police officer. Mind you, I'm in a towel about to take a shower. When I opened the door, I didn't say anything. Just staring at him like, what do you want? And he said, can I come in? And I said no. He came in anyway. He sat down on the couch and just stared at me. Then he asked me why I hooked up with him if my intention was not to ever see him again. I told him that I was simply just trying to have fun with him and that was it. Then he talked for 10 minutes about how he and I would make a great couple and how much in common we have. That alone was a huge red flag. He met me when I was drunk fighting with people at a bar. I mean, how could he want a relationship with me? And he said something that sent chills down my spine. He said, you look great in baby blue. I instantly realized that I was wearing baby blue underwear. He was watching me minutes before while I was getting undressed to take a shower. He tried to kiss me, but I pulled away. I told him that if he followed me again, I would report him. He laughed and said, you think that's gonna work? And he begged to take me out on a date. I said yes to going on a date because I feared that he was gonna try to R-word me. I'm going on a date with him in a few days. What should I do? How do I prepare for this? I need to somehow make him hate me. What should I do?
A few days ago, we celebrated Christmas together before going home, and he gave me a $700 heart-shaped 1/10 carat diamond necklace, more than we typically spend on each other. I feel awful, but I just don't like it at all. He asked me a while ago what kind of jewelry I might like, and I said some gold hoop earrings. I feel so ungrateful, but I am wondering if I would be the if I asked that he return this and get me something I would love and wear all the time. For such an expensive gift, I would hate for it to just sit in my jewelry box collecting dust. He did not offer to return it if I didn't like it, but I looked up the company and it is eligible for a full refund. AITA?
If it was played very surgically, so if she's like, I feel so bad to even ask this, I love what you gave me, I just feel it doesn't match a lot of what I wear, and I was just wondering how you would feel if I returned it and got something that matched a little better.
I think that's completely reasonable.
Am I wrong for skipping my stepdaughter's wedding after years of disrespect? Background. My stepdaughter has always been daddy's little princess. Her wedding is approaching and she's turned into a bridezilla, expecting everyone to cater to her whims. She insisted on a lavish affair and I'm expected to play the role of the loving stepmom. Here's the kicker. She never accepted me into the family and always treated me like an outsider. So, after years of enduring her subtle jabs and snide comments, I've had enough. I told my husband that I won't be attending the wedding. Why should I show up and pretend to be happy for her when she never showed me any respect? Now my husband and his entire family are furious with me, claiming I'm ruining her special day. So, am I wrong for standing up for myself and refusing to play the role of the supportive stepmom after years of being treated like an afterthought? Edit. Wow, I've been reading through the comments and realized many of you think I am wrong. It's given me some perspective, and I appreciate the different viewpoints. I want to provide more details on how my stepdaughter has treated me over the years. Her disrespectful behavior wasn't always overt, but manifested in subtle, yet hurtful ways. She consistently excluded me from family discussions and events, making it clear I wasn't considered an integral part of the family. Rare acknowledgments often accompanied by dismissive comments or condescending tones on various occasions. She compared me unfavorably to her biological mother, emphasizing that my husband was happier when he was with her. These accumulated instances of disrespect made it challenging to connect and contributed to my decision to not attend her wedding. My husband, who invited me to the wedding, hasn't been the best at managing the dynamic between his daughter and I. He often downplayed her disrespectful behavior, urging me to let it slide for the sake of family harmony. This lack of acknowledgement and support added to the strain on our relationship. The wedding became a breaking point, as he expected me to play the supportive stepmom despite the years of disrespect. It's a complex situation, and I'm grappling at how poorly it's been handled in multiple forms.
Am I the asshole for fake sleeping all night to see if my wife is lying? The past couple of months, my wife has been complaining about our cats. She's been claiming that the cats wake her up constantly and that she's frustrated every night that she has to get up and open the door for the cats. Or the cats keep making noises, or the cats keep jumping on her. It got me to the point where she started saying she wants me to get rid of them. I've told her I've never seen or heard any of this, but she claims I sleep through it all. She kept telling me that she was getting less and less sleep and kept acting aggressive, blaming lack of sleep from the cats and that if I didn't get rid of them, she'd leave me. I legitimately started considering giving the cats to my sister until I noticed something. One morning, she claimed she had gotten up multiple times throughout the night to help the cats. She listed a bunch of times. I thought it was weird because I had been up until 4 a.m. and she claimed that she got up at 1 a.m. to open the door for them and a few times around 3 a.m. because they were meowing and jumping on her. I was in the bedroom the entire time while she slept, and I know none of this happened. Things weren't adding up, so I decided to run a test. I waited until she said she was going to bed, then I let the cats out of our bedroom. I lowered my phone brightness and faked going to sleep. I just laid there in my bed for the a.m. and ate food relatively quietly by the bedroom door at 4:57 a.m. Other than that, nothing happened. Sure enough, my wife slept from 11 p.m. until 9 a.m. and that morning she claimed she had woken up at least 7 times to open doors from the cat noises and cats jumping on her. At this point, I was pissed because she was clearly lying to me. I was exhausted and fed up with the lies, so I bluntly called her out on it. I told her, that's funny, I stayed up all night to monitor the cats and they weren't even in the room at all last night. I have timestamps and everything, so you've been lying to me and trying to convince me to get rid of my cats? Why? She just sat there quietly shaking and looking pissed, then got up and left without answering. She came back hours later and ignored me whenever I talked, and when I asked her how I'm the bad guy in the situation, she finally said that I was treating her like a child by lying about sleeping and staying up all night just to see if she was lying or not. And that making timestamps and everything as if I was an investigator was going too far and makes me an obsessive asshole. I did it because she was threatening to make me get rid of the cats or she'd leave me, and her claims didn't add up. So am I the obsessive asshole?
Story time. My brother gave me a whooping of my life because I left his dog stranded somewhere else. This is not my story. It was sent to me on my email. Alright, so my brother has 5 dogs. Some he got from the swap meet, and at least 2 of them he spent like $1,000 on them. We live in a 2-bedroom apartment. I have to share with 3 sisters and sometimes he sleeps in the floor. We live in a whack-ass area, 7 people deep, and 5 dogs. My brother was somewhat good at taking care of the puppies. The puppies always barked as soon as a neighbor would go by the door or just pass by the hallways. I don't recall my brother giving them the puppy shots or taking them to any vet to get any shots. My little sister noticed that the puppies had fleas on them. I was disgusted. We didn't have a bed frame, so we slept on the floor. And no matter what, the puppies would come in our bed and sleep with us because somebody would leave the door open. After 3 years, I got tired. My brother wouldn't listen to no one, wouldn't take them to the vet to get their fleas taken off. I grabbed one of the puppies, left her in the park, and when I came back, my brother gave me an ass whooping.
Am I the asshole for being proud that my son has 2 jobs? Okay. About 4 months ago, I, male 54, decided to start charging my son, male 21, rent. Okay. He has a job and is planning his wedding, but moved back in after college. So I decided it was time. I set a fair rent for our area and expect monthly payments from him, and I fulfill all the duties a landlord would in exchange. Nothing.
Got him.
Got him. He has
You don't have a water heater for 17 days.
Ayo.
Yeah, get him.
He has not shown any opposition to this despite objecting at first, and since he's an adult, I assumed he agreed with me that it is only fair. 2 or 3 weeks ago, my wife asked me if I had noticed anything off about him, to which I answered no, honestly. She said that he had more or less withdrawn from us. So she talked to him and he said he was fine, just tired. She pressed him on the matter and he admitted that he had taken the second job driving for Uber at night and on the weekend so he could
Just to
make
pay
rent and save for his wedding.
Oh, fuck.
When the wife told me, I was honestly proud. I've always seen my son as physically irresponsible, but here he was doing what it takes to make ends meet. I told her so, and she stared at me like I just grown a third eye. She asked why the hell I was so proud to have pushed our son to work nights and weekends to, quote, make ends meet. She called me a cold-hearted and a sociopath, which is just plain untrue. I had to just exhibited emotion in front of her.
Okay. Actually,
yeah. I just said I'm proud, so I'm not a sociopath.
Okay.
Anyway, she asked if I was going to give him a break from the rent, to which I said no, because why would I? What landlord would sacrifice their own income like that?
You're a father.
She told me that she would start paying his damn rent and stormed off, and she's been cold and callous to me, ironic, ever since. So I'm wondering, I guess, am I the asshole? Guess what the rent is real quick, just guess.
$1,200.
Higher.
What?
$1,800.
My boyfriend told me that he should put a donut on a stick to motivate me. How do I respond to that? We met about a year ago and we've been dating for 8 months now. I really enjoy hiking, but I enjoy like the scenic, casual ones, and he also enjoys hiking, but he likes to do the more difficult ones. The other day on our 2-mile hike, which is relatively easy, I started to get kind of dizzy and super hungry, so I picked up the pace a little bit because if I don't eat before a hike, then I feel like I'm about to pass out. When he noticed, he asked why I was going faster, and I said that it was because I was getting really hungry. We didn't pack any snacks because it was a pretty short hike and it was pretty spontaneous as well. So then he told me that he should motivate me by putting a donut on a stick so that I can get in shape and get better at hikes. To be completely honest, I don't remember the exact phrasing of it, but that was like the gist of it. He obviously said this as a joke, but I didn't really think it was a funny one because I've asked him to not make jokes that poke at my insecurities, which is pretty obvious, and also to not comment on my diet. I'm not the most athletic person, but I have been going to the gym casually and eating a lot healthier. I just take it a little bit slower because 1, I know my limits, and 2, I know that if I just rush into it and try as hard as possible and go like every single day, then I'll quit way faster than I even started. I did have to talk to him once to tell him to not comment on my diet because it really put me in a bad headspace when he did. I used to weigh more and I had an eating disorder, so any progress is good progress for me. And honestly, I'm proud of myself. One time while we were both studying together, I ate a cheese Danish and he asked me, but what about your diet? Those comments I just don't enjoy because obviously like I'm not forgetting, you know? Am I being dramatic when I say that I'm still upset about this? I get that he wants me to be healthy and it's coming from a place of just wanting to do more with me, but it's really starting to get to me. Don't really know how to phrase this in a way that he understands. Like, how do I say this without it being overly aggressive? Obviously, my previous attempts have not gone through to him.
Am I the asshole for choosing my girlfriend over my ex-wife and my son? I, 55 male, and my girlfriend of 3 years is 40 female. My ex-wife and I divorced 4.5 years ago, and she hasn't quite got over it. She divorced me for her coworker. She was abusive, and we fought all the time. Anyway, when the relationship failed, she started being nice to me. I have a 15-year-old son named Sean. We have a great relationship. His mother and I are starting to co-parent better. Here's the issue. His mother can't stand the fact that I'm in a relationship and she's no longer seeing her coworker. She can't seem to keep a boyfriend right now. She's quite difficult to be with. She hates my girlfriend, and therefore Sean and my girlfriend do not have a relationship, as Sean does whatever his mother says. I've tried talking with Sean. He somewhat is like his mother. My girlfriend will not force a relationship. She says if someone doesn't want to be a part of her life, then she doesn't need them. I have to agree, as my son and my ex-wife have been unfair to her. Now this past week, I've been out of town for work. I already informed my ex and my son that I wouldn't be around. My girlfriend decided to take some time this week to do things she wanted to do around the house, some repairs and decorating. My ex called me to tell me that she met someone and wanted to know if Sean can stay at my house while she spends the weekend with this guy. I told her that Sean is perfectly capable of staying home at their house by himself. She said that she doesn't want him alone and that he is scared in case something happens. She insisted that she will drop him off at my house. I told her that my girlfriend is not going to watch him and she's not obligated to watch someone who's treated her like shit for the entire time we've been together, and that Sean can stay home at his house. My girlfriend has tried in the past to have a relationship with them both, and they have both refused, so that ship has sailed unless my girlfriend really wants to, which at this point, I just say no because we all know that they're just using her, and I'm not allowing that. My ex-wife says that I'm choosing my girlfriend over my son, which I don't feel that I am. I feel that I'm choosing to teach my son that listening to his mother and acting like her will cause him to face consequences down the road. I even talked to my girlfriend, and she says that she doesn't feel comfortable being at home with a 15-year-old that practically hated her, and it just be the two of them, knowing how he and his mother can be. She said if things were different and they had a great relationship, she wouldn't mind, but not this way. I support her, and I don't want her to feel uncomfortable either. My son comes over every other weekend, and this isn't even our weekend either, so you all tell me. Am I the asshole for choosing my girlfriend over my ex-wife and son?
If the CIA is hiring, I want to submit my job application, and this is it. Yesterday, my best friend, she's like talking to this guy. She's like, I don't know, his energy just feels like a little bit weird. I'm like, you know what? Let me do some research on this fucker. Like, let me do some research. I've never been one of the girls to like stalk a motherfucker down or assume that there's another girl or something in somebody's life just because I used to not care. And then my best friend got involved with a weird fucking man, and now I don't trust a single soul. Within 10 minutes, I find this man's other girl. Like, he's clearly seeing another girl, which is totally fine, but it just explains his energy. And then I start deep diving a little bit more. I'm looking at his friends, like, tagged photos of him on a fucking vacation with this girl. Like, him and this girl were clearly very much seeing each other, and it explains, like, why he's being such a fucking weirdo in general to my best friend. I like deep dove on like a dark fucking hole. Like, I have screenshots for days. Like, the information that I found out, not only about this man, but his girl that he's also seeing is fucking insane. But I am at the point in my life again where like, I just have no trust in these fucking men. Like, I have no trust in them. It's just like, if you're dating someone, seeing someone, leave other bitches alone. Or just try being fucking honest. Like, just be honest. I deadass like scared myself with the information I found in such a short amount of time. I'm like, does the CIA need a bitch? Does the CIA need a bitch to like uncover things? Because I could be the one for you. Like, I really could.
Am I the asshole for not letting a pregnant woman have any of my birthday cake? My birthday was yesterday, and my husband invited his best friend Matt and his best friend's pregnant girlfriend, Jane, out for a barbecue. They live 2 houses down from us. It was only us, our 3 children, and them here, with their 3 kids as well. I spent about $90 on hamburgers and hot dogs. Matt also showed up with 2 pounds of hamburgers. While the guys cooked, I went swimming with all the kids in our pond. Jane sat near the guys, just on her phone. Around 5:30-ish, the guys called the kids up for food. Me and my middle child, 9, weren't hungry yet, so we kept on swimming. We spent a good 40 plus extra minutes in the pond with our tubes. I wasn't paying any attention to anything that was going on near the grill. Around 6:15-ish is when my husband said that he was going to make a store run for beer. I told my son that we should probably go and eat now. My husband and Matt are gone by the time that we get up to the grill, and so is Jane. Well, we got up to the grill and all the food was gone. Literally everything. I called my husband and asked him where all the food was. He said that it should have been on the grill. I told him everything was gone. Okay, Jane, I know you didn't eat all the food. I know you didn't eat all... Jane, I know you didn't eat all the food. There was a long pause before he goes, Jane asked if she could take some for leftovers, but I didn't think she would take it all. She didn't even eat it. She took it? He then tells me that there was at least 8 burgers and 10 hot dogs left, as well as macaroni salad when he left for the store 10 minutes prior. I told him to call Matt and see where the fuck all the food was. He does. He then calls me back and says that Matt claims Jane only took a few and that they had already been eaten. But my oldest son, 13, straight up tells me he saw Jane walk off our property carrying the entire dish, one of those extra large tinfoil barbecue pans. Jane, y'all brought 2 pounds of hamburger and left with all the hot dogs and burgers that were left over. Get the fuck out of here. Nah, you not the asshole, because bitch, you should be full. You ain't got no room for birthday cake. You have no room left for birthday cake because you got 37 hot dogs and 54 hamburgers with you. Nope, you can't have no cake. You can't have no cake. Anyways, I'm pissed at this point. Me and my son hadn't eaten anything. My husband is also pissed, but he just grabbed me and my son something from the store instead of making a huge fuss. I don't really blame him. Him and Matt work together, so it is what it is. But anyways, much to my surprise, Jane and her kids came back over 45 minutes later and asked if they could have some of my cake. I told Jane that her kids can, but she can't. She asked why, and I said, I'm pretty sure you've eaten plenty considering you took off with my entire barbecue dinner before me and my son could even eat anything. Period. Girl, you not hungry. You not hungry. You took the rest of the food and then came back with the nerve to ask for more. No, you can't have no fucking cake, girl. Baby, go get y'all some cake. But bitch, you don't get none with your hungry ass. She tried arguing that my husband told her that she could have it, that half of it was hers because they brought 2 pounds of hamburger meat, and that she didn't realize me and my kid hadn't eaten anything. She was beside the grill the entire time. This was her fucking goal from the beginning. That's why she was guarding the food so goddamn hard. I just shrugged my shoulders and walked away. She tells her kids, let's go, and they leave without cake. Now I'm feeling like I may be the asshole. No one has said anything, but I know there's tension. No, you're not the asshole, because that's some bold shit. That is some bold shit. You said half of it was hers. Okay, well, bitch, why you didn't just take the half that you brought? If you felt like you were entitled to the half of the leftovers, why did you take the hot dogs? Because the last time I checked, 2 pounds of ground beef don't fucking make hot dogs. Like, the last time I checked, I mean, I'm not a genius or anything, but the last time I checked, 2 pounds of ground beef don't fucking make hot dogs. And then you had the nerve and audacity to come back and ask for more. Can we have some cake? Bitch, no. Yo bold ass walked out of my property with all the leftover food. 2 of us hadn't even gotten a chance to eat, and then you lied about it. You lied because we asked you and you said, well, I only took a few. What the fuck? 18 goddamn burgers and hot dogs is a hell of a lot more than just a few. No, you can't have no fucking cake. The fucking audacity, girl, no. I would have cut the cake and ate it right in front of her. Right in front of her. Would have act like I was going to cut her a piece of cake and stuck my fork in it and ate it in her face. Because get off my fucking property. Go eat my hot dogs and my hamburgers.
Am I the asshole for telling my husband that if we don't move, then we will end up divorcing because him and the wife next door make me incredibly uncomfortable?
Ooh, okay.
I know hormones probably play a role here, but I'm not sure if I'm overreacting. My husband and I moved here back in June of 2023, and he soon became super close with the couple next door, to the point where every single day we would be invited out on the boat or over to have a barbecue with them. It bothered me a great deal, honestly, because every time I said I didn't want to go, my husband would pretty much force his hand and guilt me into going, and I was pregnant and simply didn't want to be around anyone.
Oh, that's shitty.
He would say, well, I want to go, but if you don't go with me, then it'll make me look like a bad husband. That's fucked up, man.
That's really fucked up, yeah.
The wife next door was also pregnant. Now, there's been a buildup of stuff that bothers me a lot, and yes, I have communicated it. Like, last year when we were on the boat, we stopped off at one of the lake stores, and my husband and the other husband went in. They asked me and the wife if we wanted anything. She had asked for like 4 or 5 different things. I asked for one very specific soda because I was craving it. When they came back out, I found my husband had bought the other wife everything she requested. Why didn't her husband buy it? And he didn't get me anything because he quote-unquote forgot.
Oh.
And didn't go back in or anything because it was quote-unquote too busy and didn't want to stand in line for 20 minutes.
Little sus, little suspicious. They're just friends, though. I mean,
yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Or if we are standing by the fire pit, he will ask the other wife if she needs a seat before he asks me.
What?
Or if he sees her grilling food, he will be like, here, let me do that for you. But if he sees me cooking, he never offers to take over.
Here, let me do that for you, and just like stands right behind her, like that Patrick Swayze scene. I can't think of it right now. Ghost, yeah.
Oh yeah, does the ghost thing. This whole time, because it's on the boat, I was thinking about the talented Mr. Ripley.
Oh yeah. Like
it's kind of the like relationship build up to that, you know?
Yeah.
Where they just kind of start doing things together all the time, and then people all of a sudden think that they're gay. Because Matt Damon is gay in that movie.
Yeah.
Which is true. He also takes all the garbage to the dump for her, despite her having a husband who can do it.
Yeah, that's fucking weird. What the fuck?
Yeah, he'll take out their dog, keep an eye on her kids so she can go to the store. But I have only taken literally 10 showers without the baby since I gave birth 6 months ago.
Oh my god. Wow.
10 showers in
10
6
showers
months
in 6
without
months
the
without the
baby.
baby.
Wow.
This is not good. Yeah, what the fuck?
That's
Jesus.
an understatement. Yeah, not good. I don't think anything is truly going on, but I know for an absolute fact that he's trying to look like a superhero slash super dad slash super husband to her when he's actually not. He loves the attention he gets from doing all these favors for her, but he just doesn't do that stuff
Yeah, what's
at home.
the attention getting blown? Like what? Like
Well,
what's happening? Yeah, Jesus
Okay.
fucking Christ.
He used to, before we moved here, he used to be a great husband. Like I said, I've communicated with him that this bothers me a great deal, but he's not cheating, and he doesn't think he's doing anything wrong because he's just quote-unquote helping people out.
I don't buy that for a fucking minute.
Me neither, but it's been dragging me. Every single time I see him do anything for her, I start resenting him more, because it's every single day. Or every single time I watch him walk over to their house and talk to them because I'm inside cooking slash parenting destroys me. Because again, it's every single day. I told him last night that if we didn't move out of here, I will end up divorcing him. That I feel like the side bitch to his real wife talking about the woman next door. Saying,
Yeah.
like, she feels like she's been
She's
called
the side piece, yeah.
Yeah, essentially.
Compared to, yeah, Jesus.
He still thinks I'm being ridiculous because there's no cheating going on. Parentheses, I know there's not, end parentheses, but that makes no difference to me.
I mean, it's emotional cheating, sorry, but okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that.
Yeah.
He's still panning for her approval and doing things for her, and while he did do that for me for years, he hasn't done that since we moved here. He says we can't afford to move and that he's just happy to have friends again after going years with essentially no social life. I just can't do it anymore. And then also there was a post about the boat and my husband catering to the pregnant wife from last year was me. I posted it on a throwaway account that I no longer have access to. So she's posted multiple Reddit stories about this guy.
Oh, really?
About the boat incident where he went in and got 4 things and then came out and was like, oh, I forgot.
I forgot.
This is why you don't need a reason to break up.
Yeah, you should just break up. Yeah.
Because fuckers like this will be like, but I'm not cheating. I don't know what I did wrong.
Yeah, and it's like...
And then you feel like you need something
like a
warrant it.
hard evidence of some sort, yeah.
Because there's a stupid narrative that if you break up with someone, just like in general, you're a bad person.
Am I wrong for leaving all of my groceries at the register when the cashier refused to sell me alcohol? Abundance and Bounty are 2 supermarket chains, both with stores 20 minutes away from me and 15 minutes apart from each other. I, 33 male, usually go to Abundance unless I want something I can only get at Bounty, and I haven't been asked for ID when buying alcohol in over 8 years at either store, or anywhere else for that matter. I went to Abundance yesterday to buy my weekly groceries and picked up a 6-pack of beer to enjoy on the weekend. I set the beers down in front of my other groceries on the conveyor belt, then moved to the other side to start packing. The cashier saw the beer and asked me for ID. I told him I didn't have any ID on me, and he told me he couldn't sell me the beer and place it on the side. I politely said, okay, no problem, have a nice day, and then walked away, leaving all of my groceries on the conveyor belt. I didn't take anything. As I walked away, he shouted, excuse me, sir, but I saw no reason to waste time on continuing a discussion because he already made his decision, and I understand how strict they need to be when it comes to alcohol and ID. My mother worked in a liquor store for several years. To be very clear, I did not do this to get back at him, but rather because it meant I needed to go to Bounty to get the beer, and it didn't make sense to drag all of my heavy grocery items from Abundance to Bounty when I could just get the same groceries from Bounty, including the beer. I also figured carrying bags of groceries from Abundance around Bounty wasn't wise because it might raise suspicion of shoplifting. So I went from Abundance to Bounty, bought everything I needed from Bounty, including the beer, then went home. When I got back, my girlfriend asked why it took so long, and after explaining it, she said I was an asshole for making things difficult for the staff at Abundance, because they would need to restock all of my stuff and possibly throw things away. I don't know if the last part is true, but she knows someone who works in a similar store and explained that they're pretty strict on how long certain products are allowed to be outside the freezer and refrigerators. She also said it was extremely rude that I just walked away when the cashier was trying to talk to me. I asked what she would have done, but she didn't have an answer besides just coming home without the beer, but I don't see that as a solution. So, am I the asshole? You are 1000% trying to be rude and petty. Don't even try. Or else you would have looked back and be like, yeah, if the guy's calling your name, why would you not look back? What if he's like, oh, I'll give you the beer then? What? You don't know. You wouldn't be an asshole. Shit.
I'm currently planning to ghost my boyfriend after just finding out that he was cheating on me. I found out that my boyfriend was cheating on me a few weeks ago, and I've literally been spiraling since and only running off of pure disgust and vengeance. I got this really weird feeling and checked his phone while he was asleep. Those 20 minutes locked in the bathroom looking through his phone honestly felt like years, and the shame keeps me from talking to anyone about it. I also moved across the country to be with him, and so I'm all alone. I have no friends and no family here. He woke me up this morning with kisses and breakfast, and he's been doing a lot lately, and it's probably from the guilt that he's feeling. He even bought me flowers for the first time ever at me literally hinting at wanting them for years. I thought that my quiet crying was out of happiness, and he even brought up buying a house for us. He said something with enough space for potential future children. I'm still just going through the motions and making him breakfast in the morning, packing his lunch, making sure dinner's ready when he gets home. I'm currently planning to ghost my boyfriend after just finding out that he was cheating on me. What makes me the angriest is that I really genuinely thought, like deep in my bones, that he would just never do something like this. He watched his father cheat on his mother and have children outside of their marriage, all while she struggled with infertility her entire life. My partner is not even her biological son, and she never had children of her own. She dedicated her entire life to them, and she passed away shortly before I met my boyfriend from ovarian cancer. Sometimes I wonder if she regretted staying with her husband after all he put her through. We have a small shrine in her honor, and something makes me look at and expect guidance. I love the man that she raised, but hate the one that her husband raised. They're both him, and he's a grown-ass man, more than capable of self-control, so I decided to walk away. Next week, my car will be shipped back home, and I got first-class tickets for me and my dog back home on his dime. He'll come back home from work, and everything I brought will be gone along with me. The only thing I think I might regret is not being able to see his reaction when he walks through the front door and realizes what's going on.
How do I, 29 male, inform this woman, 29 female, that she is not my girlfriend?
What?
How do I, 29 male, inform this woman, 29 female, that she is not my girlfriend?
I mean, there is very well could be that she is like, I don't know, like they're on, you know, there's a lot of like situationships now that I'm like, it very well could be that she thinks that she's his girlfriend, and he's like, no, you're not. I don't know.
Okay. I am in a peculiar situation.
Sounds like it.
This woman we will call Rachel is under the impression that we are in a relationship. This has been going on for 4 years now.
Okay.
I have never asked her to be my girlfriend, but there was a miscommunication at some point. Now, I won't lie, I played into it a lot and I shouldn't have.
Okay. Why would you?
I did all the couple things couples do, but I never asked her to be my girlfriend at all or referred to her as my girlfriend. I didn't stop her from calling me her boyfriend or wanting to celebrate our anniversary. In my mind, however, I was single, so when I hear her ask about marriage or moving in together, it makes no sense. I figured she would one day realize I never officially asked her and then realize it before things got out of hand, but she never did. It's her prerogative to correct this mistake I made. Eventually...
well... This is what I mean. You gotta teach your sons to be like, communicate, please.
A little bit, yeah. Everything was fine until about a month ago. I met this beautiful woman. There's this food truck that isn't far from my house. I asked her for her number, and we have hit it off. Things are getting serious, and I'm going to ask her to be my girlfriend soon. Before I do, I need to address the elephant in the room with Rachel. So that was the original post. Edit.
I did ask her to be my girlfriend.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? That's way too little information.
Edit, for clarification purpose, I was wrong. I'm remorseful and disgusted with my actions. I know people think I'm not remorseful, but that's not true at all. What I did was disgusting, and that's the end. That's the end of the post.
You're the asshole for not saying what the miscommunication was.
My husband, 36 male, doesn't want me, 38 female, to use our IVF embryos because he doesn't feel ready to have kids yet. My husband and I have known each other for 12 years and have been married for the last 3. We started living together in 2016, and close to 2 years later, he lost his job and was working dead-end jobs for close to a year. We decided that he would take classes and get a trade so he can get a better job. I work in healthcare and make decent money, so I was okay to take over the bills. After he finished classes, he still had a hard time finding a job because of COVID. So overall, for the last 4 years, I paid for everything: rent, bills, food, everything. I want to have children. He knew this early in our relationship. He at the time said that he could see that happening for him one day, but not now. Because it was taking him a long time to get a job and I was getting older, I asked him to do IVF for embryo freezing. We did it last year and froze 3 embryos. 2 months ago, he started a job. It's not the best salary considering the price of things nowadays, but it's okay money. I told him I want for us to try and get pregnant now or use the embryos. He said he's not ready to have kids right now. I told him I don't really have any more time to wait, and even though we have the embryos, we don't know if they will actually work, so I really think we need to start trying. And also, there are very few men who actually get to a point when they can actually say that they are ready for kids. After several discussions and arguments, we came to the conclusion that if I'm not able to wait until he is ready and he has no idea when that will be, then we will have to get a divorce. He told me he doesn't want a divorce, but he can't get on board with having kids right now. If I end up not having children because of him, I will resent him greatly. And I feel that I put so much into this marriage and supported him when he was down on his luck, it's unfair to me to walk away with nothing now. At this point, I can proceed with an IVF transfer. There's nothing needed from his end. I am financially capable of having a child without his help, and my family would help with the physical load a little bit. He said he doesn't want me to use the embryos without his approval because he wouldn't want to have kids in the world and he's not a part of their lives. I do love him and I don't want to have to choose between keeping my marriage or having a child. But I very much do want to have children and don't think I can forgive him if he takes that away from me. While I don't want to force him to do something he's not comfortable with, I don't think it's fair that I should walk away with nothing after putting so much into the marriage and supporting him for all those years when he wasn't capable.
I found a phone recording me in my closet.
Oh. You're not overreacting, no.
What?
You can't have anything recording.
That you don't consent to.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, if you found it, that's bad. You didn't know it was there. That means you found it.
That's creepy.
Yeah.
I, 20 female, always change in my closet. Yesterday, I woke up, took a shower, and came back to my room to change in my clothes. Typically, I'll bring clothes into the bathroom on shower days, but not yesterday, apparently. So anyway, I went back in and I reached for something on the ground, and I saw a phone in between my stuffed animals. I pick it up and saw that it had been recording for at least 14 plus minutes. I had only been in the closet for a minute at this point, so it was set up right after I went to go take a shower. I freaked out and brought it to my mom because lo and behold, this was my 40 male stepdad's phone.
Oh my God.
I have no idea why he would do this. He's been in my life since I was really little, like 8, so I'm really confused right now. He's always tried to act like my father, asking me to call him dad, and in the past few years, hugging me. My mom took my side and asked him to stay somewhere else while everything was being figured out.
Yeah.
My mother and his mother are thinking it might have to do something with his alcoholism. He drinks every night and maybe postpartum depression and he blacked out or something, but I have no idea. I reviewed the video yesterday and you can see him come into my closet, put it in between my stuffed animals, and then move them a little so they hide the phone. Not well enough, thankfully. And then even move one of my jackets so it doesn't block the view, so he can get a perfect video. When my mom confronted him, she said he looked genuinely shocked and confused, as if he didn't remember doing this. With blackouts, you can forget events, but I don't know. I just feel like he didn't black out. I mean, maybe, but it just seems way too easy for him to get out of it like that. He said something about me needing to report him to the police. My mom took that as him being blacked out and doing something he would have never done, but I took this as him being guilty as fuck and a master manipulator.
Mm-hmm.
I feel so violated right now. You know, in those games where you get to pick what you do, and then at the end you have the option to go back and see what could have happened.
Yeah.
I wish I could do one of those right now because I'm so confused. If he truly blacked out, what was he going to do about his phone? Would he have remembered it, or what would have happened? I also feel bad because he's the father of my little brothers and my mother's husband, but at the same time, who the fuck does this? She asked me if I thought I could ever forgive him if he got help, and at first, in shock, I said, maybe, but after thinking about it, seeing the video, my mom sent it to her phone, and sleeping on it today, I don't think I can. My mom is having me see a counselor/therapist to talk to me about it. So I guess that's good. I'm thinking of taking time off work because this is really turning my world upside down.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. And then top comment, this is not creepy, it's criminal. Blackouts do not excuse this type of behavior, primarily because memory loss or not, he's taking this action. 99% of dads out there can get blackout drunk without committing sex crimes against their daughter. Am I the asshole for breaking up with my boyfriend after he allegedly helped my drunk friend at a club? I'm not a clubbing kind of girl. My boyfriend loves clubbing a lot. I've gone to a few clubs with him, but I usually let him do his thing because it wasn't fun at all for me. My friend Alyssa is also a clubber. She's usually there like 4 to 5 times a week, which is crazy to me. So last weekend, I went over to my boyfriend's apartment and I found Alyssa sleeping in his bed with my boyfriend not in the apartment. I have a key to his apartment and was supposed to go over there at 11, but I was a bit early. When I woke her up, she told me it wasn't what it looked like. She said that she got really drunk and may have been drugged and my boyfriend let her crash because the club was close to his apartment. My boyfriend came home and he also scrambled to say that it wasn't what it looked like. He said they couldn't take her to the hospital because she couldn't afford it and she had drugs in her system.
Corroboration.
He swore that he slept on the couch. Honestly, they were tripping over themselves to explain that it wasn't what it seemed. I didn't believe them, so I broke up with my boyfriend. Now our friends are begging me to give this guy a second chance, saying my boyfriend was a good guy. Am I the asshole?
My pregnancy kink led me to becoming a father, but not for the reason you think. I'm not exactly sure why I'm writing this. I love my wife and kids, and I'm very happy with the life that I have. I have no regrets. I think it's because I feel like I'm keeping this all a secret from my friends and family, like I'm hiding something. I can never tell those closest to me, so confessing anonymously to strangers is the closest I can get to honesty about myself and my life. Back in the early 2000s, I was a young, dumb, and horny 20-something-year-old. I had a few different friends with benefits, bed buddies, and situationships at any given time. One girl, who we can call Emma, stood out from the rest. I met her at a party. We spent the night together and continued to meet up several times a month for a while. She was absolutely gorgeous, fantastic in bed, and fun to be around. It wasn't anything serious, just fun. After a good 6 or so months of this, Emma tells me that she's pregnant. Since we weren't serious and we hadn't had a conversation about being exclusive, I wasn't surprised to learn she didn't know who the father was. I was one of the few guys that it could have been. I happily got a paternity test done. It was negative. I did a second just to be sure. Still negative. So I thought that was gonna be the end of it. Nah, that ain't the end, bro. It can't be the end. I need to know what happened. But Emma wasn't done with me. Women's bodies react differently to pregnancy. In Emma's case, one of the biggest side effects was raging hormones. Okay. All right. It's starting to make sense now. I get it, but continue. Obviously, that doesn't just mean being horny. This is reality, not a corn post. But the part of it that mattered to me was definitely her intimate needs. Emma was calling me up almost every day once she got into her second trimester. And if I thought things were good before, holy shit, that was nothing. Okay, bro said she blew my mind. At first, it was just good fun. But after a few weeks, I started to appreciate the pregnant form. Like, really appreciate it. To the point that I stopped seeing anyone else because they just didn't do it anymore. At this point, all of her other usual guys had scrammed for fear of being pinned with child support. So I was it. For a few months, I practically lived at her place. I think I lost 15 pounds from all the exercise. Bro, damn. Bro said I worked out so much, I lost 15 pounds. Bro, Emma was putting that thing on him. Now at this point, I should make it clear. I always knew that I didn't want kids. I had plans for a very free, independent life, and kids did not at all fit into that picture. Emma knew this, and we agreed that once she no longer needed my assistance, we would happily part ways as friends. Fast forward 5 or 6 months. She's about ready to pop. We have one last hoorah a week before her due date. I wish her luck and I try to move on. She has her son, I see some pictures, and I think he's pretty cute. To be clear, she wasn't trying to pressure me into helping her or anything. She just wanted to share her baby photos with a friend. We keep in touch, but nothing physical happens while she was recovering. Obviously, I do come by now and then to help her around the house. Life as a single mom is rough, and I didn't mind helping her out here and there. You were actually friends. You guys became friends. Over time, I started liking Emma's son more than I expected to. Babies were never my thing, but this guy was different. I started spending a lot of time at Emma's, both for her and the baby. After the first year, she had everything figured out and she didn't really need my help anymore. But I was still there once a week or so. And then right before her son's second birthday, she finds out that she's pregnant again. This time, there was no chance that it was me. We hadn't been together since before her son was born. She knew who the dad was this time, but he scrambled out of there before she could get any proof and he never turned up again. So being her best friend at this point, I stepped up to help her through her pregnancy. I helped her around the house. I took care of her son. And when those hormonal side effects set in, I took on other duties as assigned. 3 months in, she asked me to just move in, and I did. I love this. It's like a little romance story unfolding right in front of my eyes. This is cute. I get why you feel like you can't tell anybody in your close circle about this, but I think this is so cute. A random stranger on the internet, I think this is cute so far. The rest is history. We fucked our way through the second pregnancy. I fell in love with her daughter. I realized I loved both kids like they were my own, and I wanted to marry Emma. It was a shocking realization for someone who never planned to have a family. When I told Emma how I felt, it was a little confusing at first, but she realized she felt the same way. We dated for a while to make sure the feelings were real, and once we knew they were, we got married when she was 4 months pregnant with our own daughter. I think that is so cute. Sir, give Emma a break. I'm gonna let you know right now. Give her a break. Don't keep planting your seeds in this woman. Give her a minute. Don't have her knocked up for the rest of her life because you think it's cute, you freak. I love it though. I love this for you guys. Obviously, finding pregnant women attractive wasn't the only reason I ended up where I am now. But I won't lie, it was a big part of it. If not for my weird brain deciding that pregnancy is hot, I probably wouldn't have stuck around Emma long enough to become more than a fling. I'd have moved on and ended up God knows where. At no point did I know where the hell this story was going. I read the title and I was ready to be grossed out and upset. I was ready. A little bit into like the second paragraph, I thought I knew where we was going. You threw a curveball, I expected the second baby to be yours, but no. But we here now. I caught up, we're here now. And I love that you guys love the way this worked out for you. Because to me, honestly, this is hilarious. This is fucking hilarious. While I do think this is absolutely hilarious, and I am loving the fact that OP and his wife are happy together with their kids, and he's managed to build a life that he's happy with, because that is all of our end goals, basically, to be happy with our life. Understand that. I love that for him. I feel like bro dodged a bullet. He was playing with his fucking life, because while his junk did lead to him catching a family, it could have led to him catching something that couldn't be fucking cured. He was messing with somebody who had multiple partners that could possibly be the father of her baby. A whole lot of rawness was going down. A whole fucking lot. And I think bro got the good end of the deal.
Am I the arsehole for telling my sister-in-law that nobody cares that she is pregnant? Story time. So my cousin, who we'll call Stacey, lost her husband and 2 out of 3 of her children in a car crash. And as I'm sure you can imagine, her and her 5-year-old daughter are absolutely heartbroken. So today was the funeral, and the moment my brother and his wife walked in, she announced that she was pregnant. And we were like, okay, like, congratulations, but maybe keep that on the down low for today. So when we arrived at the church, Amy kept like rubbing her tummy and gagging, saying, God, as a mom, I just can't imagine what she is going through. Now, this is Amy's first child, so she would take this opportunity to be like, oh, sorry, it's because I'm pregnant. And then after the funeral was all done, we went back to my aunt's house, and Amy just kept making everything about her. Like, for example, if she needed the toilet, she would be like, oh, sorry, pregnant lady coming through, needs to pee. She then told my elderly granddad to stand up so the lady with a baby could rest her feet. Now, I managed to ignore Amy all day. This was until she walked directly up to Stacey, sticks out her flat belly, by the way, no bump in sight, and says, oh, me and Steve had just found out we're pregnant and we are just absolutely beside ourselves that this could happen to us. Read the room. At this point, quite rightly so, Stacey just broke down. And it was also at this moment that I snapped. Because I'm sorry, who even says that to someone, let alone someone that has just lost pretty much their entire family? I ended up saying quite loud, no one gives a flying fuck that you are pregnant. I said to Amy, take a look around. This is the funeral of not 1, but 2 babies, and then let alone the love of this woman's life. I went on to say I knew you were an attention seeker, but Jesus! And finished up by telling her that she needed to leave. She did, in fact, end up leaving. On the way out, my brother called me a fat, bitter bitch. So my brother and then all of Amy's family ended up calling me a whole host of names after all of this. They were saying how much of a terrible person I was, that I made a pregnant woman cry. Now, Stacey and my aunt actually ended up thanking me for what I said, but I just cannot help but feel a little bit guilty for causing a scene. So let me know what you think. The end.
Okay, so a little background information. I was 16 and a sophomore in high school, and my man and I have been dating for like 4 months at this point, okay? We bought our prom tickets, and this was his junior prom, so I wasn't even supposed to go to prom this year. That's besides the fucking point. One thing about my ex is that he smoked a lot. Like, I'm talking, he would come pick me up in the morning before school and he would smoke for like an hour before we went in. So we wouldn't go in an hour late. He would literally wake up early as hell, pick me up from my house at 6:30, and then we would go sit for an hour. I don't know how he did that and was even able to act like a human being. But yeah, that was my man. And he hung out with these 2 kids that were known for selling. Trust me, I know that this sounds like the most overdramatic shit in the world, but listen, back then, this is whenever everybody thought that if you smoked weed, you were doing crack. Literally. Yeah, he hung out with these 2 kids that sold, and eventually word got around in school that my man was bringing illegal substances to school. My school thought that they were after Pablo Escobar, okay? The reason why they thought that he was bringing stuff to school was because the one morning, I don't think he picked me up, but he picked up those 2 kids that I was telling you about, and when they got out of his car, a baggie dropped out of the car. And this baggie had weed in it. And of course, they didn't notice, so a teacher saw it on the ground and picked it up, and they were like, oh wow, that's blah blah blah's car. He was dropping off blah blah blah, and they already knew what was going on. So now there's rumors going around school that my man's gonna have his car searched the next time that he brings it to school. Now my man knew not to bring his car to school. And my man didn't really bring stuff to school. I mean, maybe he would some days if he didn't have his car and he was going over somebody's house after, but even then he would rarely do that. But he would come into school every day smelling like straight gas. Well then, finally, the one day, he had brought stuff to school, and at this point, the teachers, the principals, and everybody, they were tired of waiting for him to bring his car to school. So they were like, you know what? We're gonna search him. They search him, and they find a baggie with like 2 grams in it. So of course, you know, they call his parents to the school, and whenever they call them to the school, they're like, yeah, so here's what's gonna happen. Either he's gonna do inpatient rehab, and we're not gonna expel him, or he doesn't have to go, but blah, 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 blah is gonna happen, and he's gonna be expelled. His parents sent him to inpatient rehab. He was there for 3 months. And this was after we bought the prom tickets, I brought my prom dress and everything. And I wasn't really close with him or his family at this point, so I didn't even know what was going on. My man's not answering me. Nobody knows where the fuck he is. So because my man just fell off the face of the earth, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take his bus home today, and I'm gonna see what the hell is going on. So the bus drops me off at his house, and I go inside. That's when they told me that he got sent away to a rehab, and I was like, well, what the fuck? Like, why isn't he answering his phone? And they're like, oh, they took his phone away from him. So now, the only thing that I could do was write letters to him, and they could only be sent to him on Sunday. I'm sitting there and I'm like, wow, my prom is ruined, but I can't tell anybody what's going on, because if my family would have found out, I would have found myself in some kind of fucking mental institution. So I had to keep that under wraps. I'm pretty sure that this happened like 2 weeks before prom. So fast forward, prom day comes around, I got my hair and makeup done, and now it's time to take pictures, and my whole family's like, oh.
My friend's fiance is testing her, and I don't know if/how I should tell her. Hi all, this is an odd story, and I need to know if I should speak up or mind my own business. My friend, 27 female, is engaged to her partner, 27-ish male. They've been together for about 3 years in total and got engaged a few months ago. I'll be using fake names to be safe. So Rick has a job that keeps him out of town for a couple of weeks at a time, and he comes home about every other weekend. Amanda lives and works here in town. They recently got their first apartment together, not living with family. Shortly after moving in, Rick expressed wanting a dog. She kept telling him she wasn't quite ready. They just moved in and hadn't settled into their new home yet. He kept bringing it up, and she finally caved and said okay, but requested they get a smaller, more easygoing breed. Well, without going into too mumuch detail, he comes home with a very young puppy that is a high-energy dog. Think almost any shepherd breed. Luckily, Rick does take the pup with him when he's gone for work. This weekend, however, while he was home, he had to leave the house for a few hours, and she was stuck at home with the puppy. My partner and I stopped in for a visit. I got to meet the pup for the first time, and he is a little sweetie. But, like all pups in the velociraptor stage, he's a bit of a terror. Poor Amanda was exhausted and overwhelmed. While my partner was out of the room, she expressed to me that she loves Rick and she loved the pup, but she felt so drained and overstimulated. She said she was annoyed that her wishes on the type of dog was overlooked, and it bothered her. I offered that Auntie and Uncle, my partner and I, would happily puppy sit from time to time, or even just take the pup on walks if that would help. About an hour later, Rick, her fiance, comes home, and we are all sitting in the living room visiting. Amanda gets up to take the puppy outside to go potty, and after she leaves, Rick opens up to my partner and I. I can't remember word for word what was said, but he asked if he could talk to us, and I said, of course. He goes on to tell us that he picked out the puppy he did as a way to test Amanda, to see what kind of mother she would be. He said it was a, quote, old-timer's way of testing a woman. I expressed that I didn't think this was a fair comparison. I have 3 dogs and 0 kids. I love my dogs like my children, but if I were to have a child, my love for my child would be vastly different than my love for my fur babies. It's a different kind of love. I also asked him, quote, well, are you trying to have children right now? You guys still have plenty of time to settle and get where you need to be before having kids. He replied saying he wanted a family. I understand wanting things, ... but I also feel like you should want to do it right, especially if it involves children. My partner and I don't want kids personally, but if we did, we wouldn't want them right now, as we definitely aren't ready. And we want them to have the best life. Rick seems to think he is ready for this right now. But from an outside eye looking in, he didn't listen to his fiance's boundaries when picking out a dog. He's testing her abilities to be a mother behind her back. And that's the other thing. While talking to my partner and I about it, he almost seemed to be belittling her ability to handle a crazy puppy. Like, that is your partner. This is the woman you claim to love and want to marry, but you are thinking about all of this when she has expressed to you that she wants to do these things but isn't ready yet? Sorry, I'm just rambling. Anyways, after we left to go home, my partner was the first to speak up to me. He said he didn't like how Rick talked about Amanda and how he was testing her to see how she would handle a kid. He and I both want to say something to Amanda, but we don't know if we should. And if the answer is yes, we should, we don't know how. Also, sorry, other side note, Rick wants kids and to have a family, but he's gone for like 2 weeks at a time. Like, how is that fair to Amanda? I told my partner if that happens, then Auntie, me, is stepping up to the plate, lol. I'll get over my fear of babies real quick. Anyways, sorry, had to make a small joke to make myself feel better. Any advice is appreciated. We aren't sure how to proceed. I will also fully admit Amanda is my girl. She's a really good friend of mine and my partner, so there is a chance we might be a little ... protective. And if that's the case, I'm fully open to being told that. Thank you for reading and thank you in advance. You're gonna tell them this behind your fiance's back? Like,
yeah.
Don't you kind of know they're gonna tell her?
Exactly. That's why I think they should tell her.
You need to tell her.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Yeah.
Well, we have an update. So overwhelmingly, the answer is to tell Amanda, and that's what I thought the answer was, but I just need to be sure. I'm going to be seeing her later this week, and I will talk to her then. I keep seeing a lot of, you're not a very good friend. If you have any doubt, you should tell her, and I want to clarify a couple of things about that. One, I was in an extremely abusive relationship, and when other loved ones told me I should leave and he wasn't good for me, I clung to him more and distanced myself from those trying to help me. I'm scared of doing that to Amanda. 2, I had another friend whose husband was total trash. I fought tooth and nail to try to help her out of the situation. Even offered for her and her daughter to come live with me. Eventually, her husband made her block me. They are now divorced, but I'm still blocked and can't check in on my friend. I think about her often and wish her well, so I'm also scared of losing Amanda. 3, sometimes because of my past, I can see a situation and think it's abuse when it's really not. I can overreact. I really just needed to make sure that wasn't the case here. Update 2. Amanda and I talked. I took a lot of advice from the comments. I started by saying up front that if I'm overstepping or I'm wrong in any way, please just tell me and I will drop it. I then proceeded to tell her, the other day, Rick said something to partner and I. And if you're open to hearing it, I want to give you the option to hear it.
Personally, if the shoe was on the other foot, I would want to know. Paraphrasing, it's hard to remember a conversation word for word, but I then told her what he said. I kept it very matter of fact. She asked to know more, so I told her as much as I could remember to be fact. After crying with each other as I was scared of losing a friend, we both told each other that we are stuck with each other for life, lol. She said she understood that I was only coming from a place of love and I'd never do anything to hurt her. She also thanked me for being honest. I did tell her about the Reddit post and I shared the link to her. She read it and some of your comments. I would like to correct an earlier statement I did make. He would find a different job when/if they have kids. That is something they did agree on, and I was incorrect in that. I apologized for being wrong and told her that based on previous conversations, I was under a different impression. She understood, and I'm taking accountability in admitting I was wrong on that detail. She knows no matter what happens, good, bad, ugly, my partner and I are here in her corner and always will be. I can't say for certain what life has in store for her, but I can say that our friendship is just as strong. Thank you again to everyone who was kind and helped me navigate the situation as best as possible. There is a comment from someone that OP responded to. I'd like to know if they are still together. Currently, yes, they are.
I'm not surprised.
Amanda. Okay. You know best, Amanda.
I lied about being a professional dancer to get a role in this film, and I don't regret it. The year was 2010, and I had just gotten to LA. I had no idea what LA was like, but I knew I wanted to book something immediately. I signed up to all of the casting platforms. Anywhere I could find an audition, I was there. You see how gold that is? The casting notice comes through for this little short film. In big bold letters it said, you need to be a professional dancer in order to audition for this film. Although at the time I really did have experience in belly dancing, modern dance, flamenco, and tango, but I mean, I wasn't professional. When I got there, I see a ton of professional dancers and they're all stretching outside, and I can tell they're professional because of the way they're stretching. Like, they just know what they're doing with their bodies. This is when I am absolutely horrified because I realized the short film was about a dancer. I go in there and I am absolutely confident. I did my scene and I'm a really good crier. I know I can do that really well as an actress. And I don't know if they were just so mesmerized by my acting. I don't know, but they did not ask me to dance in the audition. So the next day I get a call from the casting director saying that I booked it. And on that phone call, the casting director just asked me, do you have any dance experience? And I said, yeah, I do. I belly dance, tango, flamenco, some modern dance. And she was like, okay, great. So I get to set. For the dancing part, I asked them to put Ojos Así. That song gives me so much energy, and before I knew it, I was just dancing. I was off doing God knows what. I went to choose. I think we'll have to do this one because it matches my eyes. Not for 1 second did I doubt myself or did I doubt a movement. From my peripheral vision, I could see the director going like this. In that moment, I knew, I think I'm gonna be okay. I never saw the short film though. I don't even think they finished it, but the casting director ended up casting me in my first big commercial for Red Baron Pizza. And if I had to lie again, I totally would.
My girlfriend blocked every girl on my Instagram while I was in the shower. My girlfriend and I started dating in February and moved in together in October. I don't really have anything worth keeping secret from her, so I'm comfortable leaving my phone around knowing she knows my password. I noticed this morning that my Instagram follower account was off and noticed every female was unfollowed or blocked. These were all coworkers, friends I made in the army, and family friends, etc. I confronted her and she started crying and blaming it on trust issues. I have never cheated in any relationship and I do my best to maintain mutual trust. I've been thinking all day while she's at work and feel like she broke my trust permanently. She also doesn't let me play video games with my male friends anymore because she feels left out. Mind you, this guy is 23 and the girl is 22, so this girl seems like she has a lot of growing to do before she can be in a healthy relationship. And yeah, doesn't let you is crazy. Like, not letting your partner do something they enjoy with their friends, like playing video games, I don't know, playing golf, other sports, like, that's just crazy. My girlfriend blocked every girl on my Instagram while I was in the shower. Update. The night after I submitted my original post, I told her I needed boundaries while gaming with my friends. This resulted in a bad breakup and argument. She broke my PC and threatened to give my cat to the Humane Society. The kennel was hers, so I had no way to get him out until I convinced her not to make this the cat's problem. She also threatened my sister for letting me stay with her and started harassing my friend I play games with. She made sure to call all of her friends and family to make sure they knew know she was 100% the victim. While I was putting my stuff in the car, she started kicking my bags, threatening me, and tried to get in the car while I was pulling off. I received about 400 phone calls, texts, Instagram messages, etc. I wanted to relay some of your advice to her, but she clearly wasn't interested in taking any accountability. I blocked her on all platforms. I forgot a bunch of stuff while scrambling to leave, and she told me she was selling my $600 Garmin and anything else I forgot. Me and my cat are now living on my sister's couch for the time being. To everyone saying, dude, just leave, I planned on secretly moving all my stuff out while she was at work because I knew this would be the reaction.
I had a secret relationship with my uncle's best friend. Get ready with me? Well, let's talk about it. Okay, important things to know. I had one of those really cool younger uncles, and actually my mom was a young mom too. So he was only like 10 years older than me. And growing up, he was always around to like help my mom raise me. And his friends were around too. And one of his friends I always had the biggest crush on growing up. The day he got married, I was so sad. I was just like, you know, in my delusional brain, I was like, well, there goes my chance. Never gonna happen. Girl, it was never gonna happen in the first place. But maybe. This brings us to when I'm around 21. Now, my mom has this really like bad relationship with this guy I hate, who she married. Like, my stepdad, hate him so much, like never want to be around him. And at first she told me that they had broken up and she wanted me to come live with her. So I dropped everything literally and like went to go move in with her. Fast forward, they get back together. I'm like, I cannot stay here because there's backstory that I can't get into right now. And I know that my uncle's friend has just gone through a really bad divorce and he has this new girlfriend who he's staying with in LA. So I'm like, you know what, I'm going to stay at his house. It's right on the beach. It's beautiful. Like, I knew where the key was, so I maybe sort of tried to break in. But turns out he catches me and I'm like, wait, what are you doing here? Like, I thought you had this new girlfriend. Like, what's going on? And he's like, all right, well, I don't have a girlfriend. I've been here for a little while and I can't get into all the details right now, but matter of fact, what are you doing at my house? Long story short, I blackmail him into letting me stay there. I'm like, it would be a shame if I had to call my uncle and tell him you've been lying to everybody all summer and that you've really been here, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, okay, you made your point. You can stay here. Now, I've always been very flirty by nature. And now that I am an adult and I am of legal drinking age, I'm flirting with him a lot more than I normally would have, especially now that I know he's single because, like I said, I've always had a crush on him. And for a long time, it just stays me flirting with him, he kind of sort of flirting back. I know he thinks I'm attractive, but he is a pretty stand-up guy. Like, I know he was never going to try anything. That is until we go visit his brother. Brother's a little bit younger than him, more closer to my age, also very attractive, and his brother starts flirting with me, laying it on thick. And he does not like it at all. And so that gives me the thing like, oh, is he jealous? Like, what's going on? We leave that trip and I have a little bit more pep in my step because I'm like, oh, like maybe something could actually happen. But I've got to take matters into my own hands because this man is not ever going to make the first move. So this guy who lives near where my uncle lives has been asking me out for a while. And I've been saying no, because I also just thought I have a bad relationship. And I'm like, maybe like I need to spread my wings a little bit. Maybe I need to go out on a date. And it's at this moment where my uncle's friend snaps. He's like, no, you're not going on a date with that guy. I'm like, wait, why not? Like, I thought I was younger than you, too young for you. Like, I thought I needed to spread my wings and have fun and blah, blah, blah. And that is when it all goes down. So then I'm obviously like, where does that leave us? Like, what's gonna happen? You know, what if my uncle finds out? And then...
Am I the asshole for refusing to babysit my sister's kids after what she did at my wedding? I've been married for about 6 months now to my husband, and honestly, I thought everything was fine with me and my big sister, and let's just call her Lisa for the sake of this story. Growing up, Lisa was always the favorite child. My mom would bend over backwards to help her with anything that she needed, even growing up, like money, kids, school. She has 3 kids and they are all under the age of 10 years old. I'm not at all saying that Lisa's a bad mom or anything, but she leans hard on family support with her kids, and me, I'm just the free babysitter. Well, when me and my husband were planning our wedding, I told Lisa that this day was about us. It was our special day. I didn't want drama. I didn't want chaos. And I told Lisa very nicely that I didn't want her kids at the ceremony. The reception, sure, that's fine, but the ceremony was going to be very small and intimate, like 40 people. And when I told her this, she was pretty upset, but she was just like, fine, do whatever you want. Fast forward to the day of the wedding, and I'm holding my husband's hands. We're at the altar, and guess what I hear? a baby scream, and I look over, and there Lisa is trying to shush her 3-year-old who is having a meltdown in the middle of me giving my vows. I was so furious in the moment. Am I the asshole for refusing to babysit my sister's kids after what she did at my wedding? I just kept my cool, and then I pulled her aside after the ceremony, and I was like, why did you bring them? I thought that we agreed that you weren't gonna bring them. And she just laughed, and she was like, oh, you weren't being serious. They're family. I told her that she disrespected me and my husband, and that she needed to leave the reception if she couldn't keep her kids under control. And of course, my mom took her side, saying that I was being dramatic and that kids will be kids. Like, yeah, they will. That's exactly why I didn't want them at the ceremony. I guess I've definitely been harboring some resentment since then, but here's really where the issue starts. A week ago, Lisa texts me saying that I need to watch the kids for the weekend because her and her husband need to take a much needed break. I told her no, and that I had plans, and even if I didn't, that's not my responsibility. She called me selfish and said that I owe her because family helps family. I absolutely snapped at her, and I told her that after what she pulled at the wedding, she's the one who should be apologizing to me, and I also told her that I'm not a built-in babysitter for her. After that, she got all pissy, and then she went and told the whole family that I'm punishing her kids for absolutely no reason. And now everyone has been blowing up my phone saying that I'm being cruel for not helping out Lisa in a time of need. But I am standing firm on this. I'm not a free babysitter, and I'm not gonna let her just walk all over me all the time. So am I the asshole for refusing to babysit and finally drawing?
Am I wrong for not taking down pictures of my family in my own home to make my son's new wife feel more comfortable? I, late 50s, am a picture person. I have hundreds up in my home. It started when I was caring for my aunt with Alzheimer's and had just gone from there. I have 3 kids and 4 grandkids. And as you can imagine, I love having photos of them up on my home. My middle son, Gavin, 27, is no longer with my 4-year-old grandson, Tommy's mom, Helena. They're still friendly and co-parent well, and I see her often enough because I help with Tommy. Last year, he married Sherry, also 27, after only being together a few months. She seems sweet and makes him happy. We had no issues until recently when my son asked me to take down any and all pictures that Helena was in to make Sherry more comfortable. I don't have any of her alone, just a few of the entire family and a few when Tommy was younger that my son is also in. I said no. It's my home and I like having them up. I certainly have edited many with Sherry in them, but it's silly to take them down just because Helena and Gavin are no longer together. It's still a part of our family history. He asked again a few weeks ago and I gave him the same answer and told him that I'd be happy to explain to Sherry, but he dropped it. He called me yesterday and told me that it was the last time he was going to ask. The pictures needed to come down or Sherry wouldn't come to our home anymore. I told him that was ridiculous and he said it was important to him because they made Sherry jealous and it was affecting the way she was treating Tommy. God. I'm appalled. Apparently, Tommy mentioned a picture in my house and Sherry threw a fit, and Gavin says that it's making his life difficult. He brought it up around my daughter, the eldest, who told her younger sister as well, and they both agree Sherry is being ridiculous. I told him, if your wife is treating Tommy poorly because of some pictures in my home, then you need to think if this is the right person. Obviously, he disagrees, but has been hounding me leading up to Thanksgiving. My husband is also on the side of we do not negotiate with terrorists, but has also pointed out that they are married and we should pick our battles. I'm wondering if I'm missing the forest for the trees. I won't be removing anything, and if Sherry wants to continue this toddler-like temper tantrum, she is welcome to stay home alone on Thanksgiving. If she wants to grow up and realize that she married a man with a child, she can come. But I'll be having a serious talk with my son. My husband and I are well off and readily help our kids financially. He is welcome to cut me off over this, but I doubt that will happen as we will react likewise. Also, I counted today when I was cleaning. I saw max 5 pictures with Helena in them. The fact that this woman is throwing a fit about 5 out of hundreds of pictures is crazy to me. Maybe I'll put up more. Oh, I like this, Grandma. Go, Grandma. Okay, here's my problem. You obviously married a man who has a child. You guys won't believe the update I just read. Oh my god, that was posted like months ago. And the update was posted today. It's been a while since my last post. Gavin and Sherry's divorce was finalized yesterday. We are thrilled to put this awful chapter behind us and hope Gavin has learned from it. Oh, that's hilarious. Like, you could not get over that fact. Man.
Curious on to who initiated the divorce, Sherry for the pics or Gavin for the crazy. She responded. He said he figured that being divorced was embarrassing, but not as embarrassing as staying married to her.
Okay, put your helmets on because this update is a wild ride. And in case you didn't see my last video, go watch that and then come back and watch this update. But in summary, my parents told me that they wouldn't help fund my birthday trip if I didn't take my bratty stepsister with me. When all this was going down, I honestly had no idea what I was gonna do or how I was gonna supplement the funds for the rest of the trip. But I have the most amazing friends ever. And when I told them the situation, every single one was just like, we'll just pay more to go. Like, do not worry about this, Kels. They have all met my stepsister and my stepmom, so they completely understand the situation. And none of them wanted Leah there, let me tell you. So I went to my dad and stepmom and said, thank you so much for your conditional birthday gift, but I no longer want it. I told them that me and my friends were gonna be paying for the entire trip ourselves, and that way, Leah does not have to go. And this is not what my stepmom wanted. She started flipping out, yelling at me, telling me that this is terrible, I'm a terrible big sister. And my dad is just sitting there, just blinking, not saying anything, just like, ah! She said, Kels, we can either do this the easy way or the hard way. Like, what was she even talking about? Which I later learned what she was talking about. But in the moment, I was like, what do you mean? Okay. Kind of cryptic, kind of dramatic. And I was like, we're just not gonna do this anyway. And I ended up just leaving in the middle of the conversation because the woman, let me tell you, I know where my stepsister gets it from for sure. So the day comes that me and my friends are leaving for my birthday trip. We drive the 3 hours, get to the Airbnb, and it is perfect. We're having the best time hanging out. Some of my friends actually drove in from different cities, so I hadn't seen them in a little bit, so we were just catching up, having the best time. Until I got a knock on the door. And everyone who was invited was already there. So I was like, maybe it's the Airbnb owner. It wasn't the Airbnb owner. When I open the door, I see my stepmom and my little stepsister standing out there. Leah has 2 different bags. We're there for the weekend. You're 12. Like, why do you have 2 bags? And my stepmom goes, guess we had to do this the hard way. Have a good weekend, baby. Like, saying bye to my stepsister. I'm like, I'm speechless. And I'm trying to stop. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like yelling at my stepmom. My stepmom's walking back to the car. I'm like, excuse me, like what? I'm sorry, what? No. And she's like, bye, have a good weekend. Like, not even acknowledging me. I'm like chasing her out. Like, excuse me, this is not happening. She gets in the car, drives off. Literally does not even acknowledge me. And at this point, I am truly speechless at the audacity of this woman. It is absolutely insane. I am paying more. My friends are all paying more, so this situation wouldn't happen, and she didn't care at all. She just cared because Leah was throwing a temper tantrum, and she doesn't know how to parent her daughter. She doesn't know how to tell her daughter no. So I bring Leah inside. All of my friends' faces dropped as soon as they see her because they're so confused. And Leah immediately starts screaming and running around and taking people's stuff out of their rooms that we've already like assigned and saying like, this is my room now, like throwing everything. And we're all just standing there watching this, mouth hanging open, not even knowing what to do. And that's when my best friend looks at me and she says, I'm calling my mother. Now for context, me and my best friend have known each other since childhood, and her mom was the assistant principal at our middle school. And I don't know if you guys had a assistant principal like this, but it was like you would much rather get sent to the principal's office than the assistant principal's office because she was scary. Now, as an adult, I absolutely love her. We're so close and she's done so much for me. But when I was 12 years old, let me tell you, I was not a fan. She is strict, doesn't take any nonsense from anybody, and my friend, she was parented very oppositely to Leah. And this woman was the absolute hero of our trip because within 3 hours of my best friend calling her mom, she was at the Airbnb ready to be the babysitter for the weekend. She said, we weren't even gonna know Leah was there. And honestly, we didn't. If we were downstairs hanging out, she would have Leah upstairs. And anytime we would hear Leah starting to have a temper tantrum, I don't know, somehow this woman fixed it. She was parenting. She was parenting Leah in a way that Leah had never been parented before. And honestly, it worked. Leah was way better behaved than she'd ever been. But within 24 hours, Leah was ready to go home because she was over the fact that we weren't hanging out with her. We were going out and doing our own thing, and she was stuck at the Airbnb with my best friend's mom. So she called my stepmom on her phone, obviously. You know, she has the newest iPhone. That's like not even a surprise to anybody. And my stepmom showed up at the Airbnb unannounced to pick Leah up, and she was not happy. She starts yelling at me how terrible I am and the fact that I didn't bring Leah around with me everywhere. And I told her, I was like, listen, we had plans and Leah couldn't do those things because she's 12 and we're all in our mid-20s. And my stepmom's like, you should have rearranged your plans. Like, there are so many great movies out that Leah could have gone and seen, and you guys could have gone to the movies and done that. I was like, I'm sorry. I'm not a babysitter. It is so kind. Like, you should be thanking my friend's mom for coming and babysitting because there would have been no one to watch her if she didn't show up. And I'm not proud of this, but as she was yelling at me on the porch, just yelling, I just closed the door in her face. And she started just yelling louder, and I was like, bah, just walked away and just went back to my friends. I was like, you can just keep yelling on this porch, but I cannot listen to your yapping anymore, ma'am. Goodbye. I'll see you after the trip. And I mean, call me naive, but I kind of thought that she'd be over it by the time I got back. My stepmom's a dramatic woman. You know, she gets mad about everything, and then she's over it the next day like it never happened. So I just thought by the time I got back, whatever. Bygones would be bygones. We could move on from this experience. But my stepmom, nope, she was not ready to move on from this experience. When I walked back into the house after the weekend, you know, ready to chill, ready to, you know, unpack my things, my stepmom and my dad are in the living room sitting, not looking happy. My stepmom has her arms dramatically crossed. I just knew it wasn't going to be good. And my dad says, Kels, we need you to come sit down. And I proceed to sit there as my stepmom berates me for over an hour about how terrible what I did was and how I made Leah feel like she wasn't wanted there because I just passed her off to a babysitter. I was like, she wasn't wanted there. On my birthday trip with all of my friends, she wasn't wanted there. I'm sorry she felt that way, but that is reality. But to top it all off, my stepmom passes me a printed off piece of paper that has all of the expenses that she had for her trip to and from the Airbnb. From the gas money to all of the snacks that she bought on the trip. And let me tell you, she bought Leah a lot of snacks. I started laughing so hard. There were literal tears in my eyes. I was like, you cannot be serious. Like, you cannot tell me that you actually expect me to pay for your gas for you to come and try and ruin my birthday trip. No. And I look at my dad. I was like, Dad, can you please? And he was like, you know what, Kels, I'm really disappointed in you. And I was like, you know what? I'm disappointed in you because you were never like this. You would have never done this before you were married to your new wife. And now you're treating me like I'm in the wrong when I'm clearly being treated unfairly. So now we're basically in a standoff, and my stepmom, my dad said that they refuse to talk to me until I apologize to my stepmom, Leah, and I pay her back the money I owe her. So I don't really know what to do.
How do I, female 24, deal with being a housewife after my husband, male 31, called me dead weight?
Whew. Okay.
I've been married for almost a year. I am the housewife and I take care of the cooking, cleaning, laundry, etc. I would say I'm a good one. I often go above and beyond and make my husband happy. He's from a different culture too, so I've learned how to cook his food and do many things his way. My husband works a tech job and goes into the office once a week. His job isn't very demanding. We are very well off based on just his income. We made an agreement before getting married that this would be our dynamic, but that he would still help me. A couple of months ago, we made an agreement that he would help me with cleaning up after I made food, as I really hate that part. Today, after I made lunch, I jokingly said, quote, "Good luck with cleanup," because there was a lot of pots. However, he started getting upset and told me that this is my job and not his. He said he worked so hard his whole life, which is why he has the job that he currently has, and how it's not his fault that I have a job as a housewife. This was hurtful because he doesn't really respect women who work and doesn't take them seriously either. I feel like a weird toxic boss/employee relationship. He told me it's up to him when he will help me. He told me to shut up and do my job. The argument got really bad to the point where he called me a whore and that he could get any woman he wants. What? And that any woman would be extremely happy with being his housewife.
Luda!
He called me dead weight and useless.
Well, look at him go, Morgan.
It really hurt, and I've been crying for hours now. I did call him an asshole and slammed the door a couple of times. I don't know how to survive in this dynamic. My husband is generally a very good guy.
I don't think so.
Especially with my family and his family. I just want to be appreciated and respected and understood. I was wondering if other housewives have some advice. This poor thing. Drop a pin, girl. We'll come get ya.
Drop a motherfucking pin.
This might be an unpopular opinion, but I think that everybody is ugly. Story time. I'm a photographer and I've shot a lot of people in my time. And everybody thinks they are ugly. Your grandma, your child, your best friend, most models, some actors, and maybe even you. It's always your granddad saying, oh, don't take my picture, I'll break the camera. But one day his grandkids will treasure those pictures. How many times have you tried to take a picture of your best friend and she's be like, please delete that? But you think that she looks unreal. She looks like herself and she looks beautiful. You captured her in a moment where she looks utterly comfortable in her own skin. But despite all of this, she hates it. And this is your reminder to yourself that you will never ever see yourself in the way that others love you. And that, my friends, is what makes a person beautiful. Not your angles or your contours. You will never be objective about your appearance. They're biased to see you through the way that they smile when you walk in the room. They want every single picture of you that they can get because all of those pictures are tied to a memory of you. Remember that you are always the worst judge of your own appearance. So please trust me when I say that you look fine. Now smile because you look beautiful.
Am I the asshole for excluding my daughter-in-law from holidays? Last year, my daughter-in-law emailed me proof of my son being involved in an extramarital affair with a coworker of his and tried to ask me for advice. The messages were extremely graphic and not something I needed to see about my son. As far as anyone knows, the affair never went beyond graphic messages back and forth, but they were separated for a time. They got back together over the summer despite my disapproval of the situation, as she could have ruined his career with those messages. He has worked very hard to get to where he's at in the company, and that is something I take a lot of pride in. When I explained my disapproval of their reunification, he explained that there was nothing to blame his wife for and that he was in a bad spot and should have gotten help instead of speaking inappropriately to a coworker. I told him she would no longer be allowed at any family gatherings, as I cannot stand to be in the same room with her after what she sent me. She embarrassed us and she almost ruined my son. Now he's extremely upset. I won't allow her around for the holidays and is considering refusing to come to dinner since he does not want her spending the holidays alone, as she has no other family besides him. Both of her parents are gone and she is an only child, which I can understand would make the holidays lonely. But I can't get over the embarrassment. Am I in the wrong for not wanting her around?
This is just stupid.
Very clearly the asshole here.
Yes, very much so. I'm embarrassed for you.
Why is every single thing that he did wrong flipped on the wife? She embarrassed me. How did the daughter-in-law have anything to do with any of this? Edit to add. Thank you everyone for the responses. I'm actually said daughter-in-law who is unfortunately going through this very real situation. I will be printing screenshots from this to give to my mother-in-law as a Christmas present. I'll be sending them with my soon-to-be ex-husband and then promptly handing her son divorce papers when he gets home from their holiday meal. This whole situation was the final nail in the coffin of our already pretty dead relationship. Every rationale I've given in the comments were things she said to me when I asked her why she was more mad at me for coming to her than she was at her son. So again, thank you all.
I'm almost happy that it wasn't the mom writing because it was just so angering. I know that in all reality, that's exactly how she probably would have written it.
Yeah.
But, oh, God, it's just when people are so ignorant and just so...
Cruel, stupid, assholeish.
I mean...
Unhinged.
Listen, getting out of this is a good thing.
My New Year's Eve ended in the biggest betrayal of my life. Story time. Now, me and my boyfriend Steve had been together for about 2 years, and this year had been pretty difficult for the both of us. So this New Year's Eve was supposed to be like a fresh start for us, a new way to kick off a new year. I had planned this really beautiful dinner, coordinating outfit, a rooftop party with an amazing city view. Think about your Pinterest board. That's how perfect this night was supposed to be. Steve was super up for everything. What do I want to use on my face? Until that afternoon, I get a text from him saying, hi, something's come up. We'll bring it back down again, Steve, because we have plans. Says, can I just meet you at the party instead of getting ready with you? Weird. I thought maybe he's just running late or he's got something planned. Spoiler alert, he didn't. Billy Pops, when I tell you, I turned up at this party looking like a literal goddess. Hair done, dress sparkling, heels 6 inches high. Meanwhile, Stevie boy, strolling in 30 minutes late. Looking like this motherfucker had just rolled out there. There was no flowers. There was no apology. He just walks up to me and goes, hi, you made it. What do you mean I made it? You're the one that's late. Yeah, whatever. It's New Year's Eve. Don't let it ruin the vibe. Pinterest board back. Things are all going beautifully. There's champagne flowing, people dancing, laughing. Then around 11:30, Steve disappears. We're talking full-blown Houdini act. I'm walking around this massive rooftop, screaming his name, texting him, and I'm just getting no response at all. That's when I find him with her. Who is her, you ask? Well, there is always her. This girl, we'll call her Amy, was someone that Steve worked with. She'd been at a couple of work events that I'd also been to and gave me the weirdest vibe, but just laugh it off, tell me that I'm paranoid. Well, a paranoid little me just caught them having a very, very cozy conversation together. You know, the kind of conversation where you're standing a little bit too close to each other, having a conversation like the rest of the world don't bloody exist. So I just walk straight up to them both. Steve looks at me and goes, oh, hi, babe. Amy was just telling me about her plans for next year. Was one of them to jump off the roof? These plans involve touching your arm every 5 seconds. I really didn't want to cause a scene. But I'm really enjoying how this makeup is looking right now. Remember, I need to play it cool. That didn't last very long. Because then Amy says to me, it's so sweet of you to be so understanding that me and Steve need to be working together so closely. Excuse me now. I turn to Steve, who has got the guiltiest look on his little face. Then it hit me. This little thing that was going on wasn't just a work thing. Well, here's the situation. When I confronted him about this and asked if anything had gone further, I didn't want to tell you at the time and ruin your night, but Amy and I actually kissed at the Christmas party. Then you decided it was a good idea to bring her here. Use your brain, babe. By this time, it is 11:59. 10, 9, the fireworks are going off. I'm stood there in the middle of this bar thinking I had planned a great night for myself and my boyfriend, only to find out that he is a massive idiot. So when the clock struck midnight, I did what any self-respecting girl would do. I grabbed the mic and said to everyone, Happy New Year, especially you, Steve. May your boxers continue to have skids in them. You continue to pick your nose and wipe it on the wall. You and Amy have a very happy life together. The whole crowd is looking at me like... To which I then grabbed the nearest glass of champagne, threw it at both of them, and had security kick them out. So what do you think? Did I take this a little bit too far? Or should I have thrown their phones off the top of the balcony?
Am I the asshole for telling my son-in-law's wife she will never take my daughter's place? I lost my daughter Abby 7 years ago. She was married to Scott and had 3 children with him, who are now 11, 12, and 14. Scott and my grandkids stayed part of the family, and last year Scott remarried. His current wife is Beth. We all knew Beth for a few years prior to the wedding, and she was always very friendly. Though at times she could be a little pushy. Scott would always handle that though. After they got married, Beth pushiness got worse, and Scott appears to have lost control. Beth was upset when she dropped my grandkids off one day that we had not added photos of her to our house, and commented as such. In our living room, we have a display with photos of our kids and their weddings. She felt her and Scott's wedding should be there. Every story I'm reading today, the entitlement is like, boo! Astonishing. Crazy. Where do people learn this behavior? She was upset when my grandkids spent Mother's Day with us and our extended family, and we did not include her. Scott wasn't invited either. Mother's Day is a difficult day for him due to a bad relationship with his own mother. But Beth said we should invite her too because she's part of the family, and then she said she's one of our kids too. I asked her what she meant, and she told me she is obviously going to be one of our kids now that she's a mother figure to our grandkids. I told Scott what she said, and he was embarrassed and told me he would speak to her. Beth was also upset when my husband posted on Facebook to say something about our kids, and she didn't get mentioned as one of our kids, but as Scott's wife. We mentioned Scott and how wonderful he was to Abby and how wonderful he is as a father. For my grandson's 14th birthday, we were all together and he wanted a mom's side photo. Beth attempted to get into the photo, and when Scott tried to remind her, she said she's part of the family now. He pulled her aside and the photo was taken without her. But she told one of my sons after that she felt like we weren't treating her as a daughter, and then said Scott never treated her as a lesser wife. Well, who do you think you are? This is your husband's ex-wife by death family. Who? No, absolutely not. Read the room. We saw them a little over Christmas, and Beth was upset that we also got them a joint gift for her and Scott, instead of getting her one alone. She told me she's tired of feeling like she's not really family, and she says she feels like we always put Abby first when she's here now. Oh, Abby's their daughter! Who are you? No one! Absolutely no one! Scott is the father of their grandkids. You're nobody! I saw red after this, and I told her she could never take my daughter's place, and the fact she ever thought she could is outrageous. She told me the kids call her mom, and they think the world of her, so why wouldn't we? I told her the kids have always called her Beth when I hear them, and she turned around and said that's our fault because the kids should be calling her mom and they don't. She lost it from there. Beth stormed out and I explained what happened to Scott. He apologized and left the kids with us so he could speak to her. I think they worked it out, but Beth said I was needlessly cruel to imply she's not as good as Abby and doesn't deserve to be our daughter. Am I the asshole? No, absolutely not. I don't like you, Beth. Beth is insane. Why does she expect to be her ex-husband's ex-in-law's daughter? Why can't she be the daughter of her husband's family? There's a certain level of respect you maintain with your stepkids side of the family that you are not related to. I don't understand where this like entitlement that you're their new daughter is very weird to me. Extremely very weird to me. They lost their daughter and some random from nowhere wants to replace her. Like imagine how I would. Why? My question is like, does Beth have a relationship with her own family? Is that something that like she had in her life? Is it missing? Is that a gap that she's trying to get filled from them? Is it something she needs? She can't replace their daughter. The fact that she tried to jump in the mom's side of the photo, no, absolutely not.
My dad's 28-year-old girlfriend has started momming me. Now, maybe for a helpful reference, I'm 26 years old, so this woman is only 2 years older than me. And when my dad first introduced her to the entire family, he said that she was 34, but I internet sleuthed that because she did not look that old. I was like, I need to know who does your Botox because if you're really 34, you look great. And yeah, she wasn't 34. Actually, the first time I met this woman, she was only 24 years old and I was 22. Her and my dad dated and then they broke up for 2 years and I thought that was the end of her. I was never going to see that woman again. Thank goodness. But no, guess who turned up at my Thanksgiving dinner this year? Unannounced, unexpected, my sister. I mean, like stepmom, I don't know. Obviously, it's always been a little bit of a weird dynamic between the two of us because she's practically my age and dating my father. But we've always managed to just get away with some polite small talk. I've never really tried to get to know her much. Can you blame me? And normally she just minds her own business. She just kind of stays near my dad and knows the situation is weird. But that all changed during our family vacation this weekend. My dad, my sister, and I always go to his cabin one weekend out of the year just to hang out, catch up. It's a cute little family tradition. But imagine my surprise when I pulled up and I saw none other than my dad's girlfriend. It grosses me out to even say that, considering the age. There. Like, we didn't get any warning. None. He did not tell us he was coming. And honestly, if he wanted to bring her, fine. That's his choice. He can do whatever he wants. But at least let us know so you don't just blindside us. And let's be honest, I could never imagine this woman spending an entire weekend in the woods. She's basically my dad's sugar baby. He does every single thing for her, pays all of her bills. He buys her everything that she wants. She only wears designer things, drives a really nice car that my dad bought. My dad never bought my sister and I a car nearly that nice. She basically lives this life of luxury on my dad's dime. That girl looked like a baby deer getting out of the car and trying to walk over all of the dirt and the leaves in her Louboutins. Like, girly, I love Louboutins, but there's a time and a place for those, and a cabin in the woods is not that time or that place. And immediately, like right when we get inside the cabin, she starts being really weird and just making it clear that my sister and I are from totally different generations than her. For example, she was explaining to us what Vine was. She was like, ugh, back in my day when we had Vine and not TikTok, ugh, it was the best. I wish you had a chance to experience it. I was like, yeah, I mean, I did experience it. I had Vine. We're the same age. Then later, my sister and I were just making fun of each other, as sisters do, poking fun at each other, laughing, having a good time. She comes in from the other room and goes, "Girls, stop it," in a super like disciplinarian tone. I was like, "So who are you talking to? Which girls are you talking to? Because you cannot possibly be talking to me and my sister." I guess she thought my sister and I were in a fight or something, but we could not even help it. We burst out laughing. It was absolutely ridiculous. She was acting like we were 7-year-olds fighting over a toy or something. Then, when my sister is going to take a shower, she practically body slams her out of the way and is like, "Wait, before you shower, let me explain to you how the shower works, because it can be really confusing." This is our family cabin that we've lived in for weekends at a time for years, since we were little girls, and we know how the shower works. But that's what she would do. She would just talk to us like we were an idiot the entire weekend about actually everything. She made it seem like we were 7 years old and didn't know how anything would work. She also kept referring to my sister and I as the girls. Like, don't the girls just look so cute tonight? Always cute. Never pretty, beautiful, anything. Cute. The girls look cute tonight. Look. The craziest thing that she did, and what got us into a fight, is when my sister and I were watching a movie at about 10:30 p.m. on Saturday night. And she waltzes into the living room and says, "Okay, girls, it's time for bed." Time for bed? Since when did I have a bedtime? And I am still trying to be nice to the girl, okay, for my dad's sake. So I say, "Oh, we're just finishing up this movie and then we're gonna head to bed." And she said, "No, that's not what I said. I said it's time for bed right now. It's time for the adults to be awake right now and have some adult time without the kids around." Adults? The kids? You're 2 years older than me. You were dating my dad when you were younger than me. But I lose it at this point. I look at her and I say, "You can play house, you can leech off my dad, but don't come in here and patronize me and my sister." I told her, "I do not want to be in a fight with you, and I promise you, that is not a fight that you want to pick or that you would win." She goes right off crying to my dad about how mean I was to her. Like, girl, I have been nice to you for years, even though the situation is weird. So you should be lucky this is the first time I actually went at you. I don't know what to do at this point, because it seems like ignoring her isn't an option anymore.
Am I the asshole for doing a group Halloween costume with my stepdaughters that their mother doesn't approve of? Update. Y'all already know the drill. If you need a refresher or you don't remember the story, go to the caption and the first part of the story is linked there. There's also a trigger warning for the update. There will be mentions of miscarriages, so if that's not something that you want to listen to, something that is too hard for you to hear, feel free to scroll on and we'll see you in the next story. Halloween is officially over, and I thought I'd give an update before I forgot. Things came to a bit of a head on one of the girls' visits before Halloween. I pulled their mother aside to talk about Halloween. I told her that I understood she might have mixed feelings about this, but the girls wanted it, and I didn't want to let them down. Besides, it was their father's holiday, and he was in charge of the costumes as per their agreement. I asked her if there was anything I could do to make this more tolerable for her, as this wasn't doing the girls any favors. She ended up telling me that no, there was nothing I could do, as she didn't approve of it at all, as it wasn't appropriate for me to do a group costume with them, as I'm only their stepmother. That's what makes it even more fucking appropriate. She's playing the stepmother in the fucking movie. This lady is just jealous. I know we already came to that conclusion in the last part, but I just had to point it out again. Even if I've been in their life for 7 years at this point, it was still inappropriate in her eyes. She then suggested I only wanted to do this in the first place because I'm using her daughters as a filler, as I've been unable to have my own children. This woman's a bitch. That's disrespectful as fuck. This got to me. I've had 3 miscarriages over my marriage, one of which the girls know about, and by extension, their mother, as we thought I was past the danger point when we told them. I told her she was being ridiculous and I wasn't going to talk to her about this anymore. After the girls left, I broke down crying a little, as having my miscarriages thrown in my face like that hurt, and the implication that I only wanted to be close to the girls because I couldn't have my own children was so wrong. When my husband found out what she said to me, he ended up calling her and asking her where she got off being so cruel. He also made it clear she's not to call me anymore and that all contact is to go through him. We got the costumes ready and we were prepared for Halloween. She dropped the girls off and informed us that one of them had a cold and she didn't want them out in the cold as it might make it worse. She seemed kind of pleased, like this would put an end to our plans. When she left, they tried to insist that they were okay to go out, even though they were sick. But we weren't about to risk making them even more ill. So my husband and I came up with another plan. We all got dressed up in our costumes, of course. We ordered pizza and we watched movies. All 4 of us greeted any trick-or-treaters so our costumes could be seen. We also filled a tub with water and had a bobbing for apples competition. It wasn't the night we planned originally, but all in all, it was an enjoyable one, despite the little hitch. But that's raising kids, though. Thank you, everyone, for all your feedback. I hope you all had a wonderful Halloween. OP, your husband's ex is an evil, jealous, bitter bitch of a woman. She really is, because only scum of the earth will throw a woman's miscarriage in her face like that, and I am so sorry. I absolutely love the way this turned out. I do. Even though we all wanted you guys to take those babies trick-or-treating dressed up as their favorite movie, I love that you and your husband made this enjoyable for them, despite the fact that one of them was sick. This is going to be a core memory for them. They will never forget about the time they dressed up as their favorite movie and went bobbing for apples in the bathtub. They're never going to forget this. I love this for you guys. I just know that mom is going to have a fucking conniption because they're going to go home and they're going to talk about this for the next week and a half. I love that for her.
Am I the arsehole for suing my stepsister after she stole my wedding dress? Story time. So my stepsister, who we'll call Amy, got married last December, and she had asked if she could borrow my wedding dress after not making a single attempt to find her own. I said no. I stood my ground, and I never ended up actually going to the wedding either. Fast forward to last month, so like 7 months after the wedding, her and her husband separate. However, if you ask her, she's just saying they are taking a break. And over this past month or so, I've taken time to rebuild my relationship with my sister. Everything was going completely well, up until this break, when she completely ghosted me. I figured maybe she just needs a bit of time to recuperate. Up until she randomly calls me again. She says she just wants to come over to my house and talk. I was buzzing. I was so happy to have her coming round again. So she comes over, we're having a nice catch up and a coffee. And then she randomly asks if she can see my closet. She said that she was going on a date and she had nothing to wear. And this felt like a really full circle sisterly moment. So I was like, of course, go have a look. We looked through, picked an outfit that we thought would go really nicely. She was like, stunning, put it in a bag, and she left. A few days go by and I'm clearing out my wardrobe. And this is when I noticed the spot where my wedding dress used to be was completely empty. I freaked out, as I'm sure you can imagine. I was searching everywhere I could think of. And that's when I realised the last time I saw that was when I was in there with Amy. I called her just to double check because I didn't want to seem accusatory or maybe I'd misjudged the situation here. However, she got incredibly defensive on the phone and then eventually just hung up. So naturally, I get on the phone to my stepdad, who is so angry that I would even accuse her or think that she would do something like that. However, later that evening, I do in fact get a phone call from my stepdad telling me that Amy had rang him and spilled the truth. He tells me that she has taken it whilst I was looking for that outfit for her, and naturally I was absolutely fuming, to which he had the nerve to tell me to calm down and act like an adult. Because of this, I was even more riled up, so I gave her a call and I told her to prepare for lawyers. This caused a massive drama within the family. Everyone is saying that I've taken it way too far. However, I saved every penny I could to buy that dress. And at the end of the day, this is theft. So what do you think? Am I wrong here?
Am I the asshole for letting my fiance uninvite his sister to our wedding? No. Let's not forget, it's his wedding as well. If he don't want her there, he don't want her there. I, 25 female, met my now fiance, 26 male, 5 years ago. We started dating really quick. A year into our relationship, we met each other's family. My family loves him because of how he treats me. He's honestly the most wonderful guy. His family also likes me. The only person I've really had problems with is his older sister, 29 female. Ever since I've met his family, his sister has always had a problem with my weight. I've always been on the bigger side, and it took a really long time to gain some self-confidence. So meeting his family, his sister has always made some remarks about how I should do something about my weight, even going as far as to directly tell me I'm too ugly and fat for her brother, and that she doesn't know why he would settle for less. My fiance has never heard any of these things because 1, she's always been good at hiding her disgust of me from him, and 2, I never told him because I didn't want to cause trouble between them and he adores his sister. No, you're not the asshole. If he uninvited his sister, that means he found out and he did not like the things she was telling his soon-to-be bride. No, you're not the asshole. We're getting married in 3 months, and 2 weeks ago, I finally found my dream dress. I went to my fitting with my mother, future mother-in-law, and sister-in-law. As I, my mother, and my mother-in-law were all gushing at how perfect the dress was for me, my sister-in-law was looking at me with what can only be described as disgust. Then she went on a long rant about how I would of course settle for less because nothing good would actually fit me. She's a bitch. And she's jealous. I want to know what she looked like. I want to know, because it's always somebody that looked like the bottom of someone's fucking foot that want to get on someone else's looks. I want to know what the bitch looks like. She went on to detail everything that was wrong with me and how I looked. Even with both my mom and hers trying to stop her, she didn't stop. She only got worse with her little crash out. It got to a point where I had to stop everything and just leave. Before I even got home, my mother had already called my fiance and told him what had happened. So understandably, he was furious. Go, Mom. Go, Mom. I love that your mom took the initiative to call your fiance and let him know what had happened, because you and I both know you weren't going to. My fiance sat me down and asked me about it. And for the first time in 4 years, I told him everything. We ended up spending the rest of the day crying, with him profusely apologizing for never noticing, and he promised to fix it. That's a good man, Savannah. That's a good man, Savannah. I love that. I love that he's sticking up for you, that he's not offering some bullshit ass fucking excuse as to why his sister's just like that and that it's okay and family and all that bullshit. I love it. Bro said, fuck the family. What I didn't expect was him waking up the next morning and deciding to uninvite his sister to our wedding. His exact words were, "A wedding is a celebration of love between the bride and groom and the people who go to celebrate them." Period. Period. I love it. Girl, that's a good man, Savannah. That's a good man. I love it. That's the one thing I've never understood about people who don't like people and then get upset when they're uninvited from big events, especially weddings. You don't like me, so why are you coming to a ceremony that's literally dedicated to love? Why are you here? Nah, bitch, stay home with your evilness. My fiance said that since his sister clearly cannot be happy for us, she can save both her time and money and just not go. And that was it. I didn't expect it, and when I asked him why he would do that, he told me that yes, he loves his sister. He will continue to do so, but he will not compromise my day and my happiness just because his sister is small-minded. I had no problem with that. His family, however, have all called me to apologize on her behalf and ask him to reconsider. No, fuck that. This is a grown-ass motherfucking woman. At first, I refused, but now after his mother called me to tell me that I'm being a selfish witch and I'm already tearing her family apart. So am I the asshole? The fuck you mean I'm a selfish witch because your son chose to uninvite his sister from our wedding because of her? Wait, go back. Bitch, you were there. You were there telling your daughter to chill the fuck out as she was going in on me while I found my fucking wedding dress. But I'm the Girl, absolutely the fuck not. I'm cool. I'm sorry. I'm back. Did I say you weren't the asshole? Because you're not the asshole. Girl, what the fuck? His sister has a major fucking problem, and it's her deal and her deal alone to figure out what the fuck it is and how to process this shit. If you guys would allow her to come to your wedding, she would act the fuck out there too. No. I love your fiance, and I'm really glad that you love him too, because he's not willing to jeopardize what's supposed to be the happiest day of your life for his selfish ass fucking sister, and I love that. Anytime someone calls or says anything to you, direct them to your fucking fiance. Forward messages to your fiance. Allow him to handle his family, because it doesn't seem like he has any hesitations when it comes to it. Would I be the asshole if I don't respond to my siblings' request to meet up after we were all separated in foster care? When I, 29 male, was 11, my siblings and I were removed from our parents and placed in foster care. We were all separated from each other and were never placed together. My siblings went to different families. I was put in a residential treatment facility for a while, then into a group home. That's where I stayed until I left foster care. All of us were neglected and responded in different ways. That's why my siblings were also separated. I had added trauma because of physical abuse and SCA. I also witnessed the events that got CPS and the cops involved in our case. It's not something I can share, but my trauma was at a level where I couldn't stand being touched, where I hurt myself and posed a risk of hurting others, especially younger kids. Because of extreme night terrors that made me stay up night after night until I crashed and was woken up within a couple hours by the night terrors. You poor thing. Oh my goodness, baby. I've been in therapy since I was 11 years old. There might never be a time where I won't need a therapist, at least in the background. My progress has been slower than a lot of people would expect. The whole kids are resilient thing has never been true for me after everything that I've been through and seen. There are still nights where I suffer night terrors. There are times that I need to journal my thoughts. I struggle with some relationships still. I have a partner. We live together. I have a good relationship with their family, but I'm not comfortable with physical affection towards many people. There's only 3 people that I've opened up to about exactly what went down. My childhood therapist, my current therapist, and my partner. I've never sought out anyone from my childhood, and this includes my siblings. For the sake of the progress that I've made, and for the sake of not regressing and maybe lashing out verbally at them because they're apparently aware that I know things they don't, and they want me to tell them. That alone, baby, no. You're not the asshole. You've been working for a very long time, as hard as you can, to get to where you are right now. I completely understand that your siblings are reaching out because they have questions and they want answers and they feel like you're the best person to get them from. I get that. But for the sake of all the work that you've put in, like you said, it's not worth it if you truly feel like it's something that's going to set you back. You're not wrong for wanting to put yourself first. How do I know this? Over the summer, I was contacted by one of my siblings on social media. They tracked me down by name and said they had contacted all of our other siblings. The plan was for all of us to meet again for the first time in almost 20 years and talk about everything. The sibling who contacted me said they all knew that I knew stuff they did not, and I had answers about why we were taken and what happened. They said I needed to be there more than any of them because I owed them answers. You don't. You don't. You were a child just like they were. You were a victim in this situation just like they were. You do not have to relive your trauma for the sake of giving them answers to their questions. As mean as it fucking sounds, I don't care. It's the truth. You do not owe them anything. The siblings said that we all needed a relationship and to reconnect. They said I was the last one to be found and the most difficult to track down. They even acknowledged that I was so hard to find, it seemed like I didn't want to be found. Read the fucking room. It's 100% true. I'm not fucking surprised. I never responded. I don't want to respond or have any plan to. My answer would be 100% no to meeting or speaking to them. I can't do it. I fear if I answer, they'll push. And I assume that if I don't answer, they'll think it's not me. That's better for me, but maybe not for them. And it's possible in putting myself first, I'm being an asshole to them. Would I be the asshole if I don't respond? First off, OP, I want to tell you that I am so proud of you. I am so proud of all of the progress that you made. I know you said there were a number of things that you still struggle with, and that's absolutely okay because I can bet that years ago, that number was a hell of a lot higher. And even if it never, ever, ever goes down, that's absolutely okay. I am still proud of all of the progress that you've made. No, my love, I don't think you would be the asshole. I don't. I understand that your siblings may have questions and they believe that you are the best person for them to get these answers, but that does not mean you have to relive your trauma for the sake of them getting these answers. There may come a point sometime down the line where you're able to sit down and have this conversation with your siblings, but that time is not right now. We cannot give more of ourselves to others than what we have to give. What your siblings are asking of you right now is too much. You said so yourself that if you go and sit down with your siblings, you truly feel like you're going to lose a lot of the progress that you worked so hard for. It's more than what you have of yourself to give. You're not wrong for choosing not to give it. Not at all. Now, OP, you said that you hope if you do not respond to the messages that your siblings will just move on with their day and assume that they have the wrong person. If that works out that way, absolutely perfect. No more action needed from you. If they become persistent because they know that you are their long lost sibling and they still demand answers, it might be a good idea to send them a message back and let them know that you've worked really, really hard to get to the point that you are in your life right now. And reliving that trauma is just not something that you are willing to do, that you can do. It's not healthy for you emotionally, nor is it healthy for you mentally. And then if possible, give them contacts to someone that they can talk to that can help them get the answers that they need. If your siblings are normal fucking people, they will respect this if it gets to this point. They will. But this is the real world, and we know that people act out in a number of ways when they don't get what they want. It's completely understandable that your siblings have questions. That's understandable, and they are not wrong for having them. But that does not mean the answers to these questions have to come from you.
My dad had an affair with my husband's brother. Story time. So my dad, who let's call him Mark, has always been sneaky. Let's call him that. Basically, me and my siblings have caught him cheating multiple times growing up, and yes, we told our mum and she didn't seem to care. So to be honest, the affair part isn't too much of the issue here because once again, my mum knows, she's been aware. More so that he crossed a line with family this time. So my husband's brother recently became single. He had been married for 10 years prior. It's actually quite sad because they were high school sweethearts and it just kind of went sour. And by recently single, I mean 3 weeks. Like, it didn't take my dad long to pounce. And you can also kind of imagine there's quite a big age gap. And I'm not gonna lie to you, that is my dad's type when he does cheat. So obviously I was furious when I found this out, and I was even more furious because he did it after a party in mine and my husband's house. So basically how I found this out is that I was making breakfast for me, my husband and my mum, and then basically all the in-laws as well, and I was just going to ask if my brother-in-law wanted anything for breakfast. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like forgot my dad was there, so I weren't really going to ask him for breakfast, but I guess I got 2 in 1. Anyway, I knock on his bedroom door and I kind of just walk in, and thank God they were both still asleep, but I saw my dad Mark and my brother-in-law in bed together. To be fair, I won't go into too much as to like what happened next. I kind of just screamed and shouted and asked them to get up, basically. Drew attention to the room. So my mum-in-law, my husband, so many people started coming upstairs to see what I was shouting at. So everybody ended up seeing them together in bed. This was the final straw. I hated that we all knew that he was cheating on my mum. However, I was kind of able to be like, that's their relationship. If she wants to put up with that, fine. And involved with my family, like the family that I introduced to you, that's where I draw the line. Absolutely crazy.
My ex called me last night and this is what he confessed. Oh, I just found out about all of this because he called me yesterday saying he needed to come clean about everything that he did to me and to everybody else in his life because he's converting to Christianity. So this is gonna give you a lot of ideas. We used to get into a lot of fights, so he told me that every time we would get into a fight, he would move all the furniture just 1 inch. Really every single piece of furniture in the same direction 1 inch. And I always felt like something was off. I felt like it's impossible to detect because it's like every single piece of furniture. I never thought like, oh, he is going to move every single piece of furniture. I just thought, you know, I was crazy. This is not evil at all, but it messed with my head. I was constantly tripping. I was constantly like catching my things in between furniture, and he would leave it until I got used to it. So, and it would repeat until the next fight. Apparently, he said he did this for the whole year we were together. One time we were in the middle of a fight and I decided I was still gonna go out with my friends. So what did he do? He froze my car keys. He literally put them in the freezer and he froze them. So, I mean, it's actually a nice idea now that I think about it. I think he liked to exert control over me. I think one of the things that till this day scars me the most, and it's weird because you wouldn't think, I found out he cheated on me. So what did he do? I mean, what did he do? Can you, it's actually insane. It was so embarrassing. He sent a text to my mom saying, I cheated on your daughter and she deserved it. That was crazy. I think he was just like so furious about the fact that I had discovered, like that I had broken up with him because he cheated on me, that he was just doing the most to try and get to me because I wasn't replying to him anymore. So he just like started texting my mom trying to embarrass me. But that was crazy. That's another level. He was a very weird person. When he was packing up his stuff because I told him to leave my apartment, you know what he did? I am basically blind. I can't see anything. I wear glasses, but I wear contacts all the time because I hate wearing glasses. And he took all of my contacts. He literally packed all my contacts with his stuff because he knows how much I hate wearing glasses. He also admitted to putting shrimp on every single curtain rod in my apartment. I had to move because of the smell. I didn't know what smell that was. Like, who thinks of these things? Who thinks of the things that he did? I mean, I'm pretty over it, obviously. I think the worst part was that I had to move, but I hated that apartment anyway. So, like, at the time, it was so brutal. But then you get over things, and I really don't care anymore, and God bless his soul.
Am I, 24 female, wrong for setting a limit on how many times my boyfriend, 29 male, can snooze his alarm? So my boyfriend Mark works a very early shift that requires him to be at work at 5 a.m. So he sets alarms for 4 a.m., but he has a really nasty habit of snoozing it repeatedly. Now, I don't get up for work until about 6:30 or 7:30 a.m. depending on when I start, so obviously my sleep is very disturbed by this. I want to mention that Mark is an incredible boyfriend in nearly all aspects. He's the man I want to marry, but he struggles with ADHD, which can make things difficult. Namely, getting out of bed is a challenge for him. And it might be worth noting, but I am awaiting official diagnosis, but I'm fairly certain I'm ADHD, autistic, or a mix of the two. So I also find getting up hard and value my sleep. And his alarms make that really difficult. And it's not just one alarm either. He has managed to set alarms so his phone, Apple Watch, and Apple Home iPod.
My grandmother thinks she is marrying Johnny Depp and has put our entire family at risk. Fast forward to today, however, and it's even worse than we thought. My grandmother was acting sketchy about some things, saying she needed to sell her house, and my mom downloaded the app. She knew my grandmother was chatting with this guy on and then used her Gmail to get in. Come to find out, my grandmother has now sent him her card information, told him her address and how much her house is worth, how much is in her account, my parents' names, numbers, and addresses, all of her grandkids' names and numbers, and even more. My mom has tried over and over again to convince her that this is a scammer and she's putting all of us at risk, but there is literally no reasoning with her. My mom was able to get her accounts shut down and temporarily prevent my grandmother from sending any money out, but this guy is apparently pressuring my grandmother hard, leading her to do all this insane stuff like giving him her family's information. At this point, she's not only putting herself at risk for bankruptcy, but she's sharing information with God knows who about our entire family. My mom is a complete loss on what to do, and I'm not sure, and I'm not much better. So I figured who better to ask than Reddit. Anyone please advise.
Story time about why you should never tell your toxic friends anything. Back in my freshman year, I had a best friend. We'll call her Stella. Stella was extremely toxic. She also had a boyfriend who we'll call Kyle. I always had a feeling that Kyle was cheating on Stella. So one day after volleyball practice, I told Stella that I had a hunch that Kyle was cheating on her. She got mad at me and threatened to tell the whole school my biggest secret. A bit of background information. A couple days prior, I was at Stella's house and we were playing Truth or Dare. She asked me who I thought had a crush on me and I answered her boyfriend Kyle. He always said things like, "Hey baby," and other stuff like that, and was constantly checking me out. Back to the main part of the story. I was really confused because I didn't know what the biggest secret was that she was referring to. This is where it gets crazier. Come back for part 2. Storytime part 2 about why you should never tell your toxic friends anything. And if you guys have any stories you'd like to send me, please DM me here on TikTok. My DMs are open. And you don't need to ask if you can send a story in, guys. Feel free to just share it. Your stories are always valid and I will try get to them when I can. So, I asked Stella what the biggest secret was that she was referring to. And she said, "I'm going to tell the whole school that you like Kyle and that you made out with him under the bleachers at the football game." Around about the same time, my family and I were supposed to move away to Florida, so I blocked Stella's number and switched schools. To this day, I'm still not sure if she ended up telling the whole school that I quote-unquote made out with her boyfriend Kyle, but Kyle says that she did, but he refused to listen to what the secret was because he's always loved me. That's the end of this story, and please follow for more story times. Bye!
Yesterday I had a hard time with my teacher because he just was on my nerves the entire day and I couldn't control my anger. I couldn't hide it. I was like, I hate you. Now he hates me. Currently in a hotel. I need to be in time for breakfast, otherwise I will be starving all day. I need to put in my earrings because I look so sleepy without them. Can I see my face without like any jewelry next to it? I'm just like, are you tired? I don't know who felt that 7 a.m. in the morning is a proper time to wake up. It was probably a man. Someone who doesn't need to get ready in the morning. Someone who just jumps out of bed, doesn't think about the outfit he's wearing. Really nobody considered my feelings when inventing this crazy early hours. I don't know who I can leave my complaint with, but I need to complain about this. I got foundation all over my shirt. Now I can't wear it today. It's the only thing I brought with me. Why am I like this? So content with how my mascara looks today. Powder, what time is it? Oh my god. Literally gonna have 5 minutes to. If it's between having breakfast and looking good, I leave my hair like this, or my curls are not really curly.
My husband got a BJ from a stripper at his brother's bachelor party. I found out about this a few days later after it happened because he sent a text to me that was really meant for his brother about the whole situation. And on top of that, my husband left work early that day to come home and delete the message off my phone, but I had already seen it at that point. He played it off and told me that nothing happened. And then a few days later, his brother got married, and after the reception, that's when my husband finally told me what had happened with the stripper. And then the day after the wedding, he said that he was just making up nonsense because he had too much to drink at this reception. And then several days later, he came to me crying, telling me that it really was true what he said and that he did get a BJ from the stripper at this party. He first tried to blame it on being drunk, but then he later admitted that he wasn't as drunk as he tried to make it seem like he was at the reception or at the bachelor party. The best man apparently kept the groom away from any shenanigans with the strippers. My husband got a BJ from a stripper at his brother's bachelor party. Though didn't drink anything because he was the designated driver, and everyone other than my husband and the groom and the best man were all single, so they weren't cheating with the actions that they did with the strippers. I was also pregnant during this time. I hired a divorce lawyer right after my husband confessed all of this, and our divorce was officially finalized 11 months ago, and me and my husband split custody. We switch off weeks with our son, who is 19 months old now. He didn't have overnights with our son until I was done breastfeeding, so we slowly started to work up to overnight visits after I was done. And then once we worked up to the alternating weeks, that's when I started to pay child support to him. And I will admit that although my ex-husband was a terrible husband and partner, he is honestly an amazing father. We are co-parenting amicably and we don't bring up the past at all. I don't regret getting the divorce at all, and I'm really happy now with how everything turned out, and I'm over it.
Am I wrong for telling my mother-in-law that she made her bed and she can rot in it? So I, 24 male, have been with my girlfriend, 23 female, for over a year. She is the love of my life, and the only problem is her witch of a mother. My girlfriend is very low contact with her mom as she is judgmental, crazy, and an alcoholic. She's constantly criticized my girlfriend to the point of her crying every time she talks to her. Well, we are expecting our first child, and it was not planned but a welcome surprise, and we're happy. My girlfriend told her father as she's very close to him, and my mother-in-law overheard it. Well, now she demanded that we use the name she wants and that it's her way or no way. I told her we are going to choose what our child's name is, and she said if she can't pick, she doesn't want to be in our child's life. We said that's probably for the better, and then she started crying, saying we can't ban her from seeing her first grandchild. And I said if she thinks I would even allow our child near her, she must be delusional.
My husband cheated on me, so let's get ready to confront him about it or not. Story time. I'm a little bit swollen because I was up crying all night. But anyways, let me tell you this story. So my husband and I have been married for 34 years. We've had a pretty great marriage. We have 4 kids, 4 daughters. They're all married. They're all out of the house, so they're grown up. Minus our 18-year-old girl. She's quite popular, and very often, like, her friends come over. I love having her friends over at our place, like on the weekends, sometimes after school. And yeah, that's what usually happens. Annie has her best friend, let's call her Bailey, and she's the one that comes over the most. She's almost always at our house. She comes to most family gatherings. She comes with us to church on Sunday mornings. About a month ago, that's when I realized that after my daughter Annie fell asleep, my husband and Bailey were cuddling, watching movies. So now what I do is I obviously talk to Annie to try and see if she knows anything about this, and she's shocked. Maybe not as shocked as I am, but she has no idea. And then she starts telling me about a story of Bailey with another one of her friends' dad. And she told me some crazy stuff. She told me that Bailey would talk to the father badly about his wife, would talk bad.
Get ready with me while I tell you about the time I accidentally rage texted the wrong person and then he became my boyfriend. So I just found out that my husband had been cheating on me, and you would think that he would be like very apologetic about it, but he in fact was not. He literally didn't care. The signs were there. We hadn't been intimate in a long time. He wouldn't even text me. He told me like texting was a waste of time. Like, there were a lot of signs that I just like straight up ignored. I was packing my bags to leave, like he could literally care less, and I was so mad. I had to go stay with my friend, and as I'm calling her, she's like super upset. Turns out the guy that she had been seeing, who she thought she was in love with, like had cheated on her. So we're all in this like we're in this like woman scored girl power like moment. At her house, obviously we like share all the tea with each other. We tell each other everything, and telling me how she ran into her guy and she saw wedding rings on his finger and a girl with him, and they like had a kid together, and she had no idea, and she felt so stupid. And then so I was telling her how I felt so stupid. So like we're mad, we're like riling each other up, and me trying to be Billy badass, I'm like, give me your phone, I'm calling him right now. Like he doesn't get to get away with this, because like I can't take it out on my ex, so I want to take it out on her ex. So she gives me his number, I call him, and this guy says hello, and honestly this guy had a hot voice, which just made it even worse, because like of course he's hot. Bust this guy out from top to bottom. Okay, I read him everything. I am like going in on him. I'm calling him names and getting creative in ways that I never even knew. Like names I didn't even know you could call someone, but I'm calling him everything, and he interrupts me and he's like, listen, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like I think you have the wrong number. And I'm like, I don't have the wrong number, I have the right number, and I'm going in on him. He's like, look, you seem very upset, but I'm trying to tell you, like I am not who you think I am. And he's like, you really need to check to make sure you have the right number. Ask my best friend. I like put the phone, I'm like, what's the number again? And she whispers it to me, and I'm off by one number, and I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, I'm so sorry, I'm not normally like this. I'm normally actually a pretty like chill person, but you know, I'm sorry, had to stick up for my friend, blah blah blah. He's like, no problem, like it's totally fine. And then obviously I hang up the phone, I'm mortified. He texts me, and we kind of start having this like phone relationship sort of, and like mind you, I'm just recently separated from my husband, but like we're having a good time texting back and forth. He's calling, and I'm starting to like really like this guy. Like I said, we formed this like texting kind of friendship relationship, and I really want to meet him, but he seems like really weird about wanting to meet in person. Like he really wants to keep it like just on the phone, and the red flags were kind of going on. And I'm living with my best friend now, and like trying to like restart my life and get things together, so things are just like very confusing, and life is very confusing, and I kind of put it off for a while. He doesn't, like I send him pictures, but he doesn't really want to send me pictures, and like this is before the show Catfish. Obviously like I don't know all the things that I know now, but I'm like, why would he not want to send me a picture? Like, does he think I won't find him attractive? Like, what is this guy's problem? But he's so nice and so funny, and we have this like good relationship. I end up going to this party with my friend, and he ends up being there, and I end up meeting him face to face, and that's kind of like a whole other story. But we end up meeting face to face, and he's like, do you recognize me? And I'm like, no, am I supposed to recognize you? Like, are you famous or something? And like laugh, and he's like, oh no, nothing like that, ha ha ha. And he's like, okay, well if you don't recognize me, that's good. And that's like such a weird thing to say, but I'm like, I just played off, I'm like, okay, whatever. At this point, I'm just glad that like I'm finally getting to meet him, and he's like so attractive in person. The chemistry is still there. We like kiss and everything, and we kind of start this like in-person now relationship. Everything is going so great until I find why he never wanted to send me pictures of himself.
Am I the asshole for not attending the wedding of my cousin and my ex-boyfriend? I was engaged to be married to a guy named Travis. He's 33 and I'm 32 years old. And a couple weeks before the wedding, he told me that he didn't want to get married anymore. I asked him if he was cheating, and he said no. He just said that all of his friends were getting married and settling down, so he thought that it was time to get married and settle down and have a family. But then he realized that he's actually not ready for that. So obviously that was the end of our engagement and relationship as a whole. It's been about a year since that happened, and it hasn't been great, but I've definitely managed to get through. Well, some days ago, I received a wedding invite from my cousin Taylor, who is 26 years old, and to my surprise, guess who the groom was? My ex-fiance. I had only seen them barely interact at family events. I hadn't seen any clues that pointed to them being interested in each other. So some background information about my cousin. Am I the asshole for not attending the wedding of my cousin and my ex-boyfriend? Some background information about my cousin. She's what you would call a free spirit. She doesn't have a conventional job. She works as an artist. She dyes her hair in unconventional ways in colors like blue, pink, green, and she also dresses pretty funky and extravagant sometimes. For example, one time she wore a white robe and another time she wore a black leather jacket with some spiked boots. She says that she doesn't like following society's rules and that she only likes following her own code, I guess. So I immediately called my parents and asked them if they knew anything about Travis's and Taylor's relationship. To summarize that conversation, yes, they did know about it, but they didn't tell me because they didn't think that there would be any positive outcome to it. They also said that they expected me to go to the wedding to show support to my family. Like, what? At this point, I lost it. I mean, what? How do they expect me to react to that? I yelled at them and told them that they were being absolutely delusional if they thought that I was going to go to the wedding of my cheating liar ex and his manic pixie dream girl. They said that I needed to stop holding on to my resentment and my hatred and that I needed to let go because I can't hold on to it forever, but I just hung up on them. My extended family has been blowing my phone up saying that I'm an asshole if I don't attend the wedding. Right now I just feel betrayed and disappointed and confused, and I don't know if I'm overreacting or being irrational. So am I the asshole?
My best friend is too handsy with my boyfriend, and I think it's inappropriate. I know I should be careful calling someone best friend in a post like this, but I don't know how else to call Jessie. Our parents are great friends, so we grew up together, and she kind of had my back in high school. Long story short, on the teenager food chain, she was on the top, and I should have been at the bottom. But nobody messed with me because I was Jessie's friend. Jessie is one of those people who require attention. I never minded it though. Nobody is perfect, right? But now that I have my first real boyfriend, she doesn't know how to behave. Every time we are together, she is really handsy, always touching his arm, running fingers through his hair, complimenting him. And now she even started with the prank spankings on the butt, you know? I just feel really uncomfortable with it. Maybe it's normal. I mean, Jessie has a lot of guy friends, so maybe this is okay. My boyfriend never thought much of it either. Am I just overreacting? She is super pretty, so maybe I'm just jealous. Yesterday, something really threw me off. Boyfriend had to do some work, and I had a book thing, a hobby, so we decided to meet later at a friend's house. They were there together to drink and so on. Boyfriend finishes work early and calls me, but I don't really need him to come over to the book thing. I know he doesn't like going, so I just tell him to go straight to his friend's house. Then I started getting texts from Jessie all like, quote, "Girl, you gotta come to this party now. Your boyfriend is wasted, LOL. And we so drunk, you need to come and stop us. I can't behave myself if you don't get here soon." The book thing took longer than I thought, and I was just getting madder and madder, but I am a very non-confrontational person, so I deal with it. I call my boyfriend when it's over, because I don't feel like going to this party anymore, but I was his ride, so I asked him if he needs me to come and pick him up. He said sure. I get there, and I don't even go inside. I am ready to release the hounds of hell on him, but he gets in the car, and he is stone cold sober. I ask him if he was drinking, and then showed him Jessie's text. He gets super upset and says she was lying. He wasn't even hanging directly with her, but catching up with a friend who just came back to town. He says I should have texted him letting him know what she was saying so he could confront her about it, since, quote, "You don't even seem to be able to give that girl some boundaries." Now I'm thinking maybe I should talk to Jessie, but maybe she was just drunk and annoying me because she wanted me there. I don't know. I mean, this girl was really nice to me growing up when she could have been a bitch. I don't like how she behaves around him, but at the same time, I don't want it to look like I don't trust her. Is there a polite way of going about this? Am I overreacting?
Am I the asshole for telling my sister to accept her daughter is white? Both me, 33 female, and my sister, 27 female, are Caucasian Latinas. However, she's always been more tan than me, a fact she always has been proud of. For reference, my skin tone is closer to Aubrey Plaza's, while hers is closer to Gina Rodriguez's. When we were younger, we would constantly talk about how European I looked compared to her, how my hair looked more blonde than brown, which no one ever agreed with, and how certain colors I liked looked awful on me due to my skin tone. I almost never said anything because I was 6 years older and had better things to do. Also, while I did have many insecurities, I never doubted that I was beautiful. Fast forward to now, we both have kids. My husband is a little more tan than me, and both our children, 8 male and 3 female, have the same skin tone as their father. My sister's ex and baby daddy, however, was a very pale Swiss guy. My niece, 5 female, is a fair-skinned girl with dark brown hair, while my daughter is more tan and has dark brown hair. Everyone else agrees that both girls are beautiful, but their skin tones have always bugged my sister. She insists that both girls are equally tan, that her daughter's hair is light brown, and that my daughter spends too much time in the sun. Last weekend, we all had dinner at my father's place. My son brought his notebook and drew pictures of everyone at the table. He colored my daughter's skin a darker shade than my niece's, orange for my daughter and light pink for my niece. He also gave my niece yellow hair and colored my daughter's hair black. He lost his brown pencil. When he showed us the drawings, my sister frowned and she said he was exaggerating his cousin's features and that he could at least make her hair darker. When my niece said she loved the drawing, my sister told her it looked nothing like her and insisted my son was doing this on purpose. Before the kids could get upset, I pulled my sister aside and told her she was being ridiculous. We had a very small fight in the next room. Near its end, I said something along the lines of, "Listen to me. Your daughter is white. We're all white. You need to accept that and stop comparing the girl if you don't want niece's name to become insecure." We left shortly afterwards, and none of the kids had brought anything up. My sister's pissed at me. She told both our divorced parents about our fight. Our father thinks I shouldn't have commented on my niece's appearance and wants me to apologize to my sister. Our mom thinks this is dumb. I agree, but says my sister is overreacting. Am I the asshole?
Am I wrong for going no contact with my parents after learning they had lied to me about my allergies all my life? Homie, if your parents told you were allergic to peanut butter your whole life and you just discovered it, I feel bad for you. I would go no. I would sue them if I had missed out on peanut butter my whole life when I didn't have to. Hey everyone, I am 19 years old and my parents are in their 50s. For as long as I can remember, I have been allergic to several things. Dairy, wheat, flour, gluten, legumes. Since I was a young child, my parents have completely kept them all out of our house. While other kids ate breakfast cereals, I ate fish and assorted pickled vegetables for breakfast. While other kids ate Lunchables, I had grilled chicken or fish with, again, assorted vegetables, usually sweet potatoes. While other kids ate birthday cake at the party, I had an apple. I never questioned this until a couple of months ago. I was at my aunt's house for my birthday party and she made brownies for everyone. For me, she took great steps to make them with almond flour and avoided all of my allergies. I started eating them and thought little of it until my aunt suddenly looked at me and in a panicked way asked which plate I took the brownies from. I pointed from the one where I got my brownies and she immediately stood up and told me we had to get my EpiPen. She raced to ask my mother for it and I sat there scared out of my mind because I had never mistakenly eaten flour before. I noticed my mother had calmed her down and then she said that we don't have to worry because she had switched the plates of brownies and after all I had eaten the ones made with almond flour. I found this incredibly odd because really, why would she swap the plates? That stuff doesn't even make sense, but for the time being, I let the issue rest. It didn't sit well with me for about a week, and I finally went to get an allergy test. The doctor started with a skin prick test, and lo and behold, I didn't react to any of the above substances. Then he ordered a blood test, and when the results came in, they said I had absolutely no intolerance to any of the foods I'm supposed to be allergic to. I was furious and called my mother. She eventually admitted that she lied to me because she wanted me to be on a Paleolithic diet and wanted me to be able to avoid all temptations. She raised me with a lie about her own health, and she keeps insisting that I try to see it from her perspective. She spams my phone with messages about how healthy I am, that I never had acne, and that I have been in great shape my whole life, that I have strong teeth and bones, and even that I got into a D1 college tennis team. She has started calling me ungrateful for her intervention and insisting that I should really be glad I never got carb addicted. I don't know what to think. I carried around an EpiPen for all of those years, one that I suspected may be fake, seeing as my mother never got me to replace it, and I don't even know anymore. Am I the asshole and an ungrateful son for losing it over this? When someone that close to you lies to you as bad as this, you kind of break that kid in a sense where he'll never really be able to trust people. When your own mom lies to you like that deeply, it messes you up, and that's never okay. You can have a conversation when your kid is old enough, like, hey, you're not allergic to this stuff, but give him all the reasons that you listed that I want you to be on this type of diet. You lied to the dude. Why? After a certain age, like, you gotta let them make their own decisions.
Am I the asshole for ruining my sister's engagement? I, 25 female, have a sister who we'll call Sarah, 21 female. To give a little background, my sister and I, growing up, never had the closest relationship. We were latchkey kids, and I had to take on the role of a parent in some ways. Our parents divorced when we were young, so there weren't two parents in the house to avoid this. By making sure she had her homework done, getting her fed, got groceries when I could drive, etc., which included me having to enforce rules my mother had, such as my sister being put on a diet as a child, so I had to enforce that. If I didn't, I got in trouble. I've since moved across the country, and I'm now married. Over the past couple of years, we started calling her regularly, usually one time per week, if not a couple of times, to check in, as well as texting and sending each other TikToks. She's still in college, so when we talk, I ask the basic things like how's life, school, dating, etc. I felt like we were building a relationship that everyone over the years said would eventually come, and I was excited that we were getting closer. She'd give me updates, and when my partner and I, ask about dating, she always says that she's not dating anyone or talking to anyone. If she was, it would be her first real relationship, as she never had any serious relationships that I've ever been aware of. We come from a small town, and I moved away to see more of the world. My partner and I offered, when Sarah graduated, to come and live with us, to get out of our home state and see other places, and jokingly asked if she wanted us to make her a Tinder profile and what her type was. She laughed and said that she'd appreciated our offer and would think about it, but she didn't trust me with the Tinder. LOL, I mean fair, who wants their older sister swiping Tinder for them? But hey, it was a joke. Fast forward, we've still been in communication, talking regularly on the phone and sending TikToks and messages occasionally. On New Year's Day, she sends me a photo of her hand out, nails done with a ring on it, but it doesn't look like an engagement ring at all, so I just looked at her nails because I also get my nails done regularly and send photos, so I thought that's what she was sending me because she had in the past, until I looked a little closer. Her Apple Watch had a photo of her and a shirtless guy cuddled in bed together. I closed out the photo to go and reply, and there's a video that came through of her being proposed to. None of these with context, by the way, just the photo and the video with no message at all. I come running up the stairs to my partner and freak out and show her everything. Our jaws are on the floor. I FaceTime Sarah and she acts like nothing's wrong and says, "Oh, there you are." And I asked, "What was that you just sent me?" She then pans the camera over to the now fiance and casually introduces him, and I'm shocked. This is the moment I would have loved to have been jumping for joy, but I don't even know the guy, even when I've been asking for a while if she's seeing anyone. We make a little small talk, we congratulate her and tell her I'll call her later to talk more and hang up. I had cried after we hung up because I was hurt about not knowing anything. Then I call my dad, he's one of my best friends, and he asked if I heard from Sarah, and he could tell that I've been crying. He says no, and I tell him he's going to have to call her himself. About 10 minutes later, he calls back and says, "Well?" And I said, "Well, what?" He says Sarah told him it was a promise ring. I started crying and told him the truth and told him she sent us a video of the proposal. He denies it and says it doesn't even look like an engagement ring. And the guy didn't even ask our dad. He never even knew him. I could tell he was hurt and he ends the call. After I process everything, I call back a few days later to talk to her about how I wish nothing more than to be excited for her, but it was a shock. And I had no idea that she was even seeing anyone seriously enough to be engaged, since we had asked her several times in the past. We talked some more about things. I mentioned that I felt that we had been fixing our relationship since we were speaking more and sharing so much, and then she said she doesn't see it that way at all. And she starts crying and tells me because of the way that I reacted, I ruined her engagement, and she hasn't even been able to enjoy the moment. So, am I the asshole? Okay. So, TLDR, but also edit. Older sister has been asking about dating life. Younger sister never mentioned anyone. Younger sister sent photo and video of her getting engaged, and then older sister found out they had been dating for over a year. He's never met any fam in person. He asked our mom for sister's hand in marriage over the phone. Dad is still very much in the picture, but had no idea, and he still hasn't been told it's an engagement. Only a promise ring. Sister lied to dad's side of the family. Wow. Parents are divorced, and it has been about it just being a promise ring, and now hasn't been calling / visiting dad's side of the family. Something to mention, dad's side of the family is black, mom is white, and Sarah's obvious favorite side of the family. Mom's side of the family has known the whole time that they've been together, and we've asked them as well about Sarah's dating life, and they all lied to us too, saying that she wasn't seeing anyone this whole time.
My boyfriend gives me horrible gifts, and I'm fed up. We've been together since 2019. Our first Christmas together, I got him an Alexa with the accessories to make his apartment a smart home. He moved into an apartment around his birthday, so I got him a microwave, toaster, silverware, etc. His most recent birthday, I got him an at-home golf set because he recently became obsessed with golf. It cost more than expected, but I was happy to give it to him. Our first Christmas together, he gave me a video game and the money he owed me. For my birthday, he got me another video game. My birthday and Christmas is coming up, same day. I bought him a signed Steelers football because that's his favorite NFL team. He just told me the gift he got me, and this might be dramatic, but I had to stop myself from crying. He went on a solo vacation earlier this year, and my birthday present is that he printed the pictures from his vacation and put it into a photo book. This is his gift to everyone, his mom, sister, brother, friends, and me. He mentioned it before, and I politely told him I did not want that gift. I actually told him I would hate it, and he laughed it off. I've been telling him since we started dating that I like jewelry, and I would love that as a gift. He tells me he hates going into jewelry stores, and more recently, a couple days ago, he said, "You already have so much jewelry, why would I buy you more?" At this point, it feels disrespectful, and after finding out my gift today, I told him to just not get me anything. It literally feels like he doesn't care about me or my feelings. He calls me materialistic because I like to buy myself things. And I feel like if I were to tell him how I truly feel, he'll just call me materialistic some more.
Story time about how one of my best friends started blackmailing me. So a little background information, I was 16 years old and a junior in high school. And my parents are friends with this other married couple who has a son that is around my age. He's 17, about to be 18, and we're going to call him Derek. Well, him and I somehow ended up getting into the same friend group, and he got my number, and him and I started texting a lot. So fast forward, my birthday comes around, and I end up having a party, and some of my cousins were around my age as well, so they were there, and my whole friend group was there, including Derek, of course. Well, surprise, surprise, there were booze and marijuana there, so I ended up getting kind of messed up. And then, as you can guess, Derek and I did the nasty. And surprise again, he had took some pictures and videos of me drinking and stuff. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he sent me a message that literally said for me to send him nude pictures and do stuff for him physically, or else he was going to send these pictures to my parents. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how one of my best friends was blackmailing me. So like I said, he took some pictures and videos of me doing some stuff at my party, and then all of a sudden I get a message out of nowhere saying that I need to send him nude photos and do stuff for him physically, or else he was going to send these pictures to my parents, and the whole school literally blackmailed me. Now, of course, I didn't want my parents to find any of this crap out, so it became a regular thing between him and I, where I would send him pictures and then do stuff for him, and this went on for a while. Fast forward, thankfully, I'm about to graduate, and he doesn't blackmail me anymore since both of us don't want a serious relationship. I don't really know how that makes sense, but yeah.
Am I wrong for lying to family and friends about who's the infertile one between my wife and I? My wife, 32 female, and I, 32 male, have been married for 7 years, but we've been trying for a baby for the past 3. It has taken a toll on our marriage, and I admit that many times I have complained to family, friends, and coworkers about my wife's infertility. Well, what I thought was my wife's infertility. Maybe it is because we live in Utah, but whenever the idea of us being infertile came up, people just swarmed in giving my wife recommendations for fertility specialists. The talk was always, "Oh, my wife saw Dr. Whatever and we ended up having twins," or "Maybe your wife is just too stressed out." And I believed it because my wife contracted TB when she was 20 and volunteering in another country. Her primary care, who she saw when she was back home, just flippantly told her that TB could affect the genital area and prevent her body from housing a baby. We finally found a doctor who straight up told us that there was nothing wrong with her fallopian tubes or her endometrium. She suggested I get tested to see that I'm not the problem. The verdict comes back that I am the one with very low sperm count. I was so shocked and went to get another opinion which told me the same thing. I felt so shaken. And because a lot of people knew about our struggles, they also knew we went to a doctor again. At a family and friends gathering, people started asking me about what we found out, and I just panicked and said that my wife's TB was likely the cause, but not 100% necessarily. People saw that as my wife being the problem, and somebody even suggested I go through with divorcing her since I was 32 and complaining about being childless. People saw that as my wife being the problem, and somebody even suggested that I go through with divorcing her since I was 32 and complaining about being childless, saying I could be a dad within a year since it was a short marriage. What I did not realize was that my mom and my aunt would jump on that suggestion and start telling friends and their kids that I was getting a divorce, and that this was my wife's fault because she shouldn't have been so reckless when she was young. Wow! What was worse was some people thought it wasn't even TB, but a bacterial genital disease. This all got back to my wife through a friend, and she's furious. She said that she could not believe I've been painting her as a problem when she wasn't even the problem, and that she was tired of the pitying or disapproving looks she was getting in our small town, and that I needed to set the record straight or at least tell everybody to shut up and that we are not divorcing. Am I the asshole here? I panicked and I felt like I didn't completely lie because TB could be exasperating our problem.
But my mom really screwed things up by making it malicious. Now I'm in over my head and I feel really bad. Honestly, this is what... Keep your business.
Am I the asshole for expecting the money friends made while we were away?
Ooh, yes. Ooh, yay. Excited for this one, because what the fuck is going on by that title, you know what I mean?
Me and my wife traveled abroad for a few weeks. While we were gone, we had friends house sit / take care of our kids. We make money from parking for a nearby arena, about $150 per show, and there are shows once or twice a week.
You're an ass.
It's gonna get worse.
I'm sorry, but if you do the parking nearby an arena...
$30 parking day of? Yeah, no, it sucks. Fuck you, you price gouging piece of shit. They parked our lot while we were gone, and when we got back, we asked for the money they made. They refused and said since they were house sitting / did the parking, the money is theirs, and did not give it to us. Parentheses about $450. After chatting, they have doubled down to not giving us the money. This led to a fight. Am I the asshole?
Did you
or a
pay
way to
them?
not identify myself?
Did you pay them for house sitting?
I want you to guess how much they paid them.
$25.
Lower.
$10?
Lower.
$0?
Yes.
Hey, what a crazy story that was. Don't forget to go comment down below and tell us what you thought of the story. Also, we're trying to reunite Wallow with her family of 8 doctors who stay behind in Gaza. Currently, they are trying to evacuate as they are being forcibly displaced from their own homes, and they need your help in donating. $1 is 10 Swedish krona, and as you can see, they are well around a third of the way to their goal, about $65,000 after conversion. And if everyone can go into the link in our bio and donate 10 krona, we would be able to help safely evacuate this family. Thank you very much for watching. Free Palestine, Free Congo, and Free Sudan. Resources and links and information will also be in our link tree as well. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good one. I don't know how to end these. Yeah.
Am I wrong for not giving my sister the wedding gift she wanted because of how she treated my girlfriend? My girlfriend Naomi and I have been together for over a decade. My younger sister Sarah and my girlfriend have never been super close but are friendly when we get together. Or I guess they were. When Sarah was in high school, Naomi helped her out with some personal things. Sarah got married a few days ago. When Sarah announced her engagement to the family, she asked Naomi to be a bridesmaid, which surprised us a little, but Naomi was very excited because she's never gotten to do it before and probably won't have the chance again. I want to be clear, there was no suggestion from either of us that Sarah should ask her. It was about 2 seconds after she told us that she was engaged. She said that she was so grateful to Naomi for the help when she was younger, and Naomi was very touched. A few weeks later, Sarah posted her bridesmaid proposal brunch. Naomi wasn't there. Sarah never said it to either of our faces directly, but clearly she changed her mind. Naomi was hurt, but said she understood because she hadn't expected the ask anyway. That would have been fine, but then a few months later, Sarah asked Naomi to go to the bachelorette party and to also come get ready the day of the wedding with her friends and bridesmaids. Same thing. Naomi says yes and even helped her find a good place to go and a rental. A month and a half before the wedding, I'm talking to my mom on the phone when she mentions that Sarah's at her bachelorette. No mention of Naomi. Now I'm kind of pissed because Naomi was clearly very hurt at 2 invites and then being sort of ghosted. A week before the wedding, Naomi texted Sarah and asked about getting ready and hair and makeup. And Sarah responds acting confused and basically tells her nicely to just come with me. Then I was really pissed. Sarah wanted this really expensive baking mixer thing for a long time and I got it for her wedding gift. My mom had ruined the surprise so she expected it. But after everything with Naomi, I felt like being petty and I cut her a check instead and returned the mixer. A few days after the wedding, Sarah texted me saying, I don't know how to ask this, but what happened to the mixer? And I responded, I didn't know how to ask, but what happened to treating my girlfriend like a freaking human being? Now my brother and my new brother-in-law and my mom are all texting me saying, what the f***? And that I'm ruining her happy time. Naomi, for her part, says I probably shouldn't have done that, but she feels a little vindicated. So, am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for refusing to quit my job to look after my baby? I, 33 female, am a lawyer, and my husband, 34 male, works in an office. I earn the most money, so when I got pregnant, we decided that my husband would stay at home with our daughter, at least until she was a little older. It's been 2 months since I gave birth to our daughter, and I'm planning on going back to work next month. My husband told me last week that it would be better if I quit my job and took care of the baby and he could provide for us. I told him no, there was no good reason to do that. I earn more than him, and I actually like my job, whereas he hates his job and earns a lot less than me. Plus, we literally agreed that I'd work and he'd look after our daughter, so I don't understand what changed. He called me a bad mom, and he's been really upset with me since. We've been fighting about it a lot because he keeps bringing it up. It was his idea to have a child, and he told me he was happy to be a stay-at-home dad, so I don't understand why he doesn't want that anymore.